In October 2013, Lee County Police were called to a Florida home, where they discovered 3-year-old Michael McMullen deceased. Investigators looked into his cause of death and found that he had been suffocated. 3 adults had been in the home at the time of Michael's death: his stepfather, Douglas Garrigus, his grandmother and guardian, Gale Watkins, and her friend, Donella Elaine Trainor. Police questioned Gale Watkins and Doug Garrigus, who both pointed the finger at Trainor. Investigators turned their attention to her, interrogating her about Michael's death.
Hey, you still awake? I'm sorry about that. Does anyone come to talk to you yet?
No.
Okay. All right. You know what we want to talk about, right? We're going to talk about the whole situation again. Ma'am, you know me by now to be a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And as a police officer, I can take your statement.
All right.
Raise your right hand. You swear an affirmative testimony about to give is true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. How did you guys get here today?
Gale drove.
Okay. You understand this is a non-custodial interview. You understand that you're not under arrest.
Mm-hmm.
You're free to go at any time.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't threaten you, coerce you, or anything to get you guys down
Right.
here. You guys are cooperating in the investigation, try to find out what happened to Michael, correct?
Right.
Okay. We've been talking to everybody else. First of all, I want to show you the pictures. Does this look like the Benadryl?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the same bottle that you recall?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Have you ever read any of the things on the back or anything?
Yeah.
About warnings, do not use, to make child sleepy. Some of the dosage. You ever read the dosage directions for kids? Find out what dosage you should give them? I know you said you gave them 5 milliliters. Did you read the bottom and find out how much to give them?
That's the dosage for the majority of things for kids that age, so that's the dosage we would find.
On this, it says here, because of it, it says, children under 4 years old do not use. Children 4 to 5 years old do not use unless directed by doctor. Children 6 to 11, the 1 teaspoon, 5 milliliters. Because it can have really serious effects on them. What's bothering me about some of the situation is that you keep saying we. Unfortunately, no one else is saying we. Everyone else is saying you.
Okay.
Everyone else is saying that you're the one that was administering the stuff and you're the one that was giving it to kids.
Okay.
So I'm kind of confused on why all their statements are matching and why everything they tell me is matching and yours isn't.
Okay. What part of the statement? What specifically are you asking me?
I know last time we were doing the video walkthrough that you told us how that you've given them a couple times a week. You gave the kids some, because they asked you how many times have you given them Benadryl?
Yes.
And how many times have you given kids Benadryl?
I'm gonna go by this last week.
Sure.
Okay. Had to give them some Thursday night.
When you say she, which she?
Gale.
Gale.
She had me give them some Thursday night. Okay.
Which kids?
Michael.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Gabby. I'm not so sure about Alex. I can't really remember if I gave any to Alex at this point in time.
And what was the purpose of giving them the medication? Were they sick? Because it's for nasal and allergies. Or is it because they were riled up a little bit and get them to sleep and relax?
I don't know if it was so much that they were riled up to get them to sleep. They were, hyperactive, I guess you could say. So it could have been for that, but they also, recently did have, some sniffles and stuff. So
when you give them Benadryl, how does it affect them? Does it calm them down? Does it make them sleepy? Does it knock them out cold? I don't know. I mean, I'm an adult, so I don't know. I know how NyQuil and stuff makes me feel, like loopy and head and cloudy. I don't know how it would make a little kid feel.
I typically, if I'm giving it to them, it's after they've had dinner, after they've had, small cup of water or juice or whatever, milk or whatever we're giving them to drink that night. and a little bit of Benadryl. Then they go line up to go to the bathroom, and lay him down, and they're still up for a good hour, maybe two, unless, they happen to be really tired, or if you can get them to lay still long enough. But you usually can't get them to lay still long enough because they're so restless and active.
How long has Gale been giving either her children or her grandchildren things to try to help them not be so active? And because there's been some accusations with her giving pain pills or something to children in the past to try to slow them down and calm them down. Have you ever witnessed that before this week? Go back. When's the first time this all started? I know we did the melatonin thing for a little bit, and that didn't seem to work because Michael had a reaction.
Right.
That was supposed months ago, right?
Yeah.
So in between that time and this time, what changed to where we started to need to give them something to sleep? Or is this something that's been going on and on for months? Just a little teeny bit just to help them
because
sleep?
When they first got there, it was the fact of, change of environment, major change of environment, mom and dad not around, not really seeing mom and dad that much, the whole 9 yards. So, they're like freaking out. Okay, so it had been suggested by a couple, and it was already, and Sam did bring it, so, but it had been no, we're talking about the melatonin.
Okay, I'm sorry, I want to keep track. Okay.
Been suggested, and it's a herbal, and it's non-addictive, sleep aid, just, to help calm them. They might not necessarily sleep, but as long as they calm down and, can relax a little bit, because, they were hyperactive, they were constantly on the go, and it was a major change of environment because they came from having their own rooms to versus being right there with grandma, because at the time when they first got there, I wasn't there yet. So it was just.
Well, were you still with Samantha?
Yeah, I was still with Samantha.
Because when you came down, you were there for a little while, and then after everything happened, then you came in back to help. Okay.
Yeah. So
you were in Florida. You just weren't.
Yeah, I was in Florida. I
House
just wasn't at Gale's because this is before, because she had somebody helping her out, and this is the lady that ultimately ended up getting charged with because she had robbed her. So,
when you say she was introduced or was kind of introduced, you're kind of vague on whoever introduces it.
I don't know.
Who actually? I mean, it's real specific conversation. I know you had it before. You said Dre used it,
right?
So you knew about it,
right? I know. I've known about it. Now, I don't know if I suggested it or it got suggested by somebody else. But I knew about it as far as being non-harmful to children because it was herbal. Because the doctor, my son's pediatrician, my grandson's pediatrician, because he was at the time was going to a specialist, and they said that it's non-addictive, and it's for hyperactive. It would help with hyperactive children if you don't want to get them started on a major drug regimen. So it might have been suggested by me or somebody else. I'm not quite sure. I just know it was there when I came. I believe it was when I came down this last time that it was there. I don't know how often anything was given because I really wasn't given medication then.
Any times in the past, any of your prior visits or before you moved in with Gale, did you ever see Gale or Samantha give the kids any Benadryl, give them anything other than the purpose they're for? Like, I mean, if they have an allergy and they're sick and they get it from the doctor to kind of help them calm down or help keep them quiet, did you ever witness them doing any of that?
No, but, the kids would always have sniffles and stuff like that because, being outside, we don't know exactly, they're at that crazy age, don't know what they're exactly allergic to, don't know what they are allergic to, don't know what they aren't allergic to. I see a kid with a runny nose and kind of coughing a little bit, I'll mention it to somebody. And I said, okay, let's give them a little bit of this. and see what's going on. If it, if that don't help cure the situation, okay, we'll get we'll get a doctor's appointment.
When do we start? Now we went from the natural pills.
We went from
to Benadryl. When did that start?
Well, the melatonin, like I said, is probably. Let's see. I got there. August. I believe it happened after school started.
The melatonin, or the Benadryl started then?
Benadryl.
Because that's when Bo has to get up bright and early. So if the kids are keeping him
Yeah,
awake,
but no,
till 1 or 2 in the morning.
that wasn't why it started.
Okay, why did it start?
Bo had brought home a cold and stuff from school, got the whole house to come down with sniffles and the hacking and everything. And yes, we did schedule the appointment for the other 3 kids. They, and they got their medication and stuff, but it was over the weekend. Couldn't get the kids in, and it was bad, but it wasn't bad because you hear them in the middle. They'd sleep, but you hear them wake up coughing and stuff in the middle of the night. So we got, we tried Benadryl.
Did it seem to help?
Yeah, you give them, the small dosage, and give them that, and it'll calm the cough and everything, and helps, so they can sleep, so they're not hacking up.
Now, does that all of them? Bo, all the way down to Alexander?
No. Bo, we couldn't give him anything other than what he was on unless the doctor knew about it because of the type of medication that he's on. Because
he's on prescription medication, they could have some kind of effect.
Yeah, he's on.
So he's
some
kind of
high doses.
Out of the picture.
He's on some high doses of some stuff, and we were like, he basically Bo came home. He caught a cold. He kind of hacked up and coughed all weekend. We rubbed him down with Vicks and used the vaporizer and stuff, and that kind of got him over it. The little ones, no, because little kids, they're always touching stuff, putting fingers in their mouth, and blah blah blah. So it kind of went around the house for a minute because Gabby, Michael, and Alex, and then Gale came down with a little cough. I came down with a little cough, so it just had a vicious circle for a little while. And we tried Benadryl, we tried the Benadryl. It might have been, or children's Tylenol cold. It depended on what the symptoms were. Okay. From there, everything was good for a while. Then it was just, like I said, it was just Bo going to school. Then Gabriella started pre-PK. So things were good where she was going and everything. So she, no issues there. And then Michael and Alex started going to the daycare, Jesus Little Helpers, or Jesus Little Hands, or whatever the place is called. And things were okay for like the first week or so, and then they developed the real bad. They started coughing and hacking and stuff like that again. And the first day or so you kind of watch and everything, because and they really weren't running a fever, so we were concerned, but we weren't that concerned, because we figured, okay, just a common cold, and maybe somebody had something, and wash up your hands and everything like that. So, but they weren't. Alex seemed to be getting better, but didn't seem to be getting better. So, and she Samantha took him into the ER,
Mm-hmm.
and then they gave him some medication for that, and then, you know, recommended days of taking that and the dosage and everything. But he didn't seem to be getting any better, so then we scheduled an appointment for his doctor, took him in for that, and then that was the medication y'all picked up.
Michael's medication.
Michael's medication.
Mm-hmm.
But Michael and Alex both went in, they both got checked out. Because Alex and Michael are around each other so much, the doctor was I believe he prescribed it as a preventative measure, because Gabriella also went in, also because she had a little bit of a cough.
Mm-hmm.
So Gabby and Michael got the Mucinex, and then I don't know what was the name of that tall bottle that he had. And then Alex had a couple medications. You know, following the dosages and stuff on that, everything appeared fine. You know, and everything was going along good. And then, you know, they caught sniffles again or something like that a little bit, so much, but it wasn't really that bad. And we didn't, you know, we just didn't go with the other medication. We tried, okay, let's try this, and, you know, and see if this is okay, because we don't know if it was so much the cold, or he could have got a rash, or
When did the Benadryl show up at the house? The bottle that I showed you. Remember we talked about that last night?
week and a half ago, maybe.
And that was the one that Sam brought over when she was cleaning out her stuff?
Maybe it was a week and a half ago. It might have been before that, because, you know, she's been steadily packing along and having, you know, garage sales and stuff. So I know it was in the cupboard, and it, you know, I got, you know, okay, give Michael this, give Gabby this, and go from there, because, you know, it was over the time for the stuff that was prescribed for the doctor, because it said, because I do believe it said a certain amount of days on the bottle.
So out of the past 10 days, say we just guesstimate that bottle's in there 10 days, how many times have you given the children Benadryl?
Okay. Friday night. Thursday night.
So Thursday night, Friday night.
I think it was Sunday.
Sunday going backwards?
Backwards.
Okay. Because that bottle's out, obviously it's empty. That's a lot. That's
Yeah,
like there's
but-
like 23 or 26 doses in there for a child 6 to 11, not for an infant or a toddler. There's a lot in there. I know
So-
last night when you were on video, you were telling us that you give it to them to kind of calm them down when they get they're a little fired up, a little wired up, to calm them down so they can sleep, so they can relax. So one doesn't get up and then roust everybody else up.
Yeah, sometimes yes.
Well, how
But the majority of the time, it's when they've got a complaint about something. Friday night, there was a lot of upheaval going on. He was very restless and obnoxious.
who, Michael?
Yes. And the reason why there was upheaval going on, Gale's son had come by to talk to her about something, and, you know, then she took off and left, and he was still there and everything, and he was gathering up some of the rest of his clothes and possessions that he had there, and they were, you know, she was like, okay, you guys gotta go. So he was waiting for a ride so he can get the rest of his stuff and just go about his business. And, you know, the kids had been, you know, the kid was out, you know, sitting in the living room watching TV and stuff, eating dinner and stuff. And then when, you know, they had the conversation, and because she had called and said, okay, well, go on, he's got to get his stuff and just, just go.
So she put that on you to kick him out?
No. It was he already knew. It was just that was the day, okay? Mm-hmm. And then, just so for the fact that their argument didn't, so they wouldn't get in an argument in front of the kids and be like, okay, you just need to get your stuff. You need to go. Mm-hmm. So I went back to the room, packed up, grabbed her stuff that was a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, and got her stuff together. And, so they could do that and everything. And at that point in time, the kids were sitting down eating dinner. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if voices got a little bit heated or whatever at that time. I don't think they did because I didn't hear anything. Mm-hmm. I just know that when I came back from packing the room, because, mm-hmm. DJ was out there and Sam was out there because it was dinner time. Mm-hmm. He seemed a little bit agitated and everything, and I was like, okay, fine, And dinner time's over with, give them their water and everything, and line them up in the bathroom. And he said, I can't remember what he said or why he said what he said to me.
What did he say?
Because he was looking over at the computer and everything, but the computer wasn't on, and he just laying. I'm itchy, and he didn't want to sit still or anything. I was like, okay, just sit down for a minute. Let Bo go to the bathroom. Like Gabby goes to the bathroom, because Alex was still out there sitting in his chair finishing up what he was eating and stuff. And I was like, let me get these two done. Just sit here and chill. And Bo had went into the bathroom. He had came out. I was like, go ahead and go and climb in the bed. Gabby had came out. I said, go ahead and go and climb in the bed. Michael went in the bathroom and everything. And he says, Elaine, I'm just itchy. Itchy, don't feel good. I was like, okay. Well, and then he said, I need some medicine. And I was like, okay, hold on, let me get everything else settled down, calm down, and then if you still feel itchy and everything, mm-hmm. and irritated, because he was itchy, and which makes him irritated because he's doing this and everything, so if you're still feeling like that, then I'll give you something. But, it's just going to depend. So he came back down the hallway with me, sat mm-hmm. down, and we went in the kitchen, and I gave him some more water. Mm-hmm. Figured, okay, maybe he just was saying it just so he can get something else to drink. Mm-hmm. Gave him some more water. He's like, no, then I'm still itchy, so I gave him a little bit of Benadryl. Mm-hmm. He drank Benadryl, and then I was like, okay, let's go back in the room. Because mm-hmm. by this time, Sam had changed Alex, and Alex was done.
Did you give any other children? Was Sam there present? Was she watching you give him Benadryl?
I don't know if she was paying attention to me or not.
Did you give any other children Benadryl at all that night?
To my knowledge, no. I don't think so. I don't think I did.
Okay, this to my knowledge thing that you and Gale have down to a science.
No.
Will you answer all my questions the way it is, and then when it comes to something that's questionable, to my knowledge,
from
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. So do
you remember whether you gave the kids or not?
Would you prefer from what I can remember that?
Well, did you give? I mean,
what I can remember, I gave Michael Benadryl.
There was a whole bottle of Benadryl used within a week about. And I know you gave all the kids Benadryl on Friday night.
I remember giving Michael some. Did I give Gabby some when she got her drink? It's very possible, but it's not there, okay? I just can't remember
What about Friday night? I know you gave all the kids Benadryl on Friday night. No doubt. I know when we were doing the video, you told us you do it several times a week.
Yeah,
that you gave the kid Benadryl, but I know Friday night you gave all the kids.
I'm pretty sure I gave Gabby some, and I might have gave Alex some.
You don't remember talking to Gale and telling her that you didn't tell the police that you gave them on Friday night? Gale's right next door.
Yeah, I know.
People don't want to get in trouble.
Listen, I know she's next door, and I know she wasn't home at the time.
But she remembers the conversation you had with her within the past day or two. When you told her what you did.
I gave Michael some Benadryl.
Mm-hmm.
I gave Gabby some Benadryl, and I probably gave Alex some Benadryl because he had been sniffling and everything else earlier, not at that point in time, but earlier during the day. Keeps the house cool. They kick off their blankets and stuff. I don't need kids coming down with a cold, the whole 9 yards. 4 kids sick is a miserable feeling. But that's... If they're not feeling well, you try to do something to help them feel better.
But they're kids. When a 3-year-old or a 2-year-old says, "Elaine, I'm sick," you don't just give them the keys to the car and say, just give them the rain. If they're sick, they're sick. If they're not sick, you're like, no, we'll give you some chicken soup or warm soup. You don't just start handing out meds, giving them meds, giving them a whole bunch of stuff to drink all the time. They're little kids. You remember?
Okay.
I've just been on the brakes and I'm interrupted again. Sorry, I apologize. Here's a situation, okay? We're just going to be straight with each other, okay? We've been kind of dancing around this topic for a few days now, okay?
Okay. Yes, I gave them Benadryl that night. I gave them Benadryl on Thursday night. I do not give them any more than...
You're positive you didn't accidentally give them an adult dose, a big cup?
No.
Michael's a little bit bigger.
We have the cups at the house. It says 5 milliliters, like 1.5 dosage on one side.
The little cups that go on the top.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell me about Saturday. Okay.
Okay. What about Saturday?
About Michael getting Benadryl on
He
Saturday,
didn't get Benadryl.
He was wired and fired up.
He did not get Benadryl on Saturday.
He did.
No, he did.
He's getting Benadryl on Thursday. He's getting Benadryl on Friday. We understand what's going on.
Yeah, we do understand what's
going
on. You're trying to trip somebody up, but I did not give him Benadryl on Saturday.
You didn't? Who did?
Nobody.
Absolutely, someone did. That kid didn't even crawl in the crib and die for no reason, just because it was Saturday and it was time to die. That didn't happen. Sweetheart, that did not. We know that's not what happened.
I didn't give him Benadryl.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe your friend didn't there. Because she's the one throwing you under the bus about Friday and stuff. I'm sure she's going to come off it sooner or later if she knows. Like I said, it's going to work out real simple. It can be a witness to a case, and it's a tragic accident. I don't think you intentionally gave them Benadryl hoping that poor Michael would die and he would be killed. I don't think that's the case. I don't think you planned out, hey, I'm going to give him Benadryl until he dies. That's not what happened.
No, it's not.
But it was an accident. Things happen. But we need to know that it's an accident because
we don't know how this happened. Okay? I know I didn't give him Benadryl Saturday. I know he woke up fine Saturday morning.
And Saturday when he's cranky all day long, he's cranky. He's upset. He's up and down, up and down. You're by yourself trying to handle it. Gale's going to take her nap. He won't listen. He's up and down. He's playing in toilet water. He won't go to sleep. You're in there. You're out of there. He's up. He's dragging blankets in and pillows in. He won't sleep at all. What's worked in the past? It kind of mellows him out. We already went over that a whole bunch of times. Just a little sip. A little sip ain't going to hurt him. But unfortunately, this time his face was just a little bit too close to the pillow.
No.
And he died.
No.
And that's exactly what happened.
No.
That's exactly what happened.
No.
Then what happened? Why in the world would this perfect little 3-year-old just all of a sudden climb into his crib and die? I'm telling you why. Because he couldn't.
You're telling me what you think.
He couldn't wake up.
You're telling me what you think.
Well, I'll tell you. We're going to be able to prove with the medical examiner.
Okay.
That's where I'm able to prove it.
Okay.
Then all bets are off.
Okay.
Then people are going to have to be responsible for their actions. If it's an accident and something happened and there wasn't intent there to hurt anybody, and the kids had sniffles, and someone gave them some medication, either grandma or you, because the kid had sniffles, that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's no, now all of a sudden medical examiner says yes, and then you're like 2 months later, man, I was scared. I didn't want to tell the truth because of this. I was scared I was going to get in trouble. Well, there's a little too late.
Yes,
it's a little too late. It's a little too late.
It would be a little too late, and I would totally agree with you that if it came out to be something like that, yeah, I deserve to be in trouble. But I didn't do it. I didn't do that.
You didn't do it. There's only 2 adults in the house. You were
I
Gale.
didn't do it.
That's it. You were Gale, and you were Gale both giving kids medication, not because they got the sniffles or sick. We got a whole bunch of tapes, interviews, and everything else for. It's because they're being rowdy and you want to calm them down. I get that.
Yes.
I understand.
Sometimes it's for
that alone could be child abuse.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. You're
Okay.
You're drugging a kid to sleep and knock him out because he's violent.
Okay, fine. If a textbook by the books, yeah, you want to go child abuse, yeah, okay. But it's total crap. But if you want to say that, if you want to go textbook by the book for your point of view from this interview and for something that happened that I have no freaking idea it happened, yeah, you want to say that? Fine. But I did not give him any medication Saturday of any kind other than he had some water.
Okay.
He had some peanut butter.
Which he's not allergic to either one of those. There's no signs whatsoever, symptoms, anything at all, one bit.
He had water and some peanut butter.
Had an allergic reaction.
He had water and he had peanut butter.
He eats peanut butter quite a bit, and he eats food every single day. And the 3-year-old's old enough, if they start choking or get sick or want to vomit, they wake up. Believe me, he was yelling for y'all all day long to go out and play. If he was sick or not feeling well, you would have known if he was sick or not feeling well. Problem is, he had something in his system where he couldn't. And he couldn't wake up. And that's exactly what happened. Now, we know that. Now, how do we move on from there?
I don't know what that would be.
What would be?
You said he had something else in his system. That he couldn't wake up and couldn't do what he needed to do.
We have other family members calling us, telling us that Gale's crushing up her pain medication and feeding it to the babies to knock them out because because she can't control them and because of her medical problems or anything. So, I mean, obviously, it's going to all be in his system if there's anything in there. But there's no other legitimate reason why in the world why that poor little boy would lay in there and die in that bed. And die.
He was given nothing on Saturday. He had peanut butter, he had water. He had that little incident when he got up of the toilet. I wasn't in there when it occurred.
But he was alive and well after the toilet. So he didn't drown in the toilet and then he came in and threw his onesie on the floor wet because he drowned in the toilet and he died.
No.
And then she couldn't get his mouth open because he's been in a rigor and he's been dead for a couple hours.
No.
So that's totally crazy talk. That didn't happen.
No.
Right? So why wouldn't he wake up when he's sleeping in the bed? He's just going to lay there and die for no reason.
I don't know.
Like we said, there's a couple things that happened. We're not seeing anything that shows he had some medical event. He had a heart attack. He died from a stroke. Nothing. He looks like a perfectly healthy young man, like he should.
Yes.
Okay? So that means 2 things.
Yes.
Either he died accidentally,
yes,
or someone murdered him on purpose. That's it. Those are the 2 things we're left with. That's how he died. That's it. That's the only way the medical examiner is going to rule he died. Either it was an accident because something happened with the medication, and he couldn't wake up and he asphyxiated, or because his face is so close to the little pillow, carbon monoxide can build up, just like you would do if somebody's going to commit suicide, and he had too much carbon monoxide, and he suffocated, or someone physically came in the house, and you guys are the only ones in the house, so no one physically broke in the house, took a pillow, smothered the kid, and held it on to him until he stopped breathing to keep him quiet. Those are the 2 things that happened. That's the only way to explain it.
And
There's
none
no
of
other way to
that
explain
happened. And none of that happened.
So
I don't know.
why would you lie to me and not tell me that you gave the
I'm
kid
not
medication
lying.
on Friday? You lied because you didn't tell me that originally. You never say anything about Friday. You guys always stuck to the story that Thursday was the only day you gave him medication. And first it was you didn't give any of the kids anything else. Now it's, well, I did give them a little sip of Benadryl. And then you admit to Gale, man, I should have told the cops the truth. Or whatever the conversation was, that Friday I gave all three of the kids Benadryl because they were a little rowdy. And they were loud and stuff, and I gave them some medication.
It wasn't that I admitted to her.
That's what she says. Those are her words. I'm coming right from her. Here's some notes I'm taking with her when we're talking about all her grandchildren and everything else. This isn't a police trick. This is the truth. All I want is the truth. I'm not trying to trick you or be like, hey, I caught you. I don't want that. I want the truth. We want the truth. You deserve the truth. That family deserves the truth. Michael deserves the truth. Okay? That child did not deserve to die.
I know this.
They deserve the truth. Okay? And the truth from the get-go. Because people that there's an accident, they tell the truth from day one. From the second the police get there, they don't hold things back at all. They don't let the police dig for 3 or 4 days and keep asking questions to get a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there. People that want the truth to come out, tell the truth from the get-go and say, this is the truth, this is what happened. It's an accident. It's a tragic accident. The young man passed away. It stinks. It sucks. There's no reason why a baby should die. And a baby should be taken from, a beautiful little boy should be taken from this earth. There's no reason in the world why that should happen. And the only thing we can do to make it better or to make it make sense at all is to find out the truth on how it happened. Tell me the truth.
I have told you the truth.
Tell me what happened. If Gale did it, then tell me Gale gave him something.
No.
You know?
She didn't give him that.
Who did?
Nobody gave it to him. He got nothing on Saturday. He got nothing that I know of on Saturday.
Okay. Would you be willing to take a polygraph, a lie detector test?
Let's go.
Okay. Set it up. Give me a second. Let's see what we can do.
Investigators arranged for Elaine Trainor to take a polygraph.
When did it become admissible for a polygraph in court of law? Just out of curiosity, because I didn't think they were.
Well, they are. That's a misconception, but that's not what I'm here for. I'll be honest with you.
No, I was just wondering because, I mean, that's what I've always heard.
A lot of people are under that impression. I don't like polygraphs to go into court because that's not what I'm about. I'm about helping the case move forward.
I was just wondering because it's down here in black and white. That's the only reason I was wondering.
That's an observant question.
Yeah. I read a lot, so I want to know basically everything I can know before I proceed forward.
I commend you for that. Like I said, I don't have any dogs in the fight. I am not the police. But because we're in this little room together and I need to talk to you in order to set up a proper polygraph, I think it's important for me to let you know that those are your rights.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
Well, I got to tell you, I appreciate you hanging out here waiting for me, and I apologize that I was late.
Well, because, I mean, they said, okay, we're going to get, she should be here in a little while, and then I ain't see him again until just right now.
Well, there's two of you here, right?
Yeah.
Because
Gale?
Yeah. So that probably took a little bit longer. There's another issue. So keep in mind, because a lot of people, and you're very observant, so I appreciate that. And I commend you with even spending time here and coming down here, because a lot of people don't want to help solve a crime for whatever reasons. I'm not about solving the crime. I'm about verifying the truth. You know certain things that nobody else knows.
All right.
And what people misunderstand more than anything is how polygraph is really used a lot of time in these kind of cases. And that's to show, are you involved in it, or do they need to move and concentrate on somebody else? Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
So,
I mean, I'm just, I guess my biggest thing is I've had to go through a polygraph one other time in my life, and it was kind of, traumatic, so.
oh, you know what?
It was.
Where'd you have a polygraph?
It was back in
What state was it?
Michigan. Back
I didn't think they did
in
polygraphs in Michigan too much.
92.
Oh. All right. So you went in the wonderful polygraph era.
Yeah, it was. I was in a wonderful polygraph.
Well, you know what? The profession has grown up quite a bit, and I actually.
I would hope so.
I'll be the first one to admit you. There's a lot of polygraph people out there that don't know what they're doing because they're not required to. I'm required to. In fact, I have my PhD in psychology. So I look at it a little bit differently than the average person. And that's why I say I come to the table with one thing only. I know how to do this well enough to know whether you've told me the truth.
Okay.
And that's a big tool that you can have, because if we do the polygraph and you pass the polygraph, guess what I get to do? Detective, what's his name? John
Lathrop.
Okay, I say, detective, she passed her polygraph, she didn't do it. Okay? So and this, I know very little about it because I'm getting briefed very slowly here. Mm-hmm. So you know more about this than I do, and I apologize. So the purpose of the polygraph is, did you have anything to do with causing Michael's death?
Mm-hmm.
And that's very specific, okay?
All right.
And I go a step further, okay?
Okay.
People can do things, and they happen for all kinds of reasons,
right.
Okay? So accidents happen, frustration happens, people get mad, stuff happens. So I understand that those things happen. So in those cases, I go a step further. I want my polygraph to show, if you didn't do it, it's going to show you didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want to show, okay, she didn't do it, and hey, guess what? She's not even the kind of person that has the characteristics to do these kind of things. Because my advanced degrees allows me to go a step further to say, I know the characteristics of people that do certain kinds of things. Okay? So some of my questions are going to be so that I can show not only you didn't do it, whatever it is, and we haven't defined that yet, and that you're not the kind of person that would. So look elsewhere. Okay? I am here for you to give you a polygraph. I will talk to you to get to know you enough to give you the fairest polygraph, because I have to get to know you a little bit and find out what kind of person you are so I can ask you questions. My job as a polygraph examiner is that you pass your test, and I do everything in my power to do that.
Okay.
I can't make you do anything other than listen to what I have to say about it and have faith in me, and then I can get you through it. Okay? If you withhold, if you lie about the did you do it and the other questions, are you that kind of person, I'm going to know that.
Okay.
There's only one person in this room right now that knows
what actually happened, and that would be me.
After the test, however, because I'm directly linked to your body, which you can't control, I'm going to know. Okay, so then there'll be two of us that know. And that's a good thing. Okay? So I have some standard questions that I'm going to ask you. I don't, and I'm going to tell you this, that's why I hope that they go out and get you something to eat, because I take as much time as you need to get what you need to out there, so I can understand you enough to write you a fair test so you'll pass it. Okay, so we're kind of we're teamed up here. Okay? So bear with me while I go. So I have standard, this is not even your name. This is an old form I used on somebody else. I have some basic questions that I ask everybody before I give them a polygraph. All right. So here's some of the questions I already know the answers to. Most of the questions I'm asking for your opinion. Many of these questions don't have right or wrong answers, but they help me understand your personality, your characteristics. Okay? So just invest in this with me and we'll get through this, okay? All right. Elaine, why are you here to take polygraph today? In your opinion, why are you here today?
So that we can find out the truth about what happened to Michael. as to whether or not they think I had any part in it.
Okay. That's pretty accurate from what I said. And don't be offended by taking notes, because I got to take notes so I can write the questions. Because I don't have the questions written that I'm going to ask you yet.
Okay.
All right. So, what I understand is that Saturday,
Yes.
there's a 3-year-old.
Yes.
He's not your son.
No.
Family friend?
This is my godson.
Your godson?
Yes.
Okay. Your godson Michael is 3 years old, and something happened.
Yes.
Ambulance was called, and he didn't make it.
Right.
Okay. That's what I know. I know that, I think I was told, so the police are investigating what happened to Michael, because obviously they have to. It's an unexpected death, so that's their job to investigate it. And I commend you again, because the easiest way for them to narrow down what happened is give people polygraphs. If they're not involved, they're not involved. Let's move on to the next person, okay? They don't take these things lightly for obvious reasons. So, you understand we're here to talk about the death of Michael.
Yes.
And if you have any involvement or information that you haven't shared with the police.
Okay.
Okay? You know, and that's just as much, you know, that's being involved, not sharing information as being involved.
Basic as it can get.
All right, very good. So do you understand that's why, what we're investigating and why polygraph is here? All right. So, there's going to be some terms that I'm going to use, and I want to make sure we're on the same page. So as I go along, I'm going to probably, and I don't mean to insult you, but you and I have to understand the words the same. And as you know, a word can mean one thing to you, and it might mean something else to me. So some of those are pretty basic words and stuff like that. So I'm going to talk about, the basic issue is, did you have any part in causing Michael's death? So I need to define that more specifically. When I say cause, I mean it wasn't accidental. There was some other factor there. There was frustration, there was anger, there was just meanness.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't accidental. It wasn't because, here's a perfect example. And I've done this as a mother, I give my son Tylenol because he's got a fever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so running ragged.
Mm-hmm.
20 minutes later, I did this twice, which is horrible, and I hate to admit it. I give him more Tylenol. And all of a sudden, I realize, crap, I just did this because I just see myself playing in there. So now I'm thinking, I just overdosed my son with Tylenol.
Mm-hmm.
At his age, that was a pretty serious thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, nothing happened. I called poison control, and they told me what to do. Although, I had children and families come out and talk to me because it's like, what's going on here? Okay.
Right.
If, worst case scenario, something happened to him after I gave him that second dose of Tylenol,
Mm-hmm.
that's not perceived as an intentional act to cause harm. That's just an accident. It's a mistake. Okay.
Right.
I probably would think myself that I caused my son to be harmed, but in the eyes of the law,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the cause. It was an accident.
Mm-hmm.
So there's cause in the eyes of the law, and we feel responsible and guilty that we did it.
Okay.
Okay? You just told me that Michael's your godson.
Right.
You gotta, what I'm talking about when I say cause, I'm talking about the legal definition of cause.
Okay.
You did something out of the ordinary because you were angry, you were hateful, you lost control,
Mm-hmm.
and you did it. Not because you accidentally did something.
Okay.
Okay? Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense.
Okay.
I wish you would have given me my other photograph.
Well, good. I'm glad. That makes me good to hear that.
Because, it was when, they didn't talk to you. They sat you down in a chair, strapped you up, and...
This is too
Okay,
important.
they don't know you, and these are a list of questions.
Good.
And, yeah.
I got to know you to give you a fair polygraph, okay? And now I realize I'm only going to know you a little bit because we
Yeah.
only have a little bit of time.
Yeah, but I mean,
But
this
it's
little
important
conversation. This little conversation helps.
Good. I appreciate you saying that. So, when I say cause, I'm talking about the legal definition.
Right.
Okay. It's not like you gave medicine and you didn't realize you gave too much. Like it was only supposed to be a teaspoon, but it was a tablespoon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in some kids that could be enough, or in some medications that's enough to cause a lot of problems.
Right.
And we all make mistakes like that.
Right.
My own son, if he's running into the street as a toddler, and I yank him by the arm because I see the car coming and he doesn't, and I dislocate his shoulder, and I take him to the hospital, they're going to ask how that happened. I'm going to say I yanked his arm, and I'm probably going to get another visit from Children and Family Services, like, what are you doing to your son?
Right.
Well, there's a difference in the eyes of the law. I was trying to save my son's life, and I'm sorry I didn't mean to hurt him, but I'd rather him be alive with me and have a hurt shoulder than
be
to go
dead.
there.
Yes.
Now, if I'm just pissed off at Connor because he just can't seem to get it straight, that when I say sit in the living room and don't go out the door,
Yeah, no, that's totally different.
and I just pick him up by the arm and yank him,
Yeah.
that's a whole different story.
Yeah, that's totally
all right?
different.
So that's losing control and doing something you shouldn't do.
Right.
And the other is accident. That wasn't my purpose. Okay. So intention and purpose have a lot to do with anything that is involved with a criminal act.
Okay.
There has to be an intention there. There has to be a purpose that's beyond normal care. Okay. Okay. So it's important that we're on the same page about that.
Yes.
All right. So this is my basic obvious question. Obviously, I'm here to ask, did you have anything to do with purposefully causing the death of Michael? Lose control, whatever. It wasn't accidental. It wasn't medicinal overdose. It was, I lost it, I did this, or maybe I didn't lose it, I just wanted to do it. Whatever you did. Did you have anything to do, because that's going to be the main focus of on the test here. Did you, because if you did, I'll tell you this. We all lose control sometimes, okay? So if you did do it, tell me now. Let's not take the polygraph. Let's talk about it and get it worked out before we proceed any further. But the question is, did you knowingly do something to Michael that resulted in his death?
No.
Okay. So that's going to be one of the two main focuses that I'm going to focus on the test questions here. There'll be something related to that. Okay? Perfect. All right. Do you know for sure who did have something to do with causing Michael's death? Before I answer that, let me explain know for sure.
Okay.
You can only know something for sure if you did it yourself, if you saw the person yourself do it, you were there and saw it, or the person that actually did it told you firsthand. I'm not talking about hearing something from neighbor, and passing through a bunch of things where you heard a rumor. I'm talking about the person who did it told you, you saw it, or you did it. Those are the only ways you can know anything for sure. So do you know for sure who caused Michael's death?
No.
Okay. This is easier, right? How do you feel about even being here today to talk about this?
I knew it was coming. You know, after the other day with the questions and, you know, the first night with the questions and being outside and all the questions for how long it took, because I know they have to gather evidence, whole 9 yards. Let's see, I'm like a crime scene buff and stuff like that.
Okay.
All the shows I watch, I read a lot of books, and majority of the mystery novels that I read are about cops and the things they do and stuff. So I'm.
Oh, good. We're both forensic experts.
So I'm very interested in how things work.
Good. So
I knew the questions was coming, and when he called today after, you know, I guess it was just the fact that today was already a rough day because we had just got out of court this morning because, you know, when this all came down, they took the other kids.
Okay. So all the kids.
And so they were, you know, it's a change of placement because they were placed at first in the shelter with Grandma, at Grandma's house, which is Gale.
Right.
And I'm helping caregive for the kids.
Okay.
So today was for them to say that, okay, they're going to foster care someplace else, and, you know, and that at this point in time, that Grandma can have no contact until all this is resolved.
Okay.
And all the kids wanted to say and see today. Yeah, they got to see Mom and Dad. They got to see me for a second. But the only other person they wanted to see, which they couldn't get, well, the only other two people they wanted to see that they couldn't get to see was, first of all, Grandma. Because Grandma, where's Grandma? Oh, where's Grandma? Where's Grandma? Where's Grandma?
So she wasn't in court?
She didn't go upstairs because we were coming up the elevator. We were coming up the elevator to the third floor. She started to get sick, so I got off with her on the second floor and make sure she was gonna be okay.
Okay.
Mom and Dad went on up. Kids were out there. So
who was the other person they didn't get to see? You said they wanted to see
about Michael.
I'm sorry?
They're asking about Michael.
They were asking about. So
they don't know yet.
Oh.
As far as I know, they don't know yet because Tristan, the oldest brother, is 7. Gabrielle is 4.
Oh, yeah.
And Alex is 2.
Right. Okay, so this happened on Saturday, right?
Yeah, this happened Saturday, but court was...
So you had the kids until yesterday?
No. They
went away. They usually probably go away.
They took them when they got done, all said and done, which was basically Sunday morning because we didn't get back in the house until 7 o'clock.
Okay, so you've been running ragged.
Yeah.
All right, so you were in court today, and that was not a good day.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, you know, tensions was high, so when he called and said he wanted us to come down and talk to him and everything, and then they said, well, maybe they have some news. I said, yes, quite possible they have some news. So when he brought us on back and sat us down in the little lobby back here for where he was had us, and he said he had to set up some rooms, and it was like, oh, so maybe he's going to give us some information. No, this is an interview.
Okay, because you really probably hadn't been interviewed since Saturday, right? Maybe briefly.
Yes, because they came back to the house
Oh, they
with
did?
the ME's detective person,
Oh, okay.
investigator, and some more crime scene techs to videotape everything, and then he was asking questions.
Well, they do take this pretty seriously.
Yes, I know they do, and I have no issues with that. But you know, I knew what today was gonna be. You know, after we got here and after what he said, setting up rooms and stuff, I knew what today was gonna be about.
Well, obviously you're wanting to cooperate because here you sit.
All right.
Good for you. All right, so tensions were high, you said earlier. Was that between you and somebody, or just the whole atmosphere?
The atmosphere.
Okay, because that's a pretty...
of not knowing.
Okay.
Story.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you think somebody actually did something to Michael that should not have been done that caused his death?
No.
Do you think that's what happened? Whether it was you, Gale, somebody else in the house?
No, I know of no one who would harm that one.
Okay. Who would have had the opportunity? And this, again, remember I said I was going to ask you hypothetical questions, like what if kind of questions. So who would have had an opportunity to do harm to him? And I'm talking again, purposeful harm.
I don't know how to answer that. To be truthfully honest, I don't know how to answer that because I was in the house. Gale was in the house. Dad was in the house for a minute, but then he went outside fishing. We were the 3 people in the house.
Okay.
Other than Mom and a few aunts and uncles, we are the closest ones to these kids. I don't know of not a one of us who were intentionally, unintentionally harm these kids.
So remind me, what's Dad's name?
Douglas.
Okay, Douglas?
Douglas Garrigus.
Okay,
Doug.
Was Doug in the house? So was Doug in the house that night too? He was for a certain part of time.
He was for up until like right before Michael went down, or right as he was going down for his nap.
Okay. Hypothetical question. Why would anyone want to hurt Michael?
I can't see anyone wanting to hurt Michael. I mean,
keeping in mind human emotions and how we all let stuff happen and build up.
Right, I mean, unless only in a drastic case of taking punishment. Maybe taking punishment just a step too far.
Too far.
But, I mean, we've had the discussions and we've gotten to that point where, we'll do a timeout.
Right.
Whether he's sitting with his hands crossed, head on the table, sitting on the floor cross-legged, hands on knees, head down, or, okay, you go to your room and you sit there because I can't talk to you right now. See, Michael likes to say it, and Michael's... See, here's the other thing. Michael's is, like half Guatemalan or something like that. And he picks up things from his older brother. His older brother is Tristan.
Okay.
Or Bo, as I call him, because that's his nickname, Bo. Bo's ADHD. Bo says whatever pops up in his head, whatever he's heard on TV.
Mm-hmm.
So, Michael gets upset. I don't like you, Elaine. I'm going to hurt you, Elaine. I'm going to kill you, Elaine.
Michael said that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he'll hear it from Bo, because Bo might have picked it up from school, or you can pick it up from TV, video games, whatever.
Really?
And at this, yeah, of course. But at this age, which we all try to get people to understand, is it don't necessarily have to be something we were saying, because Bo's very inquisitive, so
right.
we're having a conversation about whatever. It could be a conversation about something that happened on the news, okay?
Right.
We need to start spelling stuff out, because
kids are always smarter than we realize.
Because Bo will pick it up, and he'll look at you the whole time. He's got that blank stare at you the whole time, so he's picking up every word. Or, we have to send him out of the room or something, or, a whisper in each other's ear. Okay, so did you find out about this, or something like that? But when Michael would get upset, and, if he's laying there doing something that he doesn't want to do, he gets very vocal about, Elaine, I don't like you. Grandma, I don't like you.
Oh, he reminds me of Mike Colton. Okay.
So,
very vocal. All right.
After a minute, you don't want to hear it. Okay. Go to your room. Just go to your room. And, because, there's somebody always there. There's usually not one adult around. There's usually more than one adult around. And, and somebody sees me, okay, start to get a little bit upset. Elaine, go outside. Go grab your Kindle. And since, I read so much, I grab my Kindle, I'll go outside, I'll start reading. Or I'll go outside and start mowing the grass. Sweat it out, get physical with something else, sweat it out, come back inside. Okay, so, Michael, you still mad at me? Yes. Why? Because you won't let me do. But why? You were bad. And that's how we've helped each other, me and Gale, help each other, okay? If things are she's starting to get upset, I was like, okay, you just need to get in bed, roll over, lay down, take a nap, something like that. Michael, come on, let's go in the other room. Or Gabby, come on, let's go in the other room. Bo, get to the table, sit down, put your head down, don't move, don't talk, don't say nothing. If it's the 2-year-old, Alex, just be quiet.
So I understand. You got a house full of kids, so,
Yes.
all right. And you put yourself on timeout because you feel that frustration.
Yes, we have to.
Okay. So,
I mean, I don't think of anybody who could not have to put themselves on timeout at times.
I'm hearing you. Okay. So I'm not saying you did this. Have you ever Have you ever just been pushed to that point and thought, not did, but thought that you just wanted to do something out of the ordinary just to make your point?
No.
Just thought about it.
No, because, there are times when, because me and Gale's had this discussion. That's like, I get that the non-violence, the non-spanking that you're preaching, but there are times when, if they are being harmful to themselves, even though, and we're going to explain it, because I'm going to talk to them first.
Right.
I'm going to explain why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Okay.
And then we've talked about it, and we said, okay, yeah, there are times when a spanking is called for, and it's bare butt, 5 swats. That's it.
Okay.
And it's you lay over the bed, they pull their pants down, they lay over the bed, and they have to count them.
Okay. I remember my dad making us do that. So I understand that you believe that corporal punishment is okay. I was raised that way. For discipline.
I was raised that way too, and I have the only issues I remember about having with it growing up was the fact that me and my parents they didn't talk to me about it. Okay, I know I'm in trouble. I know I'm gonna get a spanking, but can we talk about this first?
They didn't give you that chance, huh?
Yeah, and I prefer to. Okay, do you know why you're gonna get a spanking? Yes, because I did such and such. Are you supposed to do such and such? So why'd you do it? Because I wanted to. Now, is that the right thing to do? No.
Okay. Tell me, this is about you. Why would you, Elaine, not be the kind of person that would just get to that breaking point and actually pick up and do something that you knew was going to cause harm, but you just couldn't stop yourself? Why wouldn't you do something like that? Because some people do. We read it about in the paper all the time. Why wouldn't Elaine do that?
I just can't. I can't cause harm like that. I'm more of a giver, receiver. With everything that's going on, because I've been accused of this a lot because they say I don't show emotion. But you have to understand me to know the type of emotion I show.
And then I show it the way other people show it then. Huh?
Right. The DCF worker that came, that gave the drug test and everything, and she's like, well, you're not showing any emotion. I was like, lady, I'm in shock. Everybody around you would tell you I'm in shock. Yeah, I, got upset for a minute and everything, but Gale's been through so much.
So you seem like you're the strong one in this.
Yeah, but I am, but I'm not.
I know, I feel you there too.
I am, but I'm not.
You don't want to be strong sometimes. Okay.
I knew I needed to help hold it together for her, because she had to help hold it together for her and her son.
Okay.
And she's only seen me break down out of the 13, 14 years we've known each other. Because I can't remember if it's 13 or 14 at this point.
It's a long time.
I don't think she's seen me break down one time. Okay. I've seen her break down a few times, but it's understandable. The death of her, the loss of her husband, because he died of cancer. He was terminal. He died of cancer. So that was understandable.
When did he die?
I don't remember. I believe it's 03.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was 03.
Well,
it was before we moved down here to Florida. So, no. It was 03? No, it was 02. I'm sorry. It was 02.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me get back onto my little hypothetical questions here. Somebody who loses control and hurts a child, what should happen to that person who does those kind of things? Remember, I'm just asking for your opinion. There's no right or wrong answer here.
It depends on if it's accidental or malicious. If it's accidental, yes, I understand because of the law, something must happen.
Mm-hmm.
But that person deserves some counseling and some help. Now, if it's malicious, put them in jail, throw away the key, okay, and just walk away.
And that's a good point. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by malicious?
That shows no, not so much remorse, but how do I say this right? Just mean and vindictive.
Okay.
Just a mean, cold-hearted, don't care type of person.
Right.
I mean, you hear about it every day. You know there are some people like that out there in the world that just don't care about anybody, anything. I've been blessed never to meet one.
Oh, just for you, I've met a couple. I probably married a couple.
I've been blessed never to meet one. I've really been around one, but I mean, because everybody I know, you've got to have some type of feeling, some type of hurt, some type of something, and to be that cruel and dishonest and hurtful to a child.
Okay.
I can't see
all
that.
right, that's my definition of malicious. That's good. We're on the same page about a lot of things. All right, so you've already complimented me and said I'm not like your previous polygraph examiner. Thank you very much. So hopefully that you have more confidence in me. How do you think you're going to do on the polygraph today?
I think I'm going to pass it. I'm going to speak the truth. I'm going to speak the truth.
Excellent. All right, so I kind of already asked you this. Who had the opportunity? Who do you think did this to Michael? Who do you think caused his death? Who do you think dropped the ball or got pushed over the edge with anger or whatever it was?
I don't know.
Okay. I don't expect you to know everything. That's why I'm asking your opinion. Back to the person who would harm a child.
Yes.
I think you've already answered this, but it's on my list.
Mm-hmm.
They deserve a second chance? Even if it was really overboard and uncharacteristic or malicious even. Do they deserve a second chance?
After you've spent some time in jail, whether it be straight criminal or, psychiatric, whatever, get some intense counseling and figure out what's going on with that person, and then we can talk.
That's a good answer. All right, so now you fill me in. I want you to tell me everything you know about what happened. When did this happen? In the afternoon?
Yes.
Evening? Okay. So from that morning, Saturday morning, give me your story. Take me through everything you know. Now, this is your chance to fill in all the details because I can listen to Detective Lathrop and I can listen to this detective and I can read the police report and I can talk to the neighbors and I can talk to Gale, all I want.
Mm-hmm.
But there's all sides to a story and you're part of the side of that story. So I want you to make sure I have the clearest picture of what went on that day.
Okay. Oops. Well, as far as when the kids started really getting up and around that day, it was about 9:30, 10. I don't think we actually came out of the room until like 10:30 because, I was trying to get them to understand it's Saturday. Can we sleep in, please? It's not like we can go watch cartoons. Because you guys don't know how to sit there and just watch them. You like to scream and holler. So which means Grandma's not going to cut on cartoons. Elaine also happens to like cartoons. So Elaine can't watch cartoons either. So might as well not be out by the TV. So 10:30 we finally came out of the room.
Okay.
Lined up Gabby and Michael. Because Alex was somewhat awake, but he's really not awake. And they're still not quite awake enough. They're awake, but they're still not quite functional enough to sit down and actually eat breakfast where they're actually going to eat it and not play around.
Okay.
So, do the potty thing. Gabby goes first. No problem. Because Alex is still in his crib. He's in there. He's loud and obnoxious, and Bo's still in the bed asleep. So I'm not worried about Bo. Bo probably would have slept longer if we had let him, but so he's doing that. Gabby went potty. She came out. She went and sat down. I set Michael in, and I smelled something because there's cats at the house. There's there's one big cat and there's a few other cats. So one of the cats didn't hit the litter box, and I smelled it. So I said, Michael, go in here, take off your pajamas. I had no issues with this. Go take off your pajamas, pull off your pillow, get on the toilet, go potty. He's been doing it for a good 3 months at least.
Okay.
So, no problem. So I stepped back out of the bathroom door. There's, the scraper and the scooper. So I picked that up, tossed it in, because I didn't touch it or anything, so I didn't have to, run down the hall and go wash my hands. Step back into the bathroom, and Michael's forehead was wet. His top of his head wet right here. I was like, okay, Michael, what you doing? Didn't say anything. Michael, what did you do? Keep in mind, the bathroom sink, we had disconnected the water. There's only one other water source in the bathroom.
Oh.
And I did flush before Gabby walked out. I always flush before one kid goes and the other, if there's any possibility of them being in there by themselves. So, did get flushed. It was clean water. He got himself a drink. Yes, he did end up getting in trouble for this. He got up. I said, Michael, you're not supposed to drink out of the toilet. He's like, yeah, I know. You know you're going to get spanked. Yes, I know. You know you're going to get spanked. Yes, I know. What'd you do wrong? I got water out of the toilet. So he stood up. Stood up and was pulling up his pull-up. I stopped him, slaughtered him a couple times on the butt, and said, no, you know you're not supposed to do this. He got mad. He was still mad. He was still crying, fussing. He was mad. He's Michael. He pulled up his pull-up, put on his pajamas, came down, sat down, and Grandma was like, okay, so what's going on? Michael's, look at I didn't say anything. I said, just look at Michael. I said, just look at him. It's like, why is his head wet? Look at Michael. You tell me. Where'd we just come from? She's like, oh, so he was in the toilet. Sit down, legs crossed, head down. Because she was getting ready to come on TV. So, no TV. So, nobody got to watch TV that morning.
Oh, boy.
So, he's sitting down. He's upset. They're talking about it. Gabby's sitting down on the floor. Because I had to go back. I went back and I grabbed Alex out of his playpen. Out of his crib, and then changed him and everything, brought him down, and put him in the playpen because I still wasn't ready to start breakfast yet.
Okay.
I got him settled and everything, got him in the playpen, got him around, then went back to get Bo. He's an interesting one to get up. So, I'm, Bo, pull the covers off him. Bo, sit him up. Stand him up. Bo, get up. Okay. Is it time to go to school yet? Bo, it's Saturday. Okay, can I eat? Yes, go potty. So, he went potty. Came back. He was, came out of the bathroom. Everything, sat down at the table. And it's like, okay, so we're going to do lunch. And it's about between 11:30, 11:45 at this point in time. So, it's late lunch, early breakfast. You know what I mean? So, I gave him some cereal. What's cereal again? No, he didn't get cereal. He got a peanut butter. He got 2 halves of peanut butter sandwich. My fault. He did get 2 halves of the peanut butter sandwich because it was getting late, and he. Did you get cereal or did you get peanut butter? Gabby got peanut butter. Michael got peanut butter. Alex got some peanut butter. Paul got cereal and peanut butter. That's right.
Okay, so Bo ate.
Yeah, Bo ate and everything, and then he walked in, while he was eating, he walked into the kitchen, because Grandma said, walk into the kitchen and whisper something in your ear. You eat all your food, you don't cause no problems, you get your drink, and then when you're done, you go put your clothes on, and then you can go out in the courtyard, because once you come out, there's a little courtyard in front of the house, but it's all gated in and fenced in and everything, and that's where the playset is. So he's like, you get everything done. Outside play. So he had everything done. He didn't say anything to his brothers and sister about what Grandma told him or anything. So he was being good. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. So we went and did that. And then we've been separating them as far as when they eat, because they mock each other and stare at each other while they're trying to eat.
Gosh.
So Bo went first. Then Gabby. And she kind of played around a little bit, so she almost didn't get a chance to go outside. But she ended up going. So she went. And then, we said, okay, timeout's done, Michael, everything. Maybe, you sit down, you eat. No fussing, no arguing, no fighting. Just go ahead and eat it and be done. Get dressed and, maybe you can go outside, because Gabby doesn't know how to be quiet. So he ate half his sandwich. He ate the first half of the half sandwich, and then he ate part of the second half of the half sandwich, and then he just decided that, I'm done. I don't want no more. I'm done. Okay, you didn't finish your lunch the way you're supposed to, because basically it would amount to 1 peanut butter sandwich. So, because of the fact that they had got up so late, that's why we really didn't do cereal and the lunch brunch thing, because, as soon as they come back in from, if things would have progressed right, as soon as they come back in from being outside for about an hour or so, they're going to eat again. So
Right.
He was fussy and he didn't want to eat. And, but that's not unusual for Michael. So at this point in time, we didn't think anything of it. Okay, you don't want to eat, you don't get to get dressed and go outside. You get to sit in here and be in timeout, and you can talk to us and tell us as to why that you don't want to do what you're supposed to be doing. Alex, on the other hand, is, he's 2. You break him off pieces and you hand it to him, so, he's good. And he got done eating, and then he got back in his playpen to jump around and talk to you about Lord knows what. So it was, just those 2 inside and everything. And then, I got up, I went out and checked on Bo and Gabby, made sure everything was okay, the whole 9 yards. About this time, I'd say it was close to 1, maybe 1:15, somewhere in there. At this time, Dad had showed up, and okay, I walked back in the house, because he came in the house. We walked back in the house to, so he can let Gale know that he was there and everything. And he went back outside and played with Bo, because Gabby came back in. Gabby came back in because in the courtyard, Grandma's got some benches and stuff and got some fake flowers on them and everything. They were playing just fine out there. Well, Gabby grabbed a flower and plucked a flower off, and she knows she's not supposed to, so she came inside because she got in trouble. And she's like, well, why Gabby come inside? Because asked Gabby what she did. And Gabby told Grandma. It's like, you're not supposed to do that, and you know you're not supposed to do this. So, Bo was outside. He was still outside playing. I said, you can stay outside. You can stay outside and play. Dad went back outside and played with them. So they started playing catch and everything. And, Gabby's sitting in timeout. And Michael at this point in time is still belligerent, mad, and everything else. So we tried to get him to lay down on the throw rug right by Grandma's bed. Because sometimes that's the best way to take it, for him to take a nap. You lay down on the throw rug, pull your blanket up, grab your blanket, put your blanket up, and you lay right here. You're taking a nap, but, as long as you still got to have some separation to take a nap.
Okay.
Or some quiet time. So, but he was getting, he was still being kind of loud and obnoxious, and, it's getting about that time that Alex was trying to fall out. He's trying to fall out. And I was like, okay, let me get Alex to go down. I can get everybody else to go down. Maybe we can go outside, relax, or maybe, whatever. Might be a good Saturday, which would be a beautiful thing. So we tried that for a little while, and he got louder and louder and yelling, and started yelling at Grandma, one up, Grandma don't like you, things like that. So she's like, okay, I've had enough. I've had it. Take him back to his room and put him in his room for timeout. And timeout nap. Because all we wanted was 20 minutes of quiet. That's all we were trying to require.
Okay.
That's all we were trying to require. Man, I'd have took 5 minutes of him not yelling. So I took him back, laid him down in his bed. Or he crawled up in his bed and laid down. I put the blanket over. I was like, give me 5 minutes, Mike. 5 minutes. Be quiet for 5 minutes. Okay, Mike. Elaine, I want out. Elaine, I want to get up. I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to go outside. I want to drink. I want. So I just, okay, fine. I closed the door and I walked out. And went back, sat down, and, he was still hollering and screaming. Good 10 minutes later, so Grandma went back. And, she talked to him for a while. It seemed like he settled down. So, I was still out there with the other kids, and Bo was still outside with his dad. She came back out. He seemed settled for a minute, but as soon as basically he knew that door was closed, I want this. So, we gave it a few more minutes. I went back and checked on him again. By this point in time, he had moved from his toddler bed to Alex's crib. Because, the sides come down.
Oh.
But even if the side didn't come down, Michael can climb. He's done it before. He's done it countless times. It used to be Michael's crib, so he used to climb out of it all the time anyway. So he climbed up into the crib. And I came in there, and I was like, okay, so Alex has this rolled up pillow. It looks like a little long Tootsie Roll tube or something. So that pillow was in there. Michael has a leopard pillow. Okay?
Okay.
He grabbed that. He had his blanket. And in the process of all this, at least I believe in the process of all this because I wasn't actually in there to see this. He also had one of the pillows off the bed, which, you know, it was the bed I slept in with Bo that night because it was their first night in this bedroom. Because normally they'd sleep in the dining room, bedroom area for where Gale is, because she's got a big king-size bed. There's a futon, there's a little chase, and everything. We were keeping the kids out there because when they first got placed in our care, they were, you know, it was they didn't want to be in the room by themselves because, you know, they were taken away from mom and how they were taken away from mom. So we kept them all together. This was the first night that we actually slept in this bedroom because they didn't want to be in. They were like, you know, they acted scared to be in the room. So that's why I slept in there with them that first night. So one of the pillows that I had used the night before ended up in the bed with Michael. I wasn't in the room to see how it got there. So, but he had his rolled up pillow, Alex's rolled up pillow, and he was laying face up with the blanket up. He had his leopard pillow on the side and my pillow on top of him. And he was staring at me. And I was like, "Are you comfortable?" And he just kind of looked at me. I was like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah." "Need anything? I want to get up." "No, you just lay here, calm down, be good." And I was like, "Give me." I'm still trying to get 20. I said 5. Heck, I think I even said 2 minutes. Just give me something. Just be quiet, okay? Because if you were in the room, he was just whining a little bit. But as soon as the door closed, he got very vocal. So we talked for a minute and everything. I said, "You gonna calm down and be good?" Yes, Elaine, I'm gonna calm down and be good." "You gonna stop yelling?" "Yes, Elaine, I'm gonna stop yelling." "Okay. But you gotta stop yelling and get up." "Okay." So that's how he said it. So I was like, "Okay, so let me go back out the room." Went to the bathroom and everything and went back down and sat down to talk to Gale a little bit, and then smoked a cigarette. And we sat there. We talked for a minute. Was looking at TV and everything, and I can still hear him and everything. So didn't think anything of it. Went out and told Doug that Bo needed to come in because it was kind of hot Saturday and everything. And he's real pale and everything, so didn't want him to get sunburned or overheated. So he came on in. Then Doug went out back fishing because the kids are allowed to play in the front, but they're not allowed to play in the back.
Okay.
And she is in a deeded community in the Fort Myers Shores, so right on the Caloosahatchee.
Oh, okay.
So
there's some fishing there.
Yeah, so he went out back and started going fishing.
Okay.
And everything, and Bo was in the house and everything, and he hears Michael screaming and stuff, and he's like, "Elaine, you got to get him to stop screaming because he'll hold his head."
Bo starts doing that rocking.
He doesn't like loud noises. Yeah, and I swear he does that on purpose, but that's just my opinion because I've known Bo since he was born. So, but and he was like, you gotta get Michael to stop screaming, it's hurting my ears. You gotta get Michael to stop screaming, it's hurting my ears. And I was like, he's gonna be alright. He's and he's somewhat got a little bit quieter and everything. And I was like, see, there you go. He calmed down. So I didn't think anything of it, because it's happened before like this. He'll start out yelling and everything. He'll calm down, which means he's either settled down and given us our 20 minutes or he falls asleep. What else was I, supposed to think? That's the way I, thought the day was going. So I thought everything was good. So, everybody else is calmed down, doing what they're supposed to. TV's on, watching a little TV and everything. And, he's still quiet and everything. And, a couple times one of the kids had to get up and go to the bathroom. I'd step over to the door and listen. And no crying, no screaming, no anything. So I'm like, okay, good. Because if I open the door creaks.
Right. You don't want to wake him up.
So don't want to open the door. So I step over to it. I listen because I can't hear anything else. Because, the TV's at the other end, but the TV's volume's not up that high.
Okay.
So, and the kids were being quiet because, they all know there's no yelling, no screaming, no running, or anything like that in Grandma's house. You don't do those things. You walk, you talk very respectfully, and then, if you do the things if you do what you're supposed to do, you get to do things.
Right.
Like go outside and play. Get some possibly get some one-on-one time with, because I'll sit down and read to the kids. But, if you're real good and, you might get a one-on-one reading session with me. Or, coloring, or depending on, what's going on.
Okay.
Or, maybe some extra homework time that, to write your numbers or letters or whatever. So, we had, I took Bo and Gabby back to the bathroom. They went to the bathroom and everything, and, I, still wasn't hearing anything from Michael, and didn't hear anything unusual or anything. And went back down, sat down, and watched TV and stuff. And it got to be between, I want to say, when I looked over at the clock when I went in that room and found them, I want to say it was 6:30. They tell me it's 5:30, but I want to say it was 6:30. For some reason or another, I looked at that clock and I swore it said 6:30. I could be wrong. I don't remember. All I know is I thought that clock said 6:30 when I did. So, and for Michael to sleep a couple hours is not unusual.
Okay.
So, I went in his room, and he was in the crib. He was no longer on his back. He was on his stomach. Head turned this way. The blanket kind of up.
Mm-hmm.
A pillow here, a pillow here, and the other white pillow towards the back. Just like this. And I'm like, Mikey, and he's sweaty. Like, real sweaty, like drenched. So, I pulled the blanket off, tossed the blanket off and everything, because not even thinking about it, just tossed the blanket off and everything. I pick him up, get him in the arms, and, his, eyes open. So, I don't think anything of it. But I'm like, Mike, I can't. I'm not getting a response. So, I started to get nervous. Real nervous. Mike was not getting a response. I said, so maybe he overheated himself. Maybe he got a little bit overheated. Because, that's when I started getting the eye movements and stuff. And my heart's beating so fast, so I can't tell it. He's actually breathing. So I pulled his pajamas off because he's wet. So I'm trying to cool him down, and he always wears the footy pajamas. Majority of all the kids wear the footy pajamas, or but Bo wears like the flannel 2-piece pajamas because Grandma keeps it cool in the house.
Okay.
So, and they don't necessarily like to keep big blankets on, so we try to make sure if they don't, at least they stay warm. I pulled off his pajamas, walked him, a couple steps over, walked him to the bed, laid him down, and was rubbing him, and I swear he looked at me. So, trying to get him to respond and stuff, and I'm not getting anything. And I'm like, okay, pick him up. And then still trying to get him to respond, rubbing on his chest, and like, okay, Michael. And I walk in the hallway, step in the hallway, open the door, step in the hallway, and make sure that at this point in time, because Bo's watching TV, so he really can't see me. I can see him. I mean, it's still a situation that if he had turned around and looked, he would have seen me.
Yeah.
But I kind of just like stuck my head around the corner, so if he looked, he didn't see that I had Michael in my arms and everything. I was like, Grandma. And she's like, what? No, Grandma, you need to come here, and you need to come here now. So she got up, she came down, and then, I had him back on the bed at this point.
Okay.
Because, I have bad needs, she got bad needs and everything, so we figured just, maybe just, rub him up, get him moving. And then she's not getting a response. I'm not getting a response. And then she's like, okay, we need to start CPR and everything. So she's like, go grab a phone and I'm going to start CPR. And then come back to the room, and I'm on the phone with them, and they say we need to put him on the floor. So we put him on the floor. And she's still, doing the CPR and everything, and they're like, okay, tell me what's going on, and I was like, okay, well, she got him to puke up some stuff, he like I said puked up, but I mean I know he just regurgitated the peanut butter, because peanut butter was the last thing, and this really was the last thing in his system.
Okay.
So it was just all liquid. And, and they're like, well, clean out his mouth. And Grandma's like, I can't get his mouth open. So I was like, I put my finger in there and I pulled down a little bit, and, I got his mouth open, and, we kind of swiped the airway and everything. And, and then they're like, okay, well, we got the ambulance coming and everything. And then she set the phone down, she put on speaker, she set the phone down, and then I took over doing the chest compressions and the breathing and stuff, because she went down the hallway to the table and everything, and then she picked up her phone, she texted Doug, told him to come in the house and get the kids, because, didn't need them there with everybody coming in and out, and then somebody needed to be down there also, because, she's got some exotic cats, so they can't get out and everything. So, and at that point, we thought, everything was going good. The MPs, the EMTs, came in and everything. They started doing the resuscitation, and they had the little pump thing to put down his throat to try to get stuff and everything. And they were in there. I was in there for a minute with them, and then the officers had me come out and everything, and they said they got some vitals.
Yeah.
They said they had got a response and everything. So at least that's what they told us. In the long run, we found out that he had already been gone. But I don't get the point of why he had to lie to us. I have a real time grasping that.
Who lied to you? The EMT or the?
What is that?
Okay. He said
that when they got him into the, when they got him into the ambulance, that, they had his vitals, that he was responding. So.
Okay, so he was one of the probably first police officers on scene, I guess, because I'm sure they always call an officer out when there's an ambulance call. Okay.
And then they said that, they got a response then, and then, they leave and everything. And I guess, and me and Gale, like, because they have us sitting outside at this point in time. Because, everybody's going in and everything. Just to keep us, we figured just to keep us out of the way and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So, excuse me. The ambulance leaves and the fire trucks leave and everything. And I think anything of it. I mean, I guess if what had happened what was going on wouldn't have been going on, I probably would have realized that something else was going on, because there was no sirens, no nothing. They were moving quickly, but there were still no sirens, no nothing. And we sat outside for another few hours or whatever. And then, they said that, they called. He's like, yeah, doctors is working on him right now. And, they got some vitals. And yes, it was one of the first cops on the scene.
In uniform, or
yeah,
wasn't it? Because the detective wouldn't have been out there right away.
In uniform.
Okay.
No, the detective was the one that Lathrop was the one that actually told us that he had passed. And then, a few hours later, everybody starts showing up here, showing up there, showing up here, showing up here. I see the detective and everything, and then see crime scene and everything, and then we're like sitting outside and everything, and she's like, can you tell us what's going on? And he's like, oh, I'm sorry to tell you that Michael's passed. And my world kind of crumbled. Michael's my buddy. Michael was, from the time he could walk, he was my shadow. Because I spend 6 to 8 months in Florida every year.
Oh, okay.
Because, I go back to Michigan to help take care of my dad. My dad turned like 76, 77, yeah, somewhere here.
He's almost as old as I am.
So, I help take care of my dad. He's getting older. Yeah. He can still legally drive. And stuff like that. It's just when I'm in town for him, I do all the stuff I need to do for him. So I'm his unpaid caregiver.
He pays you with love, doesn't he?
Yes, he pays me with love.
So you live in Florida, and you go back.
Technically, you might as well say I live in Michigan because all my ID is Michigan.
Okay, so technically you live in Michigan, but you come here.
Yeah, but I try to spend more time down here than I do up there. I try to spend the winter here.
I was going to say, let me guess which time of year you come into Florida.
Yeah, I try to spend the winter here. I mean, like, this year when I came down, because I didn't come down until May, I probably would have been here sooner, but my dad had his second knee surgery. And, because the time before that I went, because I went back because he was getting ready. He was thinking about it. He wasn't quite sure if he was going to do it. So, he had a couple more doctor's appointments. So, and he wasn't cold yet. So I was like, okay, fine. We'll get this figured out. Maybe I can make it. maybe I can make it back down and get out of this weather. But anyway, my dad had his knee surgery, which didn't happen until January, so of course I was stuck. And then I still couldn't leave because, you know, even major reconstructive knee surgery, it's still basically outpatient.
Right. Yeah, it is.
So he went from there to a rehab in facility, you know, care rehab, which is basically just fine and everything. But the problem is, my dad's like, okay, I need this. Okay, I need this. I need this. I need this. I need this. So I take care of my dad, but his baby sister, my Aunt Sting, she's, I think, 65. Between 62 and 65. I'm also, you know, her driver.
You are a professional unpaid caregiver, aren't you?
Then a couple sisters I help take care of because my sister that's 10 years older than me had a very bad stroke back in 2006. And she has a caregiver, but, you know, for some of the physical stuff. And
so, Elaine, let me get this straight.
Yeah.
You go from Michigan to Florida more than once a year to take care of family members and friends.
Right.
That's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When did you come here this time?
May 20th. Or around 20th.
So you've been here since May?
Mm-hmm.
End of May?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you ended up here today.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I see how that all went down. Thank you for giving me all that detail. So what I understand, basically, that day in particular, Michael was pretty much cranky all day long.
Mm-hmm.
And sometime in the evening, late afternoon,
Mm-hmm.
he finally settled down.
Mm-hmm.
And you took advantage of that.
Mm-hmm.
But you checked on, you know, listened to the door and stuff
Mm-hmm.
every now and then. And then sometime around 5:30 or 6:30, whoever,
Mm-hmm.
whatever, you went in and you found him
Mm-hmm.
not very arousable, and then
Mhm.
you found out you couldn't arouse him at all. He was unresponsive, and then you called. Who
Right.
called 911?
I did.
Okay, so you called 911, and then that whole thing started.
Right.
Okay. And that was on Saturday,
Mm-hmm.
and here we are today.
Mhm.
Okay. Is there anything else, anything about that day that stands out, that's different? Anything unusual?
No. No. It was.
Just your typical chaotic Saturday?
It's a typical day.
Okay.
You know, we always pray that, you know, we want. It's like, okay, maybe they'll be good. This can be a real good Saturday. They can go outside, they can play, they can wear themselves out, and yeah, blah blah blah. Maybe we could, you know, get an early night. You know, things that, you know, parents with toddlers and young kids dream about.
Right. So let me ask you this, Elaine. You and Gale seem to be very devoted to each other.
He is one of my closest friends.
You've been friends for, you said, 13, 14 years.
Mm-hmm.
Are they more than friends?
No.
Okay. There's a very strong bond between you two, it seems like.
There's feelings, but it's not going anywhere.
Okay. Okay, so I think I've got... Do you think I understand? I mean, as I repeated it to you, do you think I understand
Oh, yeah.
what was going on that day? Okay.
Yeah, because for somebody who just met me to pick up on how me and Gale feel about each other, that's good.
I've lived a long life. I've done a lot of things and experienced a lot of things myself. We're human. I'm human too. Polygraph examiners are human too.
Oh, I know that. It's just that, you know, most people...
When I first met Gale, I said, I did pick up on it right away. I said, this is a very tight relationship. There's something there. Okay, so maybe it's a little frustrating because it can't be more or something. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to make you weepy.
I mean, it used to be, but I've had too many relationships end where, you know, it started out friends and then something developed and we're still supposed to be friends, but yet we're not. And I can't lose the type of friendship that me and Gale have.
So you're not going to risk
We can
that.
talk about anything.
Okay.
Straight up talk about anything. And
Where's the virus protection coming?
no holds barred say what we have to say to each other. And, you know, other people can be around and they might think they can say whatever they want to say to me in particular. And, you know, I might get a little bit upset and a little offended. But she can say whatever the heck she wants to say because I know with everything I've been through with her, irregardless, she's there. We're there for each other.
Like I sensed that with Gale, and I sensed it with you. So it's very respectable. It's hard to find a friendship, a relationship, whatever it is, as meaningful as that.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us spend our lifetime looking for that. So good for you. All right, so let me go back. I'm going to go over some questions now that'll. Let's see. I probably don't need to go over anything else. So you've known each other. Did you guys meet in Florida? Or did you meet in
You met in
Michigan?
Michigan.
So
Through her son.
Okay.
And
So you've been there through the birth of her children and all
No.
kinds of stuff. No? Her grandchildren, I mean.
Yes.
I meant
A
her
whole bunch
grandchildren.
of them.
Oh, gosh. Okay. So, and who raised you?
My parents.
Your parents? So who taught you right from wrong?
My parents and my brothers. Actually, everybody in my immediate family.
You got a big family? Come from a
Very
big family?
much so. My mom had 7. My grandmother had 11. But see, my mom and my grandmother was having kids at the same time.
I don't mean to
I
laugh.
have-
It sounds very familiar.
Yeah, well, see, I have an uncle who's a year older than me, who we were in school together. And we can go back to my oldest sister, and because my older sister was born in 56, and my grandmother had one of my uncles in 55, and then an uncle in 57. Then my mom had somebody in 58, and I can go from. Actually, I can go back to my. No, not my dad. I can go back to my mom and come on down with my aunts and uncles and throw in my brothers and sisters in age, and just about hit every year. Yeah, they were having fun.
Holy cow. All right, so is Gale your family here, or do you have other family here in Florida?
I have other family here in Florida, but she is my family.
Okay, so would it be safe for me to assume that Gale's your best friend?
Yes.
Is that a safe bet? Do you have somebody that's a better friend than Gale?
No.
Yeah, I guess you guys get along. Okay. So did Gale and you come down here together?
I helped her move down here. They moved down here December 03. They decided they were moving down here. Her, Samantha, Michael's mother, and Wally, that man she had married. But that's another story.
I'm not detecting any jealousy. That's okay. I didn't pick up on that. Okay.
No,
That man she married.
No, it's the fact of how he treated her.
Because you care. I got you.
And how he continues to treat her. And how he continued to treat her in the whole 9 yards. And, you know, we seen it. Everybody's seen it. She kind of seen it, but she's like, I don't want to be alone. So it's like, I somewhat Okay, I get that, but did you have to marry him? You know, that type of thing. But so Wally and decided they were, wanted to move down here. So me and her son, Dale, helped them drive down. So Gail got in her Mustang, and I got in Samantha's Grand Am. Dale drove Wally's truck. Wally drove the U-Haul, and
It was a big caravan in Florida.
there we go. That's how it went. And we came on down.
So Wally was her second husband.
Right.
Is he still in the picture? Kind of, sort of, or is he still around?
He's in the picture. No, he's in Michigan.
Okay, you shipped him back to Michigan.
Yeah, she shipped him back to Michigan.
All right. What else is?
So, but like I said,
Okay.
they moved down December, and then they were down here for a while and everything, and then they called me one day and it's like, so, you coming? You sending me a ticket?
So they lured you down here.
Well, I mean, when we moved down here, I didn't actually even stay a full day. Because we moved
Oh, really? You booked right back?
Yeah, because, Dale had to get back to work. So, we came down, because, we did our stops along the way, coming down, hotel night here, hotel night there, so we stopped 2 different nights. Was it 2 or was it 3? I can't remember, it's been a while.
I'm gonna say it's probably been a while.
So we stopped a couple different times, and then we had got down here and everything, and then the first place that, because her sister lived down here, so the first place that they were gonna try to go and everything, that didn't, that wasn't gonna work. Gail just didn't like it on our yard, so then her sister found her another place because her sister worked in real estate and realty and everything. So she found her another spot. So we found where that spot was, drove to that spot, and then got everything unloaded, the whole 9 yards. Got a chance to say hi, hug you, I love you, blah blah. Got in the truck, and we were gone.
Wow.
And then, like I said, about a week or 2 later,
Are you coming?
they called me and it's like, you coming? Like, okay. I was like, send me a ticket. And she's like, okay. So, how you want to get here? At that point in time, I had never been on a plane.
You sent you a plane ticket?
Yeah, she would have. But at that point in time, I had never been on a plane.
No, so you said, I ain't flying.
So I said,
I got you. You didn't want to get on that plane yet.
So I got on the bus. I should have got on the plane. I was on the express bus. It took 3.5 days.
That doesn't surprise me.
It doesn't surprise me either, but it still took 3.5 days.
And no motels or hotels in between, huh?
No, it's
on the bus.
It's on the bus, and majority of the time, since it was an express bus, I had my seat and another seat to myself. So I had 2 seats to myself until we hit the state of Florida. Once we hit the state of Florida, it did not become an express bus anymore. It became like the Lee-Tran. Every little town, every little everything.
You were making every stop.
Yeah.
Wow. Holy cow. Kind of bringing back memories for me. All right, so here you are in Florida, back and forth Florida, caregiving everybody. What else do you think is important about you, Gail, the family, what happened that day, whatever is important for me to understand and know about you, or the whole situation? What do you think is
that we you know how some people just say, how some people say they care about each other. We genuinely
You
say
actually do it.
we do.
That's rare, y'all.
There's been various different times, because like this last time, it took me a while to get down here because, it's been so hard with the fact that I had to be up there for my dad because he was having the rehab, and then, even though he had the rehab, reconstructive surgery on his knee and went into rehab, I still had to be there at that point in time because, somebody had to take him to his doctor's appointments in the whole 9 yards and everything else. But that's another story at that. Because, see, I'm the youngest of 7.
Holy cow.
So, I have 2 other siblings that live in Lansing that could have did something, but that's another story. So I felt they could have stepped up to the plate and did something, and then I would have been here when we found out that Gale had her stroke, because I wasn't able to be here.
I must have been way too.
And the fact that I found out about it late. I found out about it late, that she had her stroke, and then she was in the hospital for months, and I really didn't know, because Sammy knew. She knew beyond a doubt that you're going to call me and you tell me and I'm going to lose my tree.
So she was protecting you.
She was protecting me, and then, when Gale was up to it, she texted me and everything, but, I like the computers and everything. I get on Facebook a little bit. I'll go do this a little bit, but if I don't have that great of access to it, I don't care about it. I mean, I can work them the whole 9 yards. I can play games,
You
go
still
look
need
up
to have
stuff.
all that new iPhone 5 and iPhone 7 and all that highest.
No, I don't need all that. My kids do. I don't need all that. I don't really care. But I mean, and that would be the issue, because if I had been more accessible to it, I'd have found out from her that she was texting and saying, "I need you," because she ended up having somebody else help start taking care of her that she thought was a friend of the family, and ended up ripping her off. That stole thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stuff from her out of her house, basically right under her nose, because she was bedridden.
Couldn't do anything about it. That's sad.
So, I hear about this stuff, and then I hear about the fact she's in the hospital and all this stuff, and I'm just... And I really don't... And I don't totally hear about this stuff until I get down here.
It didn't probably go over well, did it?
No, not really. I'm just, like... And it's... I totally find out about everything after they put this girl in jail. And this is when, okay, I've been down here for about 2 weeks. Maybe 2 weeks, because the...
Wow.
2, maybe 3 weeks. Because it's right before... No, it's like a week. No, it's not, yeah. It's like a week before I move in with Gale. Because at that point in time, I was staying with Samantha. So it's like a week before I move in with Gale. I started hearing stuff about it, and then, Sam comes in the house one day. It's like, okay, well, get dressed and everything. Go take a shower and everything. Get dressed and everything. We're going over to Mom's. I was like, okay, not a problem. Get dressed and everything. Get comfortable and everything, because Because I never know. Because I mean, we could be going over to the house to, you know, just relax and chill. We could be going shopping. We might be going to the casino. Whatever. I mean, she had the kids. She had Sam's 4 kids at this point in time. But I was like, it still didn't matter. I mean, yeah, the casino might have been out, but you know, we still could have been going shopping. Could have been taking kids someplace. Blah blah blah. You never know. So, dress, you know, khakis and a t-shirt, dress comfortably. The whole 9 yards. Come on over. And then I hear more about what's going on, and then we get a chance to talk. I find out more about what's been going on with her and the whole 9 yards, and okay, that, and then the fact that, okay, well, you're staying here, Sam's not coming back to pick you up. Okay. Because you're going to stay with me and help take care of kids. Fine. Not a problem. You know, you all know, I mean, everybody knows that if y'all need me to do something, I'm going to do it.
I'm there for them.
You know, you've always been there for me.
So when did the kids come stay with Gale?
Okay, the incident that got them taken happened on May 31st, which happens to be my
Isn't
birthday.
that your birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
I recognize that date.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so since
it was like the 2nd or the 3rd of June, somewhere in there. It was only a few days after that they got placed in her care.
Okay.
And it was only a few days after that I went over there. So it was only like a week, maybe a week or so.
So you didn't
maybe
even have a whole lot of lone time, or
maybe
anything.
a week or 10 days, something like that.
Well, let me ask you this before I You said earlier you watch all these crime scene shows and stuff like this. I know all the forensic reports aren't back yet, but I understand that there's something going around about Benadryl. Tell me about the Benadryl. Why would there be Benadryl in Michael?
Okay, Thursday, he received some Benadryl. And Friday night, he received some Benadryl.
What time Thursday? Do you know or remember? Estimate?
Between 7:30 and 8:30.
7:30 and 8:30? Okay, that's Thursday. What about Friday?
Friday would be between, I want to say, around about the same time.
So, did you give it to him?
Yes.
Did he have any on Saturday?
No.
So he had Benadryl on Thursday and Saturday, or Thursday and Friday. Before Thursday, did he have Benadryl? I mean, does he have allergies or something? What's the Benadryl for?
I mean, we found out that, that's what he told me, that now that I know that he doesn't have allergies, but we thought he had allergies because he'd get the sniffles and stuff like that, and I'll admit it's probably wasn't the best of ideas or anything like that, but he'd get a little restless and rambunctious, and he just give him a little something to calm him down.
Oh, so you gave it to him to help?
It
like at nighttime to help him sleep?
But it was both, because Thursday he said he was itchy and everything. So, and as far as when they say they're itchy or something like that, we, kind of agree on it and do it.
Okay.
Friday, she wasn't home. She wasn't home Friday night when I made the decision to give him Benadryl. That one was on me.
Okay.
But there was a lot going on Friday.
So was he itchy again?
He was.
Or were you just trying to calm him down?
I was just trying to calm him down because there was a lot going on.
Okay.
Because her son and his daughter was there, and they were getting the rest of their clothes and stuff. And then, because she's like, okay, I've about had enough of him coming back and forth to grab this, maybe stay a night here, maybe stay a night there. Y'all gotta get your stuff. Y'all got to go.
Okay, so Friday stuff was going on.
So
Friday when you gave him Benadryl, it was more to keep him calm because you just needed time to deal with stuff and get everybody calm.
Yeah. So they wouldn't become agitated because they, kids know when something's going on. So they knew something was going on.
All right, so this was an unusual thing.
Right.
So the only other time you gave Michael Benadryl was because he had allergies or allergy-like symptoms. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so, all right, so you've given him, you have Benadryl in the house for Michael because he has these symptoms. So you give him Benadryl, and last time he had symptoms was Thursday, but on Friday you independently made the decision that he might benefit from having some Benadryl. So that's the last time he had Benadryl?
Yes.
Okay, so how frequently did he get Benadryl?
I say 2, maybe 3 times a week. It just depended because
3 times a week.
Because he takes naps a lot, usually like laying on the rug, and there's cats. Granted, we know now that he had no allergies to him, but he always would act like he's itching and scratching and stuff like that. Because there's 5 cats in the house. Okay. So, and got one that's in heat right now, so she's very lovable. She's gonna be in your face.
Okay.
So we did, I just not knowing, and we got one cat in the house that's allergic to himself. So it's a funny story, but.
But you're not giving Michael Benadryl because you're trying to get to bed yourself and you just want to shut him up.
No,
okay.
I'm trying to relax him and calm him. Because if he's not relaxed and calm, he's not going to go to sleep. He's not going to get any rest for himself.
Okay.
Not yet. Yes. The side benefit is, I get some.
Right, but that's not your intent.
I get some peace and quiet, but it's for him so he can get some rest because, irregardless, I know whether I give it to him or not, he's going to be back up at 3 o'clock in the freaking morning.
Okay. I'm not making any judgment call. I understand what you're saying. But what I hear you saying is you gave it to him for legitimate reasons.
Right.
And good for me that the side effects was it would calm him down and I can catch my breath.
Right.
Okay. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, because, like I said, he's back up at 3 in the morning. And, that particular night, that Friday night was the first time we were in that bedroom. And because...
Okay,
that was going to be...
Night. Right.
Because that was going to be the kids' bedroom and it was going to be the first night, I had no problem sleeping in there with them that night.
So Friday night was the first night you slept in that room with them?
Right. Because, otherwise we'd be out in the living room area where Grandma is. Because, Grandma's got a big king-size bed, California king, I think it's whatever the biggest king there is.
California king.
And, it's got those pillow top. It's a pillow top. You get on it.
Stop. That's sounding pretty good right now.
You get on it, you lay down, and you're out. Anyway, so.
Okay. All right.
She's got that big bed. There's a futon out there, and there's another chase lounger out there and everything. So, one kid would be in bed with her. One kid would be in bed with me. One kid would be on the futon. Alex is in his playpen.
Well,
it's a beautiful thing.
All right. So,
but the reason why they were in the room to begin with is because the case manager said that they needed to be in a bedroom. They needed to have room. They needed to have beds. Right. Yes, it does make sense, but they weren't ready. We knew they weren't ready. We've been trying to tell this lady they weren't ready.
Gotcha.
So to save everything else, we decided that the room was finally ready, and the room had been ready for a while, but she was finally ready to. Okay, let's give this a try.
Gale was.
Yeah, let's give this a try. Because they've been keeping us both up at night and everything, and it's like, let's just give this a try. So maybe if they go in here and there's no influence of the TV to Because, Michael will wake up in the middle of the night, TV's on, watching TV. Because, I'll wake up and I'll look over, he'd either get up to get a drink or to go to the bathroom and, hi, Michael. Hi, I'm watching TV. Like, okay.
So okay.
Yeah.
So to address the evidence of finding Benadryl inside Michael, if I put a question on the test about, did you ever give Michael Benadryl for other than medical purposes except at one time? Because it sounds like it was medical purposes. I mentioned Benadryl, that's what Benadryl's for, is that kind of stuff. But there was only one time that you ever gave it to him to help calm him down. Maybe he wasn't necessarily itchy, but you said, we need some downtime. There's way too much going on here. Plus, they're going into a new room. So you gave him, so that was the one exception. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if I asked, would that be a fair question to ask you?
Yes.
Other than that one time, did you ever give Michael Benadryl for any reason other than allergy or medicinal purposes?
Yes, that would be a good question.
Okay, because I wanted to dispel that myth. I mean, I know that's going to come up. They've I don't think they've got all the firm thing back, but I think that's what the Emmy was saying it looked like. And they haven't done a complete tox screen or anything like that.
Yeah, they said that takes up to 2 months, and then they said they were going to have somebody come in and check the brain.
They'll do everything until they figure out what it was. But so is there any? And I know they did a search for it or something, or did they take stuff out of the house that night?
Yes. Crime scene did.
So they took stuff out of the house last night? Did they take trash?
They said they went through the trash and he found, because when he asked me where the Benadryl bottle was, with everything that was going on, who knows? I might have used the last of it that one night.
Who asked for even before all this, they asked for Benadryl bottle?
Later.
Oh, okay.
Because it came up in our discussion, because, he was interviewing me about what's going on, and I know that, okay, I tell the truth, everything comes out, we find out what's going on, blah, blah, blah. So I brought up the Benadryl.
So you didn't give him any, okay, so, all right. So maybe that might be better. You didn't give him any Benadryl on Saturday?
No, none.
So the last time, so maybe that would be a better question. I'll have to think about that. What would be a better question? Friday night, the last time you ever gave him, or just that one time okay. All right. Okay, I think I have all the information about, and I got an idea about what happened there. Obviously, the polygraph is going to tell me and verify that you're telling the truth or not telling the truth. And work that out. Here's my deal, and I don't know if I told you this. This is your polygraph. Whatever the results are, you're going to hear them first from me. I don't talk to anybody about results until I tell you the results, okay? I owe that to you. That's the way I do business, okay? And we'll proceed from there. People who lose control and hurt children because they can't control themselves, they have a history of controlling or losing control, they have anger, difficulty handling anger and stuff like that, are the kind of people that would maliciously harm a child. So some of the questions that I could put on the test to look at that angle and say that you're not that kind of person would be something to the effect of this kind of question. Have you ever lost control of your emotions? I mean, you've been sitting here all night like a rock. You're not the kind of person that just loses your control.
Have I ever lost control of my emotions? Yes.
Now, if you did it in private where nobody saw it, that doesn't count because that's controlling your emotions. Have you ever lost control of your emotions and...
Yes. I don't know.
Because you're telling me Gale has never even seen you lose control. All right, so... And that would be a good thing for me to show because people who do these kind of things are the kind of people who lose control of their emotions. So the people that the profile of the people who are going to...
I don't think I've ever lost control of my emotions in front of anybody.
In front of anybody else. Okay, so maybe I could ask you that. Have you ever lost control of your emotions and said something hurtful to somebody you love? I'm not talking about when you were a kid and you stuck out your tongue at your dad or mom behind their back. That doesn't count. Are you the kind of person that can control your emotions?
Yes.
Okay, because I think that's one of the first things you told me.
Yes.
All right. So you don't go around flying off like a loose cannon.
I keep things inside, but my facial expressions tell it all.
Okay. When you do something wrong, do you accept responsibility for it? Because people who tend to hurt children because...
Yes, I'll accept responsibility.
Okay, so that's basically... Are you...
Yeah, because this is also touchy. Yes.
All right.
It's, I haven't experienced another death other than this one of a child.
Okay.
But as far as a child being hurt in polygraph situation, the whole 9 yards, yes.
Tell me about that. What are you talking about? When you took polygraph before?
My daughter was 11 months. She got burned. Knees down, 3rd degree. I pled no contest because, 1, I was the only adult in the house. 2, I didn't want my son to have to go through anything.
Did you? Oh, so you took the rap for your son?
What it basically came down to was the judge said that somebody had to pay.
So you took...
I took the blame for my child.
All right. So would you ever blame somebody else in a situation like that? When you actually did something, would you blame somebody else for something you did wrong?
No.
Can you imagine yourself blaming somebody else for something you did wrong?
No.
Okay. Well, that would be a good...
I still live through that. I mean, I'm so surprised that I actually said yes, I would take this polygraph, because
Doesn't sound like you had a good experience before.
Still have bad dreams about that nanny.
Okay. Well, I can imagine now.
Because, I mean, I served 6 months. I could have served 15 years.
Wow.
They found the juvenile court, which is what it started in, found out a week after I had been locked up that I didn't do it. The reason how they found out was they had brought the kids out for a visitation. Something went haywire. Lights started fluttering and stuff, so guards rushed in to get me in the locker room that they had put me in. Rushed in with my kids in there. Rushed in, pushed me down, hogtied me, pulled me out because the lights were going crazy.
No.
The worker had, left from there, took my kids up to McDonald's. My son is losing it at this point. She asked him what happened. He tells her what happened. It jives with everything I've been saying. And, she, asks him again, and then has somebody else ask him, and everything. And then take it to the judge, and the judge drops the case. But the state had picked it up. County had dropped it. The state had picked it up, so that's why I ended up serving 6 months. I was like, I can't go through this. I can't put my son through this. I can't put myself through this anymore. And, I just pled no contest. That's like, I need it over with. I need to start trying to move on. Trying to heal.
Wow. I guess so. All right, so I'm going to ask you about causing Michael's death, probably Benadryl or any medication, because there's a lot of medications in the house, I would guess, because I think Gale's on some meds and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Are you on any meds?
I should be, but no.
Okay. So all the medicines that are in the house are Gale's? Except over-the-counter stuff, which I guess could be everybody's.
Gale's has some medication. Michael has some medication. Gabby has some medication. Alex has some medication. Bo has some medication. There's some there for Samantha and there's some there for Doug. But Samantha and Doug's are up in a cabinet. The kids would have to open it, climb it, and get into it, and you can't get to that one. Where Michael's and Alex and Gabby's is in the cupboard in the kitchen where the Benadryl normally is.
Is there any reason why any of those drugs would be found in Michael's system?
Any of the other drugs I'm talking about?
Other than Benadryl? Any of those other medications or over-the-counter drugs? Is there any reason any of those medicines would be found?
No, because, they had asked me one time about, well, we see that, Gail takes a lot of pills and everything, and, say, for instance, she possibly dropped one. And I was like, no. When she drops one, she'll let me know. Either she'll get on the floor or I'll get on the floor. I'll come with the flashlight, crawl under bed with a broom.
So you're sensitive to that whole situation?
Yeah, we're very sensitive to that whole situation. Okay. We will find the pill first.
Okay.
It might take me forever to find it.
And and Michael or any of the other kids, they don't get into the Benadryl by themselves?
No.
Okay.
They don't mess with anything like that by themselves. They, even when they were sleeping in the same room with her, because we had the dividers up so they couldn't go in the kitchen, because we started using the dividers, doors, and everything, because they'd wake up in the middle of the night, go in the kitchen and drink, get the milk and start drinking it, and me and Gail sleep. So that's when we started pulling the little dividers across and locking the doors and locking us in.
Okay. So you guys take precautions.
Right.
About the forensic evidence, have you ever heard of pressure DNA?
No.
Pressure DNA?
Uh-uh.
You know what DNA is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we all have DNA.
Mm-hmm.
It matches us and nothing else. Okay.
Yeah. Each helix is unique to that.
That's right. There's no two that are alike, except truly identical twins. Okay. So pressure DNA is the same thing, but there's another segment to DNA that has to do with identifying body parts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So DNA from Elaine's forehead can pretty much be identified compared to Elaine's DNA from her big toe, because it can be classified. Say this is a growing thing. It's probably only been around for the last 7 or 8 years, but they're classifying more and more parts of the body. So is there any, and pressure DNA is the DNA, we always leave skin no matter where we go. In this room right now, you and I have shed billions of skin cells. Okay? Our skin cells have DNA. That DNA tells which part of the body it came from. Pressure DNA is associated with not just us sitting here. Okay, so if I do this, which isn't very much, there's going to be there's a depth of DNA there. And it's actually superficial. And it doesn't just stay on the surface. It kind of, through the skin pores and stuff like that, it kind of absorbs in. And the harder you press can be told by how deep that DNA kind of seeps into the other person's pores.
Okay.
So that would imply force. Okay. So obviously your DNA is going to be all over the house. Your DNA is going to be on Michael. Okay. Your DNA, if you're giving him chest compressions, are going to be where they should be. You're going to have deep DNA pressure on his chest. Any reason that they're going to find deep DNA pressure around the mouth, the face, the throat, or the back?
No.
Other than chest compressions, was there any reason for you to apply pressure to Michael more than that, or except, like I said, the chest compressions. And it sounds like you were. Did you know how to do CPR before you called? Everybody's seen.
I kind of, but not really.
Okay.
Because I was just like rubbing more so than actually pushing. I was just rubbing, just trying to like rub them to get them going, and then they were like, then Gale was doing CPR,
Okay.
and then the operator was like, okay, in between.
So did you do compressions? Are we going to find compression that your DNA from compressions?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Gale should both have DNA from compressions.
Yes. And the tilting of the head back, and then blowing in his mouth, pinching his nose, blowing in his mouth, all that. Because they said to tilt the head back and to breathe for him and everything, and then
lifting is
and then I had to pull his jaw down
so there should be
to get that out.
So then
like I said, the incident in the morning, because he went to the bath, was playing in the toilet.
You swatted him on the butt.
I swatted him on his butt.
That shouldn't be too deep there, that's for sure. I mean, you didn't swat him enough that you left handprints on it, did you?
No.
Okay. So any reason there would be on the shoulders area, on the back?
No.
Or anything around the arms?
No.
Okay. All right.
I mean, other than, like I said, I picked him up and, was just kind of rubbing on him and stuff, trying to,
right.
Like,
yeah, but rubbing will have a little bit of pressure there, but wrapping tight or anything like that, that's going to be a deep pressure.
No, because I got him like that, rubbed him tight, and I called him and trying to see if I can hear on him, and just like, come on, Michael, come on, Michael, come on, Michael.
Okay. I'm going to see if they're working on that, because that's a very expensive test, but I think that they were talking about doing that test. Okay, so let me ask you these. Okay, so the purpose of polygraph is to verify that you have told the truth about what we've talked about, and I'm going to summarize that into several questions, maybe 6 or 7 questions I'm going to ask you on the polygraph. Okay. All this information that you just told me, I'm going to whittle down to 6 or 7 questions.
Okay.
Did you hurt Michael on purpose because you lost control or anger? Did you give him any kind of medicine that would have caused him to stop breathing? Or did you stop his breathing knowingly that you stopped his breathing or something like that?
Okay.
And then, are you the kind of person that would do those things? Do you blame other people? Have you ever blamed somebody else for something you could have done? Have you ever lost control of your emotions? Have you ever told a lie to anybody in a position of authority? People who have no respect for the law, have no respect for investigations, who have no respect for they have no respect for child welfare, animal welfare, or anything like that, are the kind of people that'll look a judge right in the face and say, "No, sir, I didn't do it," knowing full well that they did. Or look at the officer who just pulled them over after watching them run this. They'll look at the officer and say, "No, sir, I didn't." Well, that's kind of, we all tell the police, "No, I didn't do that." I'm talking about something serious, though, where you've ever lied to anybody in a position of authority.
Okay.
Do you feel comfortable saying no to that question?
I feel very comfortable.
Because I want you to feel very comfortable to those kind of questions, because those are behavior questions that indicate whether you're the kind of person that would do this. So on a scale of 1 to 10, and we're just about there, I'm going to see if they got you some food.
Okay.
You hungry?
Yes.
Good, okay. Because I want to take a few minutes to write this. I want to do the right thing here. On a scale of 1 to 10, how honest of a person are you? Honest means I am a truthful person. I tell the truth. I live by the honor code. No, I haven't spoken every single word because I've lied to my parents. But other than lying to your parents, you speak the truth. Scale of 1 to 10. And 1 is, you can't believe a word out of my mouth because I'm lying every time I talk. Where are you on that scale?
9.
Excellent. How trustworthy on the scale of 1 to 10, how trustworthy are you? Meaning 10 means I'm going to bring my grandchildren for you to take care of because I know you're going to do everything in your power to keep them safe from harm. 1 means I got other things on my mind, so Don't leave him with me.
I'm a 10.
You're a 10. That's what I would expect you to say. All right, so I got honest, trustworthy. What's my third? Truthful. How truthful are you? It's a little bit different than honesty. It means when you're asked, you provide the factual, correct information. And again, I'm not talking about when we're kids and we tell those fantastic tales we tell our parents and school teachers and stuff like that.
Well, I try to always be very true.
Okay.
But as Gale will tell me, she said, yes, you are a very truthful person, but unless I'm looking you dead smack in your face, in the eye.
So she's got your body language down.
Yeah, I believe. Because if she's looking me dead in the eye, I was like, okay, fine, this happened. I don't like being in trouble. I had too much trouble as a child.
Okay. So where are you on that scale of, I know you just told me you're not perfect, but where 1 to 10 are you on the truthful scale?
8.5.
That's what I would expect. So that's what I want this test to show, because you just told me 28, 27, at least 28, 29, 28 out of a 30 possibility, okay? So people that do these kind of things, that they're investigating if it was done on purpose, are people that are 5, 6, 20, not 27, 28, 29. All right, so that's what I want to design questions for your test to be. All right?
Okay.
All right, so do you know how polygraph works? Because it doesn't sound like anybody explained it to you when you took the first one. Let me just tell you, because I'm going to tell you anyway.
It's the heartbeat and blood pressure and stuff like that.
We have things in our body we can't control. We have some things we can control. We have other things we can't control. Polygraph looks at those things we can't control. Okay. I can't control my heart speeding up when I passed the police officer in the median and I didn't see him in time.
All right.
I don't tell my heart to speed up.
All right.
It does it on purpose because my brain knows that's dangerous.
All right.
It's not dangerous because the policeman's going to take me to jail, but he's going to write me a ticket and I can't afford a ticket. And
Right.
guess what? The sheriff doesn't really want me getting speeding tickets.
All right.
So that's a danger to me. So when certain things in our body do certain things, like our heart races, our blood pressure drops, our breathing speeds up, or breathing slows down, or the electricity starts to change in our skin, I know from reading your body language, not your body outside language, but your inside body language coming from your brain, your heart, your skin, your lungs, that you just had that danger response. What danger means is I didn't tell the truth because I'm a nice person. I'm not mean, am I? You're not afraid of me, are you?
No.
Okay. This is a safe room. We're safe in here.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so this is a safe environment. So the only danger in polygraph is when people don't tell the truth. And as you know, when you told your parents or whoever, somebody important you cared about, that first big lie, you probably felt yourself light up like a Christmas tree, like everybody could see because you felt. Okay. I did that with my first lie, but by the time I was 18 and my mom said, Jennifer, did you take the car out again last night when you weren't supposed to? I could look her straight in the face and say, no, Mom, I didn't. And she kind of didn't know. Now, when I was 5, she knew very well.
Right.
So there's outward things that we can mask. And I probably don't need to hook my kids up to a polygraph. But had my mother hooked me up to a polygraph that night to see what my body was doing on the inside when she asked me if I took that car out, there'd be no doubt in her mind.
Right.
Okay? We can't control those things. We can control some of the things on the outside.
Right.
Like I can start breathing a little slower and try to control things. But when my brain says, excuse me, that information you just gave is not true, it lights up like a big Christmas tree, and it shows up on my polygraph.
Okay.
Just like I promised you in the beginning. Only you know what involvement you had in Michael's death. After the polygraph, you and I are both going to know.
Okay.
Now, I won't know the details because I wasn't there.
Right.
All right? Okay, so that's what I bring to the table.
Okay.
Okay, sound fair?
Sounds great.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out there and see if somebody got you dinner and see if there's a place where you can go eat that. And I need about 15 minutes, but I'm going to let you take whatever time you need.
Okay, 15's fine.
Okay.
I can eat and go to the bathroom.
All right, hold on a minute. So the test itself only lasts a couple minutes.
Okay. Well then, yeah.
What I'm actually going to, this is how I'm going to do. I'm going to review the questions with you in a minute here. So I'm going to review the questions, and after we decide that those are the good questions to ask, I will start the test. Now, the test is going to be a series of 3 or 4 separate tests. I could give you one test, but one thing doesn't tell me anything. I need something to compare it to.
Right.
2 things I don't think is very fair. Okay? Because if the first test looks this way and the second one looks very different, which one am I going to believe?
Right.
So I'm going to do at least 3 tests because that's what I do. I'm all about fair and making it scientifically right.
Okay.
And that way, if I do 3, I'm required by law to make a decision based on at least 2. So if I do 3 and one doesn't look so right and the other 2 look this way, I can throw out that data. Again, because I believe in erring on the side of caution. Okay? So I'll ask you the same questions 3 or 4 times. In between the individual tests, there'll be a little bit of a break. So then you can flop your feet if you want.
Okay.
Try not to do it during the test.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
So the stiller you are during the test, the more data I get, the sooner you get out of here.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so you're set. This is how the test will go when we get to it. I will say, please remain still. The test is about to begin.
Okay.
I could give you a practice test, but you've already told me you've taken the polygraph test.
Right.
Did they make a decision, or do I need to make mine? Were they able to make a decision?
They said it was
Inconclusive?
I believe they said it was inconclusive.
Oh, well, okay, you just answered that question. So this is what I'm going to do. Since you had an inconclusive test, I want to make sure that you even have a signal I can see. So I'm going to give you a practice test.
Okay.
I don't care what number you write in here. Pick a number between 1 and 7, write it in there. No, it's hard to write like that, dog. 5. All right. So I just told you that your body's going to tell me when you lie. I'm going to ask you to lie to me about what you just did. Okay? That's an obvious thing, right?
Yeah.
Because I saw you do it. There's no secret about it.
Right.
So you think it wouldn't be no big deal. Your body would just not even pay attention because it's so tiny.
Right.
But this is incredibly sensitive instrumentation. Okay? We're talking about space shuttle sensitivity. You know, when the satellites are up there and they can see the license plate in your driveway?
Yeah.
That's what kind of sensitivity we're talking about. All right, so I'm going to give you a practice test. Let's do that first, because I want to see your response.
Okay.
Make sure you got a good one. I will say, please remain still. The test is about to begin. And that's when you start feeling a little bit nervous, because everybody does. That's normal. Okay. You won't surprise me if you feel nervous. I'll see the nerves jump all over the screen, but now that we have computer polygraph, because you probably didn't have computer polygraph, you probably had that noisy, obnoxious slinging ink thing. I hated those. Where's the practice test on this bloody thing? There it is. This is my traveling computer. I don't normally use it. Okay, so I'm going to say something like, regarding the number you circled, did you circle the number, whatever, fill in the blank. I can throw any number in there. I want you to answer all the questions truthfully, except when I say, did you circle the number 5? I want you to say, no.
Okay.
Because I want you to lie to me. I'm giving you permission to lie to me.
Okay.
I'm a nice person. I let everybody lie to me once in a while. It's important that I see that.
All right.
Okay.
Because you need to be able to tell what's
Right.
What?
And I want to calibrate this instrument to you. And if I can't see a response here, there's no point in going any further. So
Okay.
don't forget the number you circle. I'm going to put it down there where you can see it, okay?
Okay.
All right. So the test goes like this. I'll say, please remain still. The test is about to begin. Heart starts beating. And then I'll ask the question, did you circle the number, whatever. Answer yes or no, as I just instructed you. Remember that. You should actually say no to all these questions. So you say no, one word, okay? And then wait patiently for me to ask you the next question. There's about 15, 20, 30 seconds in between, not 10 minutes. I know it seems longer, but I need your brain to fully appreciate that question before I move on.
Okay.
All right? So every time I ask you, did you circle the number 5, you should say no.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Excellent. Wow. That's the little cup. We don't need to pump it up that way. Let's see if we can get a reading with that, shall we?
Okay.
Look. Good. All right, good for me. I'm lazy. I like good, clean signals. All right. And something turned on something. You see the lights on. Oh, I didn't put it on your finger. What the heck was I? There's one more little. This is my special thing. Measures blood volume. This is one more way to read it. There we go. This is another way for me to look at what your heart's doing in case one thing doesn't work right. And that looks like it's working pretty good. All right. Doing okay?
Yes.
Excellent. So, here we go. Please remain still. Test is about to begin. Regarding the number you circled, did you circle the number 1?
No.
Did you circle the number 3?
No.
Did you circle the number 5?
No.
Well, that's a no-brainer. I don't need to do any more than that. That's awesome. I don't know how they could come up inconclusive. Well, he didn't give you good questions. That would be why. I'm not going to do that to you today. We're going to get a result here tonight because that's what you came here for, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you have got an unbelievably clear threat response, even to that question I gave you permission to lie to. So we are set for success. All right. Let's go find the questions that I think I got for you here.
Okay.
All right. So we're just reviewing them now. This is not the test, okay?
Okay.
All right. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to review 9 questions with you, but they won't all be on the test.
Okay.
The computer's going to go in random, but the questions that I review and that we finalize will be the only questions you hear me ask on this test.
Okay.
There won't be anything different. Okay? All right. So I'm going to ask you this, the main issue that we're here about. Did you do anything to cause Michael's death?
Okay.
I'm going to ask it more specifically than that. I'm trying to make it a little bit easier for you, okay? Did you force, the question's going to be, and I want you to listen carefully before you answer it. I want you, that Saturday, I'm talking about this past Saturday. That Saturday, did you do anything to cause Michael to overheat? Now, the medical evidence is kind of leaning towards the cause of death is that he overheated. Now, remember what I said at the very beginning of the polygraph, what cause means? We're talking about the legal definition of cause.
Right.
So, how can you cause somebody to overheat? Somebody that's 3 years of age, you can cause them to overheat by over-medicating them. Because their body can't handle the toxin or the extra drug. So that, if you overdosed Michael, if you gave him Benadryl and Vicodin and all this stuff, he's going to overheat because his little body can't handle that.
Right.
And one of the ways we deal with those kind of things is our metabolism really shoots to the roof trying to get that poison out of our system because it treats it as poison. So that can cause overheating. What you described to me Friday and Thursday, he's perfectly fine.
Right.
And you didn't give him an over, because obviously he wouldn't have gotten up
Right.
Friday morning, right? So I'm not talking about that, okay? I'm talking, that's one way you can cause a child to overheat, which would cause his death.
Okay.
You can cause a child to overheat and cause his death by suffocating him. Suffocating him with, like footies. You put footies on the children to keep them warm.
Right.
Okay, so if you dress them in warm footies and you stuff pillows all around them, not to protect them in a safe to keep things fluffy, but you're jamming the pillows in there so he has nowhere to move, then you're restraining him. Restraining is another way that can cause overheating. Okay, when you restrain somebody, when you tie him up, one of the things that first happens when you restrain somebody is your body starts working that metabolism thing because it wants to get loose and it overheats. Okay. So you said you put blankets, you said you put pillows and all that. I understand that. But if you jammed all this stuff in there and he had nowhere to go and he had no air circulating around him, he's going to overheat. If you wrap him so tight in a blanket that he can't move, he's going to overheat. Especially if he's yelling and screaming and that kind of, because he's doing that extra motion anyway. So that's what I'm talking about when did you cause. That's what I mean when I say cause Michael to overheat. Okay, so this polygraph is about Michael, no other child. I apologize for your past, but this is about Michael and it's about what happened this Saturday. So the question is, that Saturday, and I want you to answer it truthfully, that Saturday, did you do anything to cause Michael to overheat?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you that question twice because that's really the crux of the matter here. It's going to be worded a little bit differently. Did you force Michael to overheat that night? So if you force somebody to do something, you're causing it to happen in legal definition. So I forced him because I wrapped him up tight and shut the door and wouldn't let anybody go in and hear him. Or I, like I said, stuffed all those. I forced him to overheat because I stuffed all the pillows around him. I forced him to overheat because I fed him Benadryl and then I fed him this and I fed him this. Okay.
I see what you're saying.
All right?
Yeah.
So force, it's a deliberate thing. These are deliberate acts, not accidental acts. Cause and force have nothing to do with accident. Accidents happen, okay? And that's what we're trying to eliminate, okay?
Yeah.
There's a difference between accident and cause. And you need to be absolutely clear that what I'm talking about is cause by force, losing control and just doing what you need to do to stop it all from happening because you're fed up with it. Okay? That's not what caregivers do, right?
Right.
All right. So those are the two main questions regarding that. These three questions, I'm going to ask you three questions about characteristics that show whether or not you're the kind of person that would do that. Okay? So the kind of person that would cause a child to overheat is the kind of person that, as I told you before, they blame other people. They don't accept responsibility for their own actions. So, truthful answer. Have you ever blamed someone else for something you did wrong?
Yes.
Who? I thought you took responsibility for your actions.
As far as...
I'm not talking about when you're a kid, first of all, okay?
Okay, so then...
Before the age of 18 doesn't count.
Okay.
For none of this. I'm sorry.
Okay. So
think before age of 18 doesn't count. We all did that crazy stuff.
Then no.
All right. So I'll ask it again. I want you to be sure.
Okay.
Have you ever blamed someone else for something you did wrong?
No.
Okay, good. And I want you to be one of these people that have those characteristics. And we talked about this, the emotion thing. Remember, I'm not talking about before 18, and I'm not talking about when you're by yourself.
Okay.
Have you ever lost control of your emotions?
No.
Okay. And again, not your parents. Have you ever lied to anyone in a position of authority?
No.
Perfect. Good with those questions?
Yeah.
All right. The remaining questions are these. Is today Monday?
Yes.
It's not a trick question.
I'm lost so many days.
Okay. So today is Monday. I can pretty much establish that for us. Are you in Florida right now?
Yes.
Perfect. Were you born in the month of May?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So those are the questions. You feel comfortable with those?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, so get yourself comfortable and let me know when you're comfortable, and I will get all these settings turned back down because you had such a big response. I had to turn everything way low. Where's that? Didn't make any typos. All right, so remember, I'm going to ask you the questions. I'll go through them one time, and I don't talk in between the tests.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to think I'm not going to score your charts until I'm done.
Okay.
So there'll be like a minute, maybe in between tests.
Okay.
Just to give you a little bit of a break from the whole thing.
Alrighty.
All right? All right. Where'd you go? Come on. He doesn't like me, right? All right. I might have to keep that pumped up a little bit every now and then, but. All right, please remain still. Test is about to begin. Is today Monday?
Yes.
Regarding any involvement you had in causing the death of Michael on Saturday, do you intend to answer the questions truthfully?
Yes.
And I apologize, we didn't review that one, but it doesn't count. Have you ever lied to anyone in a position of authority?
No.
Did you force Michael to overheat that night?
No.
Have you ever lost control of your emotions?
No.
That Saturday, did you do anything to cause Michael to overheat?
No.
Have you ever blamed someone else for something you did wrong?
No.
Okay, that test is over. You can fidget and drink your soda if you'd like.
Thank
Give
you.
me just a minute and I'll let you recoup. Save these. You doing okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the next test is the same way. The questions will be in a different order. There aren't any new questions on it.
Okay.
So then comes back down after you drink that. All right, doing okay? Here we go.
Yes.
Please remain still. Test is about to begin. Are you in Florida right now?
Yes.
Regarding any involvement you had in causing the death of Michael on Saturday, will you answer the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Have you ever lost control of your emotions?
No.
Did you force Michael to overheat that night?
No.
Have you ever lied to anyone in a position of authority?
No.
That Saturday, did you do anything to cause Michael to overheat?
No.
Have you ever blamed someone else for something you did wrong?
No.
All right, that's test number 2. We'll do one more, and then I'll see if that's enough, okay?
Okay.
Let's save that one. Okay, one more, and then I'll look at him, and then I'll cut you loose, and you can fidget
Okay.
while I look at this, okay? All right, please remain still. Test is about to begin. Is this the month of May?
Yes.
Regarding any involvement you had in causing the death of Michael on Saturday, will you answer the questions truthfully?
Yes.
Have you ever blamed someone else for something you did wrong?
No.
That Saturday, did you do anything to cause Michael to overheat?
No.
Have you ever lost control of your emotions?
No.
Did you force Michael to overheat that night?
No.
Have you ever lied to anyone in a position of authority?
No.
All right, that test is over. You can relax. Thank you for being so still. You gave me excellent charts. You come around there and get that gadgetry off you, and then I'll take a look here. Okay. And save this first. Okay. I just want to do another one because I thought that was so fun. I'd rather not, thank you. Move this under your arm here and get this out of the way. You doing okay with that heater in here still?
Yeah, I'm doing great with that because It's cold and all the other ones.
I got ice cream here.
Yes.
Okay. I gotta be honest with you. It was pretty hard to see. Those are easy 3 charts that you gave me. Good material.
Mm-hmm.
Now we gotta sort out what to do with this information because you totally... There's no doubt in my mind after seeing those reactions that you did something to Michael that day. So instead of...
I feel guilty.
Stop. Listen to me first, okay?
Okay.
You did something to Michael that caused him to overheat. Okay? I felt for you the whole time I was talking to you because what I heard was what I see happening a lot. And now I'm looking at somebody who's in a position of stress beyond what the average person can possibly imagine. Okay? You have got all the markers of major stress and you're dealing with them all at one time.
Mm-hmm.
So you're prone to making mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I know there's a difference between a mistake maker
Mm-hmm.
and a malicious child abuser.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Do you think those are 2 different people?
Yes.
Okay. I think I spent enough time with you before the test to know that you're certainly not a malicious child abuser. Mm-hmm. My thoughts are that you failed this test because you made a mistake. You did let your emotions get out of control. You did overreact. You did, and I can see why. You have every straw. I don't know how you have carried those straws on your back for as long as you have.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there was a final straw that broke your back on Saturday. Which makes sense to me, okay? So, I think the only thing that you can do for yourself at this point in time is go forward and empower yourself with where you're going to go from here. You're going to let other people make decisions about what happens to you from here? I mean, eventually I've got to tell the detective that you failed this test.
Mm-hmm.
So where's this focus of interest going to be? You came in here of your own free will to cooperate.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in all my heart that you came here to get this resolved.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to be done with it.
Right.
I believe that's why you took the polygraph. I believe you're a smart woman and that you know the polygraph works and that I told you I would know. Okay, now I know. You and I both know you did something that you shouldn't have done that night to Michael. And that's what caused his death. Now, that's not the end of the world. And I want you to understand that. You got to buy into this because we're talking about where you go from here.
Okay.
You can just say, screw it, and let other people make decisions for you. Or you can say, let me get this dealt with and move on with my life. Okay? Are there consequences to making this kind of causing something? Yes, of course there are. Okay? Are they insurmountable? I don't believe they are. I've already told you, that's a nasty cut. You've already described to me way early on 1,000,001 stressors why somebody could be pushed to the point to take drastic measures. And I believe that's what you did. I don't believe that you are malicious, but I believe that you just got pushed a little too far and it was just way too much and you did something you wouldn't normally have done. And I wasn't there to know, okay? Don't let other people fill in the blanks, because right now, okay, I did my polygraph. I told you I'd tell you the results.
Yes.
I told you the results. You didn't pass the test. That doesn't scare me, okay? That doesn't scare me.
Okay.
You're a good person. Make a mistake? Yes. That's my interpretation. You're going to have to prove to me otherwise if you want to be a monster that they need to be looking at and locking up and really focusing all their efforts on. There's a difference between a monster and a mistake maker. All right? So you have to convince me to be a monster. Right now, I think you're a mistake maker. You made a mistake. You have to tell what the mistake is. And you got to face up to being the person you really are. Okay? Quit letting other people call the shots. Don't let the detectives call the shots. Say, yeah, I did it. I didn't. And you know what? I understand why you didn't tell me the truth the first time around. I know exactly why you didn't tell me this. Because it's scary. You got accused of this before, you went through a deal with before, you're talking about, my gosh, the feelings you have for Gale alone. I know what's swimming through your head, okay? You probably just wanted to come here, spend time with Gale, your friend, and didn't know you were going to get into all this other stuff. And you got a kid who's screaming, and you made a bad decision, okay? Bad decisions have repercussions, but lying about bad decisions,
I've made the repercussions.
that's the worst thing you could do from this point forward. Because what's going to happen if you don't say anything different than what you told me? If you don't tell me what you really did that night, what's going to happen is I'm going to tell the detective that you didn't pass your test. Well, actually, I'm going to let you tell it. This is what I prefer. This is what I offer you. And this is where you are right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody knows how you did on the test.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what really happened that night, how it really went down, and whether or not you're sorry for it, because that means something.
Mm-hmm.
Will it happen again?
Mm-hmm.
Have you done it before to some other child that you don't know about, that nobody knows about? It's gone undetected. Because when people don't fill in those answers,
Mm-hmm.
they're left to the imaginations of those outside. Now, I've spent some time with you. I've interacted with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're a good person who made a bad decision that night. I can't stop people from thinking what they're doing. So I'm asking you to empower yourself and speak on your behalf and say, this is what really happened. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth the first time. I was scared. I was worried. I didn't know what was going to happen. It's a scary thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's an incredibly scary thing. I understand that. But you know as well as I do that if you don't tell what really happened that night, this is going to haunt you and hurt you until you get it off your chest, because that's what stuff does. I don't care how much of a rock you are. I don't care how much you can control your emotions. You didn't control your emotions Saturday because you're human, not because you're a bad person, because you're human. You're a black female. Well, how old are you?
45.
Right there, right smack in the dab of where we make those decisions, and we're put pressure after pressure after pressure. You got Gale and her health problems and your affection for her and that situation. You've got, all I want to do is come down here and do what we normally do, spend time. And now I come down here and find out I got how many kids in the house?
Well, 4, but
listen to me, those are stressors. I've written papers about why people make mistakes, and those are the kind of things that make people mistakes. One of them at a time is enough to validate why somebody would make a mistake. You have several of them. You so told me yourself your parents didn't give you the benefit of explaining why you were being punished.
no.
You explained that to the kids. That's commendable. Kids want to know. Nobody likes to do something just because the parent says, because I told you so. They want to understand. But day after day after day of not having free time for yourself, about caring for, and I know Gale's got significant health problems.
Yes.
I'm guessing you've got a few of your own health problems.
Yes.
And then you've got this whole house full of kids that are demanding. Because kids are demanding whether they want to be or not. That day, you described it. You laid it all out there. Michael would not be satisfied. It was one thing after another, after another, after another. How many days does it take for somebody to break? I'm surprised you didn't break weeks ago. But you got to say what you did, and you got to say you're sorry, because that's what the detective needs to know. Because I tell you what, the only thing the detective wants to know is, how do I treat you from this point forward? Nobody can change. You can't change what happened. You can't change what you did. That's history. Okay? We can't go back and redo. We don't have redos. All we can do is move forward and say, I screwed up. Let me make the best of a bad situation. We have that capability. Don't let somebody else take that power away from you by deciding what kind of person you are. And I guarantee you, if you keep saying you didn't, you're going to be cast into that malicious category. Now, you and I are both been on this earth long enough to know that people judge. Okay?
Sure.
Do you think people treat you better when you make a mistake, or when you don't give a crap and you just keep doing the same thing and you don't care that you made a mistake, that you're just malicious, you'll do it again, that you've done it before, that you'll just keep doing it?
They treat you better when
Who's
you make
gonna
a mistake. They're supposed to treat you better when you just made a mistake. It's
No, the fact of the matter is, and I'm going to call this one like it is, they do treat you better, because there's a difference in our society about somebody who makes a mistake, how we treat them as a society compared to that monster.
right.
Okay? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know these detectives personally that well, but I've worked with some very good police officers in the past, and I understand that the job they do. They're investigating because they have to by law, okay? And I'm sure that you appreciate that.
Yes.
You show great fortitude and moral founding when you came down here today, because you didn't have to come here today. You didn't have to cooperate. You could have slammed the door and said, do your investigation and do what you got to do. But you didn't do that, because that's not the kind of person you are. You're the kind of person that owns up to your mistakes and moves forward. And that's what I'm asking you to do now. I'm asking you to tell me right now what you really did, what caused all that, because the evidence is going to come in.
All right.
And I think the evidence is going to show some of that pressure stuff, DNA stuff. And I think it's going to show it wasn't from. I think, you'll have the cardiac compression and stuff, but I think you're going to see other things along the arms and the legs that say there's something else going on here. Now, I'm not asking you, did you kill him? I didn't ask you that. I asked you, did you do something, and you know that you did something that you haven't admitted to this point,
Yeah.
that caused him to overheat that night? Because that's really what the big question is, okay? You did something to cause him to overheat.
He got wrapped up in a blanket. But he could breathe.
Stop. What I want you, I want to walk you through this, okay? I'm here for you. I am here for you. I don't want you to tell me something that's not going to be believable, okay? Because I want to, I'm on your side here, okay? I know you did something, and I appreciate what you just said, that you wrapped him in the blanket. Because I saw a preliminary report that says there's something that says something about binding or something, okay? So that's evidence going to come out. Until that final report comes out, you're in the driver's seat here. Because when you say before they find out, what are you doing? You're cooperating to the fullest. And that's where you want to be sitting right now. So don't minimize. Don't tell me something to make me think, I already think you're a good person. You don't have to convince me of that. What I don't want you to do is lie about different, I don't want you to tell me anything that's not true from this point forward, because I don't want to start thinking, am I wrong about you? Not that you care what I think about you. I'm here for you. I don't have to be here. I could say, okay, detective, I'm done. She didn't pass her test. Go talk to her. I'm invested in you because I heard your story beforehand. I identify with a lot of it on a very personal level, okay?
Excuse me.
So I appreciate, and I know that was hard for you to say, that you wrapped him that night, but I want you to tell me the real scoop of what the whole thing happened, because it's not just wrapping. It's significant. So tell me. Go to bat for yourself here.
The day progressed, like I said, he did get a couple spots on his butt for playing in the toilet. He got...
Did you hold his head underwater?
No.
Did you try to drown the child?
No.
Okay. That's what monsters do.
No.
All right?
No. He was in the bathroom. He got off the toilet. He's pulling up. He's standing up to pull up his pull. He leaned forward. I closed my knees a little bit. grab his head, but not so tight that he couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't function and everything. Just so he wouldn't squirm so much, so I can grab his hands and swat him on the butt and told him you're not
Okay, so he was fighting you when you were trying to swat him.
Yes.
Okay.
So, that.
All right. But that's not what we're talking about later on.
Right. Then he went and sat down and, he talked to Grandma. And I got up and started making lunch.
Mm-hmm. I want to hear this. I really do. And I want you to get over the hard part first here. Because until you say the hard part, which is what you did, I'm going to tell you what I think, because I didn't fall off the turnip truck. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you put him in the room,
Mm-hmm.
closed the door, and all of a sudden he was quiet,
Mm-hmm.
something happened to cause him to be quiet. Okay? So fast forward yourself, and I want to go back to all this other stuff, okay? But fast forward yourself to what you did.
When he went to the room?
Tell me that. Don't be afraid. I know it's not hard.
He wouldn't lay down, he wouldn't be quiet out there, and Grandma finally had enough and said, go to your room. I walked him to his room. He laid down on his toddler bed. I laid out the blanket. And I was like, come here, Michael. Lay him down. I always make sure it's tight, but yet it's not so tight that you can't breathe.
Okay.
And I wrapped him up.
Okay.
So that he won't get out to get into something, to fidget into something.
So you tied him up.
Yeah.
You tied him up is what you did.
Yeah. I tied him up. But it's not something we haven't done before.
Okay. So you've done it before.
Right. It's not something but we haven't done before.
Okay.
Because actually I've done it with all of them. Because they'll fidget and you just won't stay still. And it's just long enough till when they're quiet, till you know for sure that they're quiet, and then
Right.
you loosen it up and everything, and yeah, you're a little sweaty, but not that sweaty usually.
Okay.
And he didn't appear any sweatier than normal. So wrapped him up and everything, put him in bed. He was his usual vocal, boisterous self. And then, I was in there for a couple minutes, walked out, and when he sat down, then Grandma came in, and she talked to him for a little bit.
Okay.
Then...
And what did she say?
I wasn't actually back there in the room, so I have no idea.
Okay.
Then... walked out, and everything...
I want you to tell me the truth, and the reason I want you to tell me truthfully is because I've talked to Gale. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to know that I've talked to Gale. And she said a few things different already. So I've cut you off there because I'm trying to help you here. I want you to give the real story and don't minimize. I know it's scary, okay? All right? This is paining her.
Okay. After lunch, we was trying to get him to calm down, settle down, and everything, and yeah, she lost it a little bit. And went a little bit overboard with the hitting and the yelling, and the swinging, but yeah, I'd say she went overboard, but I don't think, at the time, I didn't think, it was harmful. But I didn't, in retrospect, if you add that and everything else up, yeah.
Remember how detailed we were in the beginning of things? I want you to be that detailed now. Because here's where you're at, okay? You got your story and her story have to match, or Somebody's going to think this is more deliberate. And I'm here for you, so you take the time and you be emotional all you want, because you know what? I already know you're not Superwoman.
Slap on the side of the head, face, back. As to how many times
I'm talking about you doing this?
no, her.
Okay.
This is before we ever got up to go in the house. You know, she kind of,
So Gale lost her cool that day.
yeah,
Okay.
she lost her cool with it.
With Michael or everybody?
Michael.
Okay. Go ahead, you're doing great.
And, you know, because we tried to just get him to lay down and he wouldn't stop whining. And just wouldn't stop whining. And wouldn't stop whining. You know, she kind of lost her cool. So, got up. You know, and she's like, okay, I'm done. Just go let him lay down. Took him back there. He laid in the toilet bed at first. And he was just gonna, you know, lay there, hopefully. But, you know, I laid out the blanket and everything, like I do. Laid down flat and start in one corner and just roll. And then, after you get them all like that, and then you take the one in, you come around, and then you take the bottom in, you come around, and you kind of, you tie it a little bit.
Okay.
And then lay him down on it, lay him down on his stomach, but his head is turned to the side. I always make sure his head is turned to the side so he can breathe. And, you know, he was still, you know, very vocal. You could hear him. I was in there for a few minutes and everything, and then I walked out because, you know, he's still being very vocal and flip-flopping here, flip-flopping there. So I was like, okay, maybe give you a few minutes, you'll figure it out. And then Grandma came back down. So I don't know what got discussed at that point in time. And then,
What did she say to you?
she said she just talked to him at that point.
When she, after she talked to him and she came back to you, what happened?
Then I want to say that Doug went and talked to him. And then he came back out and everything, and then it was my turn again. And I was like, okay, fine, you're flipping, flopping, and, you know, because when I came in the room, he was rolling from one side to the other in the crib. So, you know, I put the pillows one on each side so that when he rolls, he wouldn't bump into the sides.
So he's actually tied. He can't get his hands are bound by the blanket being wrapped so tight. Is there a knot in the blanket?
Yeah, yeah.
Tied a knot in the blanket.
But he has it. It's like I said, it's not something that I haven't done to them before,
Right.
and he's able to get out.
Okay.
Every other time, he has been able to get out.
Okay.
All the kids have been able to get out.
Okay.
And they're only tied up for a little while.
How long do you tie them up for? You when you tie them up?
It's, they get ready to lay down, and, they're real don't want to do anything, right, or have been acting up all day or something like that. You tie them up, lay them down to keep them still, because, okay, you might start out with just laying them down, covering them up. But you look over in 5 minutes, they're sitting up watching TV. then you try laying them back down again. They're sitting up watching TV. Try laying them back down again, or they're not sitting up watching TV. They're in the nightstand or in the dresser or messing with somebody or picking up something.
Right.
So, you tie them up and, until they start, they calm down a little bit. And then, I'll untie it, loosen it up, and then, they kind of work themselves out of it.
Okay. Oh, so you hadn't got to the point where you loosened them up?
No, I hadn't got to that point
Okay.
where I loosened them up.
All right, so...
Because, there was a lot of things going on that day.
All right, so final straw was you did your thing where you tied him up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that wasn't the final straw, but you tied him up. He wasn't calming down.
Mm-hmm.
You put pillows around him.
Yeah, I put a pillow on this side and a pillow on this side.
Okay.
And then, that's like, okay. And, he's still moving around, still talking to me, yelling at me and everything else. And I was like, okay, Michael, give me a few minutes. Just calm down. And, yeah, it was before this. Yeah. Because right after this, I talked to my grandson, because he called, because it's his birthday.
Mm.
So I talked to him. I stepped outside to talk to him because, all the other kids, Bo would want to talk to him and everything. So I stepped outside and sang him happy birthday right quick. And then I came back in. And I think she was just about getting up from her nap or whatever. And no, that was earlier. She was still up and talking before she lay down and take her nap.
Okay, here, I'm going to give you help. I'm going to give you a little help.
I think she was still up and talking to me.
Real memories are easy to tell. Trying to minimize and hide things that are easy to talk about because those are the mistakes you made are hard to tell.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure she was still up and...
What time did you first rap, Michael?
It had to be about 2:30 something.
Okay. What time did Gale lay down for the night?
It would be after I talked to Dre. I didn't really know what time I talked to him.
Okay. When did you loosen his tie so he could wiggle out of it?
When I went back, it was either 5:30 or 6 o'clock because things kept going on, and people kept coming. Everybody kept coming in and out of the room.
Who's everybody?
I had been in the room like twice.
Okay.
Gale had been in the room. Doug had been in the room. And they said he was just moving and wiggling around just fine. So I thought it was loose.
I'm just going to remind you, this thing works on you, okay?
Yeah. I thought it was loose. I thought it had been loosened up at
Did
that
you loosen it?
point in time. No, I didn't.
Did you? Okay, at that point in time, did you ever take it off of him?
No. Not until I went back that one last time when, I found him, basically.
So for 4 hours he was tied and not able to move.
No, but he could move. Not totally freely, but he could move.
I'm trying to help you here. Okay, you got to make sense, because what I don't want to do is say, what I want to do is say, I'm hoping that what I can do is get you to tell me everything, where it doesn't sound like, okay, now we're back in the bullshit territory. You don't want to go into the bullshit territory with me. It has nothing to do with me. It's just I'm trying to help you understand where you need to go to better make the best of the situation. Is it a great situation? Absolutely not.
No, it
Okay?
totally sucks.
But if you minimize and you dance around things and you're off a little bit, because they have certainly talked to Gale much more than I have.
Mm-hmm.
And they have all the details of what she said.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going to happen if she says something totally different than what you end up telling me here and they don't match?
Mm-hmm.
Then both of you are going to be, who knows what to do with anybody, okay? You didn't pass your polygraph though, okay? So the only thing I can offer you as a person is tell me the story, tell me the real story, and then when you and I both know that you've told me the real story, the true story, the details of that real true story, I will leave this room and I will say, Detective Lathrop, or whatever you said his name is, I'm done with my polygraph. I haven't scored anything yet, but she wants to talk to you. Elaine wants to talk to you. Now, I haven't scored anything yet because it's so obvious I don't need to score it. Okay? So I'm not really telling him a lie because I don't want to lie to him. So I would tell him she wants to talk to you. So she has to talk to you. And that is your shining moment. Because he comes in this room and I say, here, she wants to talk to you. I'm going to go out there and when you're done, I'll come and score these charts and blah, blah, blah. We'll continue or whatever we need to do. That's your opportunity to save face with him and let him know that he's dealing with somebody who really cares. Because right now he doesn't know who cares about anything because he's heard too many different stories. Once he hears you've failed the polygraph and he doesn't feel like he heard the right story from you, he's not going to believe a whole lot you say after that point. So that's why I'm trying to say, don't get to that point where he's not going to any longer believe what you have to say, because anybody could come in and say anything about it, and he's going to say, well, I don't believe Elaine because she didn't pass her polygraph. So I want you to be able to tell him directly, but don't...
See, I'm not sure of the times and what anybody else would have
I don't
done.
expect you to be sure of the times or anything like that. I expect you to be sure of what you know you did that day.
What I know, I did
that caused him to overheat and eventually succumb to heat stroke, suffocation.
Okay. Well, I tied him up.
Okay.
And then he was in the curb. Then I walked out of the room because, he was being boisterous and everything. So I walked out of the room, went and sat down, and the next person that went that way was Gale. And I believe Doug went in and talked to him. And I went back in and talked to him. And then, he was still talking to me and everything, the whole 9 yards. So I, his usual rambunctious self. So I, and he was rolling around a lot more than usual, flipping back and forth a lot more than usual. So I put a pillow on one side, put a pillow on the other side, because, didn't want him to hurt himself as far as that went. And grabbed a pillow off the bed and put it down towards the end, like on the back of his legs and everything, because in case he kicked out that way, because his feet was kind of towards the bottom. Because I wasn't worried about him going forward, because he really couldn't move that forward. His feet would, could possibly do more damage at the other end. Then I walked out of the room and sat down because, he was still being loud and obnoxious. And, in between, periodically checking on the kids and everything. And at this point in time, I believe she was down for a nap. Then, like I said, one of the kids went back to go to the bathroom. I listened. I really didn't hear anything, so I was like, okay, maybe give it a little while. Maybe he's letting me sleep. And everything else went on. She woke up from her nap and she said, go back and check on him, and that's when I found him.
At what point would Gale have said something to the effect of, get the effing blanket off him now? Something to that effect.
She didn't. When I went back,
I'll just ask you specific questions, but I don't want you to get yourself in trouble.
okay.
You tied him up. What size is the blanket that you tied him up in? Describe what size blanket we're talking about.
It's
goes
on king.
So a king size blanket.
Yeah, it's either a queen or a king size blanket.
A blanket with filling, or just like a blanket?
Just blanket.
Okay, with fleece blanket,
I don't.
or the kind that's weave.
No, it's not weave. It's a little light fleece. Yes.
All right, so you tied him up in a king size. Here, let's do this. I think this will help me picture this. Because I want you to be accurate, because that's what's going to win you credibility. Is what we're after here. You understand what I'm saying? You got to be credible. If you're not credible, you're damaging yourself. Why do it? Didn't I have it? Oh, I left it over here. This is a king size blanket. Tell me what you did. If you want to use this as Michael.
It's not as tight
Blanket's
as
a little more.
this. It's not as tight as all this, and then, there's so much more extra room from the top.
Okay.
And, it's, make sure that, it's not damaging his neck or anything. He comes around his body. So, something like that. Then the feet, so his feet can move, comes around like that, and then these two ends come together, and not so that I'm pulling it or anything.
Okay, so those ends these are the ends you tie together.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Come around one way, one the other way, and tie them up.
Okay. So do this for me now so I can get an even better perspective. If this is a king size blanket, how much space does he take on that blanket?
When I start out rolling?
No?
Totally.
Okay. A king size blanket is a king size blanket. It comes in a specific size.
Right.
Obviously, Michael could be measured. So how big is he on this blanket if his body is lying there? Okay. So you start him at this end and you roll him this way.
Yeah.
And then
you start him in the corner, and then you roll him this way.
Okay. On Saturday, how many times did you roll him in the blanket?
Oh, Jesus.
Five or six times? Okay. Of those 5 or 6 times, how many times did Gale instruct you, meaning she told you to get that blanket off of him?
She never told me to get the blanket.
Not once that day?
No, because we.
Let me ask you this. Does she roll him in the blanket?
No.
Okay. Does she watch you roll him in the blanket?
She's watched me roll him in the blanket.
On Saturday, did she watch
No.
you roll Michael at all?
No.
And she never told you one time that day to get that blanket off of him?
I did not hear her say at all to get the blanket off him.
Would it surprise you if that's what she remembers saying distinctly to you?
No.
That she was upset?
No.
Okay. It wouldn't surprise you?
No. That she remembers saying it to me? No.
Okay.
But that she
Has she ever said anything like that to you before when you rolled the kids in the blanket?
Well, I rolled the kids in the blanket, and then after a little while, she said, "Okay, you can go ahead and listen to them up."
Okay, so did she say that to you that day?
I don't remember her saying that to me.
Okay.
But then I was in and out a lot.
Doing all the things you're doing.
Right.
Okay, so what's the earliest part in the day that you tied him up the first time? Was that when he was first acting up in the morning? When was the first time you tied him up?
I believe it was about 2:30 when I took him back to the room again to lay down, and couldn't handle being out with everybody else.
She couldn't?
He couldn't.
Okay, he couldn't.
She couldn't and she could.
Okay. So between 2:30 and 6:30, that blanket was on and off him, and when he was rolled up 5 or 6 times?
Between 2:30 and 6:30.
You told me about 5 or 6 times that day he was tied up in the blanket.
No. I thought you meant how many times it took to roll him up.
Okay. I would say, "Man, that's a lot of tying."
No.
Okay.
He was tied up once.
Okay.
And he was tied up once, and after I tie him, I always pull it out. Granted, yeah, make sure the knot gets tight, but I pull it out and fluff it up so there's...
Is his face exposed?
No.
Okay. Because I don't see how it could be, quite honestly.
No.
All right. And Doug went in and saw him in the blanket in the bed?
Yes.
If I ask you that on the polygraph, you're going to pass that question, or are you going to do what you did on this one?
No, I'm sorry.
Because I'm trying to help you here. I don't want you, I want you to tell the truth to the detective. That's the only thing I can offer you, is an opportunity to tell the detective your story before it comes out. Right. Okay? And it may not seem like much to you, but that's a huge thing, because he's a person too. And I know human nature because that's what I study as a psychologist. We treat each other the way we're treated. And if you respect me well enough to tell me the truth, as hard as it is, my God, that means the world to me. When anybody can tell me the truth, knowing it's not easy to do, it means something to us. He's no different than either of us. He's a human being. It will mean something to him if you tell him the non-bullshit story of what happened that day. Okay?
Okay.
Because you don't want me to bring him in here and say you're ready to talk to him, and him come in and throw what I call the bullshit flag. Because then you're back down, you knock credibility back through the wall again.
Right. Right, but in all honesty, I do not remember her telling me to go back there and interact. Because if she had said it to the point where I had heard it, acknowledged it, I'd have went back there and interacted.
Unless you just had it that day.
No, but I don't remember hearing her say that.
How long was he in the blanket? You're telling me 4 hours. Is that not accurate?
3-4 hours. Yeah.
Okay, so backing up a little bit,
Yes, ma'am.
what you told me was you laid the blanket out on the toddler bed, right?
No.
Well, you didn't wrap him in a crib.
No, I didn't wrap him in the crib. I wrapped him on the floor.
Okay. Oh, he was on the floor.
When we came in the room, I told him to lay down. He got in the toddler bed.
Okay.
And I said, yeah, this could work, but it's not going to work.
Okay.
We both know you're going to get up, and we both know it's going to take you less than 5 minutes to figure out how to open the door and come out and raise holy whatever.
Okay.
And seeing as nobody was on the back half of the house, nobody was in the back half of the house, yeah, I could see Michael if he decided to go to the bathroom or come down the hall, but I couldn't tell if he was going to go in the other bedroom or in the shower room.
All right, so nobody was in the back half with you and Michael at the time?
Nobody was in the back half of the house with me and Michael at the time. And if I'd have just left him in the toddler bed, which God knows I wish I really would have did.
Okay, so go. All right, so I was in error. I thought you said you wrapped the Mullings on the toddler bed. So you laid the blanket out on the floor.
I laid the blanket out on the floor.
Okay. Was he pitching a fit this whole time?
No, I had him come over and lay down, and when I first started wrapping him, no. And then he was like, Elaine, I don't want to be wrapped up. Elaine, I don't want to be wrapped up. Elaine, I don't want to be wrapped up. I said, are you going to be good? And he said, no. I said, so I'm wrapping you up. I said, I'm going to wrap you up for a little while. You calm down, you'll be good. I'll come let you out.
Before Saturday, what's the longest time that you kept any of the kids wrapped up?
Two, maybe 3 hours. But they weren't not right in the room with somebody.
So when they were wrapped before, they were in the room with somebody.
Right.
So this time
it was the fact that he was all the way back there. And
did you do that on purpose?
what? Wrapping him up?
Put him in the back so nobody could hear him? Because Gale was trying to sleep or whatever? Did you put him back there where nobody could watch him or see him?
No, because she said to go lay him in his room because he was acting up in the living room. Because he was going to lay on the rug right by her bed.
Okay.
But she said go put him in his room and put him in his bed.
What time did she take her nap?
It had to be between 3 and 4. I think. I really don't know. Because I got a phone call.
Your phone can be.
That. No,
your
not
phone
this.
records are going to show.
Not this phone, house phone. I got a phone call before that because I talked to my grandson. Because he called and everything, and she said you better take that phone call outside.
So you took the house phone outside?
I took the house phone and I stepped outside the door and just sang happy birthday to him. Then I came back in.
So that's a time that can be found according to phone records.
Mm-hmm. Because she really didn't lay down for that long. $3:30, $3:45, something like that.
So on the test, when I ask you this question, what are you describing? Did you force Michael to overheat that night? Because that's what your body's telling me.
And this is just, I mean, that's the way I ultimately feel. But it's not something that we haven't done before.
Nobody's died before. Okay, number one. Okay. Number two, the stories aren't matching. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, she didn't tell me to go to the bathroom. I don't remember her telling me to go.
This is what I want you to do. I don't care if you make an outline or whatever. Sit here and think about it. I'm gonna go get potty. I'm gonna get myself some more water because I don't have a nice big cold Coke. So get yourself cooled off, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Just me. All right, how you doing?
Okay.
You doing okay?
Mm-hmm.
You understand I'm not here to hurt you. I'm trying to help you do this right, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so only you know for sure what specifically you did. I know that you did it. So the best way you can help yourself out is to say specifically what you did. So, what do you got here for me? What are you going to tell me? What do you want to tell me? Do you want me to read this?
Yes.
Did anyone ask me to wrap Michael up? Okay. Here's a big bone of contention, and this is a kind of a little deal that's going to cause a big glitch.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the words that Gale said.
Mm-hmm.
Get in there, not exactly, get in there and untie that blanket or I'll send your ass back. And if you don't think I will, you know I will because I kicked my own son out of the house. Now, I'm thinking that would be hard to forget somebody saying.
Yeah, I don't remember her saying that. Okay. Okay.
I'm trying to help you here.
Okay.
You do, but it's painful for you. I understand why it's hard to say things because you're not happy that you did this. You're not happy that you lost control. You like being in control of your emotions. I understand that. I get it. We're sisters that way.
Yeah,
to a fault. But you know because you can hear it in your head right now. And I think that's why this screams so loudly. And I didn't have to go nitpick to see what you really did because it screamed at me saying, I'm drowning here because yes, I did it. Your brain has, whether you want it to be there or not. I try to tell my students this. Your brain has recorded the information. And when your words are saying something that's not accurate, your brain is in there screaming, trying to get your attention that you're getting itself into danger. I'm trying to get you out of danger. And the way you get out of danger is saying what it really is. Bite the bullet. I know it's not easy. Let me tell you this. Gale is dying inside about this whole thing. She's not throwing you under the bus. She's in mortal agony about this whole thing because she has fond, I won't use any stronger words, affection toward you, okay? So it's not about somebody trying to blame somebody else. It's just about the truth is lies are hard to carry around. They're like that little snowball at the top of this high peak. Not that they have snow in Florida, but they do in Michigan. And the lie causes that snowball to tip, and it does nothing but grow, gain size, and squash everything on its path on the way down. Don't do that to yourself because you're in that path, and so are people you care about. This is not about blame. This is not about pointing the finger. This is about saying what really happened. This does not make sense. I want it to make sense. I want you to put your best foot forward for the detective. I want you to give him the whole truth, nothing but the truth. And quit worrying about being judged. You got somebody who cares an awful lot about you and is willing to go to bat for you, to stick around, to care, to understand. You told me this is a rare relationship. Don't throw it away.
I'm not trying to throw it away.
Don't.
I mean,
you know.
For every other time I hear it,
I know you don't want to hear it. I understand that.
I literally just don't. I know she could have said it, but I just don't.
What you're doing with me, please understand this. I know why people do this, but you're making it harder for yourself than you actually have to. Yes, it's hard. Yes, I understand that. I stand by you. I commend you for going through this. But you've got it out there. Put it out there in its real form. For whatever reason, I lost it. You know, don't. When people. The only thing you have is to be believed right now. Okay? What happened before you came in this room? Nobody cares about as far as what you said, because nobody ever really says the bad thing they did the first time. It's too hard. I'm still trying to sort through it. I'm trying to figure it out myself. You're probably trying to figure out what you got yourself into. How's this going to affect my relationship with Gale? How's this going to affect my relationship with this one? How's this going to play out for me? I've been down this road before. It's not pleasant. You have all these things attacking you, which is making you not want to say the real, fully factual thing. I don't want you to tell me anything that's not true. I want you to tell me the facts. I want you to paint the picture for me so that I'm there. I don't care if you need to get...
Oh, I know. She might have said it. And
No, stop. You know right now whether she said it or not. I don't know why you're hanging up on this. You know, and I don't mean to wave my finger at you, but you're stubborn. You're a stubborn young lady. And I understand why, because you're self-sufficient and you're independent, you take care of yourself and you take care of a million other people. And the world's counting on you. I'll tell you what I told myself 20 years ago. Jennifer, you're not Superwoman. Quit it. You can't do it. Quit pretending like you can. People will like you. If they don't like you the way you are and accept the mistakes you made, they're not worth it. I'm already telling you here, and I told you, I saw Gale. I met Gale. I know how she feels about you. I don't know fully, but I know this is a tight and this is a rare relationship. She's not throwing you to the curb. She's not throwing you out. Okay? Do you understand that? She's not trying to get you in trouble. She's just trying to make... You know how bad stuff goes away? It goes away because it gets known. People deal with it. Because when it goes unknown, stays undetected, untrue, when the facts don't come out, somebody's out there carrying the burden. You're going to be carrying it. She's going to be carrying it. Why are those words so adamant? When she said, I'll send you back. When she said that, I thought, that's a real statement. She didn't send you back, and she doesn't give me any indication that she wants to send you back. She just wants not to have this hanging over your guys' head anymore. So I don't know why that is so... So you change that to yes. Is that a true yes? I'm here for you. Tell me. She told you to take the blanket off. And you did. And you put it back on.
I did.
I'm sorry?
I didn't, because the only time I took the blanket off was when I went back and to wake him up. I never.
Why did you go back to take him to wake him up?
Because it was getting to be about dinner time to wake him up.
Nobody told you to go back and get him up? Nobody told you to go back there?
She said you should go on back now and wake him on up. So I went on back and unwrapped him and.
Has Gale ever told you to wrap the children? Okay, it's time. Wrap them. I can't deal with it anymore. Anything like that?
Yes.
Did she do that on Saturday? You don't have to think about it. It's in your mind. I know that picture Saturday.
Yeah.
Gale told you to wrap him up? Remember, this works.
Frustrated. But she was more frustrated than I will tell you. She was more frustrated than I.
Make me believe. Take me there. Tell me how it went down from the time that you went in there and you tied him up. Who was there? What was there when you next did it? What she said?
Okay.
Take me there. Get it out of your system.
I laid on the blanket. I wrapped him up. I put him in the bed. I was in there for 3 minutes. Then I walked out. 20 minutes later, even that, it was, he was still being very loud, obnoxious. I was getting ready to go back in the room. Like Gale got up and went into the room. As to what happened, I can't tell you because I wasn't in there. The next time, a few minutes, had to be about 10, 20, possibly 20 minutes later. I believe she said something to Doug, and Doug went back there. Because I don't think I went back there at this point in time. I went back there at another interval and was trying to talk to him again. Blanket had kind of loosened up, but I didn't totally loosen it. I just, pulled the knot tight a little bit.
So he loosened up the blanket a little bit and you tied it tighter so he couldn't get out again.
Yeah, I just kind of grabbed the ends and
Tightened it up.
But it was.
I got you.
It was tight, but yet not tight.
I got you. What you just said was you went in there and you checked on him. You noticed the knot tight. It loosened up a little bit, so you tightened it back up, right? Okay. Good with that.
And no, before I tightened it up. Yeah, it was before I tightened it up because she was laying down, but she wasn't quite taking a nap yet. And go back there, check on him because it was my turn. Like going back there and check on him and, sit back there with him. So I was, sit back there with him. But I hadn't done the pillows or anything yet at this point in time.
Okay.
So I went back there to sit with him, talk to him. I was still talking to him, and he was responding to me and everything. And he was in the crib. And I got up on the bed, and I, was gonna lay there and read and, talk to him and stuff. And then Doug came in the room and said, well, she wasn't serious about you having to sit back here the whole time. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll be out in, in a few minutes, see what's going on with him. Maybe, because, if you calm down now, I can go ahead and, get you loosened up and everything, and it's all good. And, he was still raising a fuss and everything, so and he was going side to side kind of real bad. So I didn't, even though being wrapped up, I didn't want him to hurt himself.
Has he ever done that before?
What?
Go side to side really bad?
Yeah, but he's never really been in the crib like that before.
Mm-hmm. So you don't normally put him in the crib when you tie him up?
No, because he could either be on the floor or on the futon or...
So was this the first time he was in the crib being tied up?
Yes.
So you rolled him up on the floor and then you picked him up and placed him in the crib?
Yeah, because there was more room to roll around, but there was, I didn't know. There was more tile to deal with, I guess.
On the floor?
Yeah. It was more open spaces to deal with on the floor and stuff.
You didn't want to deal with it?
I didn't know. I did it because I didn't want him to bump his head on the tile because he has had, acted like he was gonna hurt his head on the towel. And if there was more carpet and more throw rugs or something like that back down there, I would have left it alone. Cause he's been tied before where he was in between the chase and the futon, and then he'd roll under the bed and hit his head under the futon and stuff like that. We didn't. I didn't want that to occur again. So, but I put him in bed, and he was in bed. I got up off the bed.
Doug's his father, right?
Yes, not as biological, but yes, he is his father. He's been there since day one.
Does he know that you tie the kids up?
Yes.
Does he tie them up?
No.
Is that something that was done to you when you were a kid?
I remember being tied up once.
In a blanket or some other way?
Oh, with rope. But then I remember. But then I also, after I got tied up, I got beat.
So you had some lessons stowed away in that memory, which wasn't pleasant sometimes, for sure, about growing up.
Yeah, but see, I was tied up to the point where hands crossed, legs crossed, and sitting on the middle of the floor, and the crap kicked out of me, basically.
It's not unusual. We learn to moderate what's happened to us, but we tend to repeat what's happened to us. Did you ever use anything other than the blanket to tie Michael or any of the other kids up with?
No.
You had to think about that way too long, Elaine.
No, it's always the blanket. There's always some form of a blanket. There was a comforter once, and a couple different thicknesses of blankets.
So always a blanket where they're covered and rolled like that.
Mm-hmm.
No other kind of tying or chaining or handcuffing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you rolled him on the floor, you put him in the crib.
Mm-hmm.
You checked on him once and saw he was getting a little loose, so you retied him a little tighter.
Mm-hmm.
Why would Gale say this about you when she cares so deeply about you? I know you wrote down here, yes, where you're told by Gale to unwrap Michael. When did she tell you that?
Really?
And did you do it?
No, I didn't do it. No, I didn't hear that.
Why is this such a stumbling block for you? Why is that
'Cause
one thing? Why would she make that up? Think about this. Think about how much you guys mean to each other. Even through this moment in time right here,
I
okay?
don't.
Why would she make that up?
Because it's probably something she thought she told me to do. Or if she did, I go through that selective hearing thing.
Here's my fear. My fear is if you let that one point hang you up, the detective might say, okay, well, let's take polygraph on that one issue. If I ask you, and you know this works, I hook you up, I ask you, do you remember Gale telling you to unwrap Michael? Do you honestly think you're going to pass that test?
No, because I don't remember.
What did I just ask you? Do you remember
No.
Gale? So you should be able to.
No.
So you're going to say no. And you think you're going to pass the test?
I hope to God I do, because I don't remember it.
Why is that point such a big thing for you? What's going on with that? Are you afraid to get her in trouble? Let's get back to this thing, because is that what it is? I don't get it. I don't really get it. Now I'm starting to really become a little bit skeptical, because a few minutes ago you said Gale told you to wrap Michael up. Was that you just struggling with your own demon, or did she tell you that?
I remember her saying wrap him up.
Stop playing games with words. I remember. Look at.
Okay.
I'm a psychologist. I'm a behavioral analyst. I know what that means. That means I don't want to tell you what I know and is haunting me in my head. Don't do that. You come way too far, Elaine. I know, and I apologize if I'm making your struggle here sound easy. I don't mean to make it sound easy, because I know it's a struggle, and I commend you highly. It takes a brave person to even come this far, but you're there. Go take the rest of the steps. Cross the finish line. Cross the finish line. Your stories don't match.
I swear she said wrap him up. She might not have said wrap him up, but I don't remember her telling me to unwrap him.
Who's going to pass the next polygraph if that question gets asked? Because you can't both be telling the truth about it. This is Friday.
Monday.
This is Monday. This happened Saturday.
Monday.
It's not something you easily forget. Okay? I know the neurology and the science and the connection of memory, the verbiage and how it works. Mental images are there.
I had the mental image. Something that said along the lines of wrap 'em up. I don't know if it was just for me or something that was said, and I do not remember anything about before I went back there to get him. When I found him, of her saying to go unwrap.
Did you hear her say to you on Saturday at all that she would send you back? I don't mean to be foul, but those were the words she used.
Something clicked in there about that, but I.
Is this the first time that you've been here to visit Gale and the kids have been in the house?
With me and Gale?
Yeah.
For this extended period of time?
I don't know what the norm is.
There's no norm. Yes, this is the first time.
So previous to this time, their mother's been in the house.
Previous to this time, the kids have been with their mother.
So, and they don't live with Gale.
They were with Gale because they got removed from their parents.
Right. So before that point, they didn't live at Gale's house?
No.
Okay. So you come to Florida because you're going to spend time with Gale.
No, I came to Florida to actually... It was just mainly to spend time with the kids.
But you didn't know at that time that they were going to be in that house 24/7.
No, I did not know that they were going to be in that house 24/7 because the rules are different.
I mean,
Gale's very strict. I like it, but I don't.
tell me more. Don't be giving me code.
She's too strict, I think, for kids. Teenagers, 10 and up, I think that would be fine. Under 10, she gets antsy. She doesn't like a lot of movement. Kids squirm. Kids squirm all the time. They talk a lot.
Who came up with the idea to tie the kids up?
Yeah. Originally?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
How did that come about? Tell me the first time that you were told by Gale to tie up one of the kids. Because she can't do it herself, can she? Or can she? Or did she teach you how to do it?
She basically tried to talk me through it, and we, ultimately came up with something that works for usually only a few minutes. Maybe 10, 15 minutes tops, and they're out.
How long ago did you guys start this?
Maybe 3 months ago.
So this only started this year?
Yeah.
You've never tied the kids up in the past?
No, because the difference was being at Sam's, they had their own rooms and everything. They would get locked in their room. Send them to the room, close the door, and be like, do what you want, which ended up causing issues in and of itself because, the window latch would get broken, the curtains would get broken, they'd throw toys out the window. I mean, there wouldn't be any other issues, as far as physical harm unless they were doing something to each other or something like that. And, yeah. They got real loud and obnoxious. You go over and you tell them, you guys gotta shut up and be quiet and stuff and close the door and,
So the first time this happened with a wrapping was about 3 months ago?
Yeah, I think it is.
And whose idea was it?
Gale's, I believe. It might have been both. We might have just came to the decision together, because we tried to tie them in a couple different ways, and just get them to stop flopping around, and when you get put down, you stay where you're put instead of getting up to go get into something.
So how did you try to tie them before? What were the other ways you guys tried to tie them?
Oh, I'd still wrap them, but then, bring the ends up together and try to come around. And then, I found out with Gabby, she could get out of that in less than 5 minutes. And then, it didn't work for Michael. It didn't work for Alex. So
you've tied... What about Bo? Did he ever get tied up?
Oh yeah, both got tied up.
So all the kids have been tied up at least how many times? A couple times a week?
All the kids been tied up at least twice. Maybe twice a week. Maybe. It just depends on, how obnoxious and how bad they were.
So what made it progress from being about 10 or 15 minutes to an hour to 2 hours to 3 hours? What made that go on?
I guess just everything else that was going on, and the fact that, this was the first time he was tied up and not in the same room with us.
Okay, that's Michael, but it sounds like you guys started with tying the kids up 10 or 15 minutes at a time and it would be done. So I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Is this the longest any of the kids have been tied up?
I don't think so.
Has anybody gotten sick from being tied up before? Let me ask you this way. How many times has one of the kids gotten sick because of being tied up in a blanket?
I think once. I mean, Gabby would fight her way out of it. Alex would fight his way out of it. So they're not up. It was again, so they were not up jumping around and yelling and everything. So, they could somewhat try to settle down. And, they get wrapped up for a while until they somewhat tire themselves out. And then, I loosen up the blankets and everything. I don't totally pull them all the way out. Loosen up the blanket enough and then get their head clear. And then, then they, endure the night and work the rest of the way themselves the rest of the way out.
Did you tie the kids up to put them to bed at night?
It would start out that way, but then I'd unloosen them.
Just their heads loose?
Yeah.
Not the rest of their body, because you wanted them to stay in bed?
I wanted them to stay still to go to sleep.
So was that the nightly routine? Tie them up and...
It kind of turned into that, but it didn't start out that way.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Would it be fair to say that you started this blanket routine and it was effective, so you used it more and more?
Yes. But we weren't trying to get into that habit, and then after a while, you lay down and you stay down, and then it became, okay, you don't want to lay down and stay down, you're going to get wrapped up. Okay, they lay there and stay there.
How many times did you threaten Alec to wrap him up? Or not Alec, Michael. Saturday, how many times did you threaten him before you actually did it?
Once. I said, you need to calm down and chill out, or I'm going to take you back here and wrap you up.
Which is different than what you said earlier, that Gale told you to wrap him up. See, I'm not trying to catch you in anything. I'm trying to make you see that you're not being consistent, and when people aren't being consistent, it's not because they're not remembering, it's because, crap, I did it, I'm in trouble, and I don't know how much trouble I want to get into. You're not going to get into any more trouble than you already are. I don't know what that trouble is, but you're not going to get into any more trouble than you already are. I can tell you that. Unless you're hiding some more significant information. So this is what's going to happen when the detective comes in here. He's going to say, what don't we know about yet? Because what you're saying now doesn't make sense. So when people say enough to admit they did it, but they don't want to give the full, real details about it,
Right.
the assumption is you're hiding something more serious.
Yes, the assumption is I'm hiding more serious.
So don't do that. That's what I'm saying. Don't do that to yourself. Don't let people make that assumption. Say what it is and...
Okay. So after she had got upset with him and kind of physical with him, slapped him around a little bit, hold on yards, and he still wasn't laying down being quiet. Took him back to the room. He laid down in the bed, and I spread out the blanket. And he's still kind of fussing and screaming and stuff. And I was like, okay, Michael, get up and come over here. Elaine, I don't want to be wrapped up. Well, you're not calming down. So, we're going to try this for a little while. The only difference is, a little while turned into a long while.
Did you wrap him up by yourself?
Yes.
How many times did Doug go in the room? 'Cause that's another thing that's not making sense, is because nobody knows Doug was there.
Twice.
What's that about?
He went in the room once, two, because Michael was being loud and obnoxious, because I started it, and then Gale went, and then she's like, Doug, well, you go try to talk to him. And see if we can get him calmed down. And then, she said, well, after all that, she's like, well, Elaine, you go back there, you talk to him, and, sit with him for a while. So I went back, sat with him, and I got on the bed, and, I brought my book back, got on the bed, and was back here, he was, Elaine, I don't want to be in bed, well, I don't want to be wrapped up and everything, and that's like, all you gotta do is calm down. And, that's what I was trying to go for, the 5 minutes instead of 20 minutes. I was like, all you gotta do is calm down. Just calm down and stop screaming. You stop screaming, I'll unwrap you.
Okay, so
You stop screaming and I'll unwrap you.
he didn't scream for 4 hours. No, don't even try to take me there, because he didn't.
I'm not going to say he screamed for 4 hours, but he screamed for a long time.
I'm picking up on that, because that would drive a lot of people over.
I'm not saying he screamed for the entire 4 hours. I'm just saying he screamed for a long time.
At what point did you put the pillows around him in the crib?
And it came out. No, I did 10. Okay, Doug came in, grabbed to get me because he said, well, she wasn't serious. She didn't have to sit back here the whole time. That's like, okay, fine. And, he already had, excuse me, one pillow in there. And then I grabbed the other one up off the floor. And I put one on one side, one on the other side. And he's still flopping around and things, so I grabbed the other pillow and threw it towards the end so it would be down by his feet.
And he was face down, and you put the pillow on top of his feet on the back side of his feet, is that right?
All right.
I mean, I think that's what you told me before, is that right?
All right.
So this whole time he laid face down?
He was down like this, but, I
How would you know that if his face is covered?
Because I felt his face,
Okay.
and
That
then,
makes sense. Okay.
turned his head. So it's like, so he wouldn't be like this.
Okay.
Turn your head a little bit, so.
So, where are we on the scale of accuracy? 1 meaning I haven't heard the tip of the iceberg yet, and 10 is you got the perfect rendition of the story, what really happened. I want you to be perfect, because facts are perfect. Facts you don't have to recall, facts you don't have to do anything, they're there, they're staring at you. Are you there? Well, let me, I know this is one of my hypotheticals.
Okay.
I just got called a few hours ago about this. Okay, so I've been briefed very quickly.
Yes.
You got a couple detectives out there that have been working on this since Saturday. They know a heck of a lot more than me.
Mm-hmm.
So if one of those detectives comes in here right now and has talked to a bunch more people than me, and has a lot more evidence put together already, how is the story you've told me going to hold up? Knowing he's talked at length to Gale, at length to Doug, at length to whomever.
Doug and Sam hasn't really talked to Doug.
He hasn't talked to Sam yet? I mean, Doug yet? Do we know that? Is Doug somewhere out of the country?
Because we said he was outside fishing.
Oh, so that was made up.
He did go outside to go fishing.
Okay, so part of the day he went outside and went fishing.
Yes.
When did he come back from fishing? Who are you guys covering? Who are you covering up for? Who's covering up for whom?
I'm not covering up for anybody because it started out with okay. Doug and Sam are not supposed to be staying at the house.
I knew there was something being held back, so they were there.
Doug and Sam are not supposed to be staying at the house. Sam was at work.
Now go give me the real rest of it. Give it all to me.
Okay,
This is not about Doug and Sam. This is just about the facts, okay?
Doug came out of the bedroom at about 12:30.
Okay. The bedroom that Michael was in.
No.
Oh, his bedroom.
Yeah, the other
Where him and Sam were?
Yeah.
Okay. They did their thing, okay.
No, no, they were just sleeping back there. But Doug came out of the bedroom about 12:30.
Okay.
Sat down, got him something to drink, smoked a cigarette, then went outside and played catch with Bo. Gabby went out and everything, and then, we was trying to get Michael down and everything, and then, he wasn't cooperating by eating his lunch. He ate one sandwich and then just like, I don't want to eat no more. I want to do what I want to do, which means they're outside. I want to go outside, or if I can't go outside, I want to watch TV and I want to do it now, and I want to do this, so I'm not gonna eat. So he ate the first part of his sandwich after, once threatening. It was like, go ahead, eat, or you're not getting nothing. No drink. No, nothing. Ate a sandwich. Ate a little bit more than half, 3/4 of the other one. Couldn't get him to eat the rest, so because he keep it in his mouth and chew like a cow could, and just chew and just chew and just, yeah, it got nasty. So, try to get him to force that down and everything. Just, tilt your head back, rub on your throat, try to get you to swallow it, whatever. It wasn't working. So, she finally was like, no, you're done. You get over here on the...
She being who?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get over here on the rug, lay down. And he's still fussing and fighting and yelling and screaming and, Grandma, I hate you, Grandma, I don't like you, and blah, 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 blah. So she's adding up and, smacks him up a little bit. A little lot. And, I take him back to the room. He lays down in the bed. Then I spread out the rug. I spread out the blanket and everything. Have him get up, lay down, and start wrapping him up. Elaine, I don't want to be wrapped up. Well, you're going to get wrapped up because you pushed everybody's limit today.
Including Doug's and Sam?
Sam was at work.
What time she get home from work? Or what time she go to work?
Sam went to work. Sam had to be at work at... somewhere between 8 and 10.
In the morning?
Yes. So, yeah, she went to work before the kids got up.
So how did she come out of the room with Doug at 12?
No, she didn't come out of the room with Doug at 12. They slept back there that night, but Doug came out of the room at 12:30.
Well, Doug and Sam been staying at the house since they got kicked out.
Since they got evicted from their place.
When was that?
I couldn't want to remember.
So they've been at the house all the time.
Yeah, they've been at the house.
Do they know you rap the kids?
Yes.
Do they like that and do that themselves?
No, they don't do them themselves. If it comes to the point where the kids need to be wrapped, they call me. Because I'm the only one who seems to do it.
When's the last time either Doug or Sam asked you to wrap one of the kids?
It has been a long time. I'd say about a month. But they were... last time they asked me to wrap a kid, it was been more than a month. And I was pretty sure it's been more than a month. And because they were still staying at their own place at the time.
So this is another thing that tells me again, this rapping thing is something we pretty much came up with because you had experience at it.
No. She asked me to do it. We got started, and then I was, kind of doing it. One kid here, one kid there, one kid here, one kid there, and then I kind of got...
So you became more proficient at it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would have much preferred to just, make sure there's nothing in the room for them to get into the whole 9 yards and go put them in the room.
I appreciate that.
And be like, okay, here you are, you're done. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to deal with you. And I'll be back in a little while. Because that's the way it used to be, but she doesn't believe in locking them in something.
Okay.
Because, that's the way it used to be when it was just, Sam and Doug at their place. You reverse the handle on the door and, locks on the outside. Because they all can reach it. They can all unlock it. They all know how to do it.
Okay.
So, you reverse the handle and, you put them in there and then, timeout, you're not listening.
Welcome in.
Yeah, and you can hear them.
All right.
I mean,
Let me fast forward a little bit because this might be the toughest question that you have to answer tonight. And I want you to answer. I expect you to answer it. when the police started their investigation about what happened, who was involved in hiding the information? You don't have to think about it. Y'all talked about it. That's what would happen in that situation. Who knew what likely happened that night and caused that whole situation?
It's the only two that likely knew what happened and caused it. Yeah.
You said Doug and Samantha were there. They didn't know?
No. Doug, Samantha was at work. She was there She was there that morning.
All right, so she
was there that morning.
Right, and she was gone because she was
gone.
She was going to go to the hospital.
Yes, she was gone. She went to the hospital from
Was
work.
Doug there or not? Because Doug, if he was there, he knew
Michael was wrapped.
Okay.
But he had went out after he had went in and checked on Michael that one time, and then he came back in to say to me that, okay, she didn't mean you had to sit back here the whole time.
Okay.
And I came out of the room. He went out fishing.
Okay.
And he stayed out fishing.
Oh, so at that point he went out fishing.
Right.
Not earlier in the day.
Right.
Ah, okay. So that's where that story varies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the only two people who know, and therefore conspired to hide the truth.
Right.
That's just an obvious statement I'm making. I know it's hard to hear. Are you and Gale, or just you? Or just Gale? No, obviously you're involved because you told me. How did you and Gale decide you were going to play this out?
We didn't. We didn't talk about it.
Well, how did you come up with the story in the beginning that wasn't quite accurate? You guys each told the police something that wasn't accurate, right? Did you and Gale?
He did start, but see, the difference is I didn't say that I wrapped him up in a blanket, but he did. He was in the toddler bed because he did lay down in the toddler bed.
Okay, so you're playing word games. I got that.
Yeah, he laid down in the toddler bed.
Whose idea was it not to say he was wrapped up? Because you're telling me at least two people besides you knew he was wrapped, and that was Doug and that was Gale. So whose idea was it not to say he was wrapped up that day?
I don't know for them who told them anything.
You and Gale didn't talk about it? As close as you are, you didn't talk about what was going on and how this thing could play out?
No, I didn't.
So I look stupid.
No,
come on.
What she said was she told them that he had the blanket pulled up to his neck. And I said, I told her, and I said opposite, that he was laying on his stomach, head turned, and the blanket was pulled up to his neck. That's all I said. But we said this after we had already said it to each other. We talked about it after we had already said it to them.
Okay. So they talked to you separately when this whole thing first started, and that's the stories you told, and then you got together and said, what'd you say? Because that's what normally would happen, right?
Right. Because by the time they actually, got us back in the house in the whole 9 yards, and
when you were coming down here today, did you guys, before you came here today, decide, all right, let's stick to this story? A particular story, whatever that story is. This is a story. Agree? No. Let's stick to this story.
No.
You didn't? You both looked at it and said, okay, it's time to go tell them what we really think happened.
No. She just kept saying I have a bad feeling about it.
So you guys, since Saturday?
We have talked.
Till Monday.
We have talked.
Have you not talked about what you were going to say to the police?
We have talked. No, all we talked about was how we got talked to.
Okay.
The depth of the questions, the wording of the questions, and
you didn't come up with any kind of plan? Because I'm thinking if I were in your situation, I would be coming up with some kind of plan. Because I'd be thinking, I don't want him to think I did anything bad on purpose. What am I going to say? And if that's my best friend sitting there, I'm thinking I'm going to sit there and talk about it with her.
No, we talked about it a little bit, because I mean, we talked to, your mom, Samantha, and she's like, if you've done anything, Mom, just let me know. If you've done anything, Mom, just let me know. And she knows he got wrapped up.
Samantha knows.
Yeah, because she's like, did you wrap it too, Mom, was it wrapped too tight? Did anything else occur? So
Samantha knew that.
But the things that happened, I mean, yeah, he got maybe slapped around a little bit more than is called for.
Okay.
But it wasn't something that was unusual.
So
nothing about that day was unusual, other than the fact that he got put in the crib.
Okay. Are you ready to talk to the detective? Do you feel comfortable that you got your story straight? Because you know what he might say to me is, took her, going to be available for another polygraph?
I just feel like I'm doing everybody.
It's not about throwing people under the bus. That's what's hard for me.
I know, but I just...
The truth is the truth. What's done is done. You can't go back and change it. Gale can't go back and change it. Samantha can't go back and change it. Doug can't go back and... Nobody can go back and change it. It's done. It's a done deal. I'm sorry for everyone's loss. I truly am. But when people... this is what is frustrating for me as a truth seeker is... I don't know if you have a religion or you have any religious beliefs or not, but all religion aside, I know and I have seen and I have experienced by other people and by myself that the minute you get the full truth, the uncensored truth out, no matter how bad emotionally it feels, there is a sense of freedom and that confirmation that you did what you know is what you should do, which is right. You know the difference between right and wrong, okay? Yes. Here's the phrase I'm referring to. The truth shall set you free.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it, okay? Yeah. It's been proven.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not talking about in religious circles. I'm talking about in when it's been studied psychologically and in other... Why would... I'll get the detective in here to hear what you want to say when you're ready, but I'm trying to help you out. Don't you ask me to bring him in here when you're going to tell him something that's not the full, uncensored version of the truth. You can't be concerned about throwing people under the bus. This is not about throwing people under the bus. This is about understanding what happened. If for no other reason is to how not to have it happen again. Okay? Think about that side of this angle as well.
Okay. I just hope the blood's gonna just caught, and then,
Are you ready for him? I'm only staying here because I want you to be ready for him. I'm leaving anytime you tell me to get my little butt out of here, okay? My butt's not that little, but...
Jesus, I'm scared.
What are you scared about? All right, here's the deal. I'm going to go get him when you tell me to. Don't you dare make me a liar. Because my statement to him is going to be, Elaine wants to tell you what really happened. We don't need to talk about the polygraph results. Elaine wants to tell you what really happens. And if you blow that opportunity, don't screw yourself. You've come a huge, huge way It's not everybody that can walk that difficult path that you just walked. But if you haven't finished that walk yet, only you know that for sure. And you don't want to, I don't want to be back here giving you polygraphs to verify every little thing. So you have to be believable to the detective. And when you're ready to be believable to the detective, you tell me, I will go get him.
I will tell them about that night in its entirety.
Quit holding back about throwing people into the curb or under the bus or whatever we said.
I will tell them that, yes.
Because my hope and your hope should be that when they're in the same position you are now, that they're going to tell the whole truth too. Because that's the only way all of you can be free of this. And grieve and do whatever you need to do in a normal process. Because you really can't do that till you get this piece out of the way.
Right.
Okay?
Oh, look at that.
Okay. If the detective feels like he needs to test on that specific fact, I'll happily give you a polygraph. Would you take one on that?
Yes, I'll take a polygraph for that.
All
I
right.
don't remember saying that.
Okay. The people in the house are the only people that knows what went on that day. I wasn't there. What I do know is you definitely did something specifically responsible to cause him to overheat, which led to his death. Okay? And you have to be honest about that. Mistakes happen. It's not an accident, though. What we're talking about is not an accident. You understand that?
I know.
Okay. You ready? All right. He's probably nicer than I am, even. I'm going to stay here outside the room. If you need me, I'll happily come back in, okay? All right? I'm counting on you. Okay. All right, let me get my little glass of water then. I'll leave this with you and for him, whatever you need to do with that, okay? Don't take that with you, though.
Okay.
I want it.
What? The sheet? Or the whole thing?
Just keep the whole thing together if you don't mind.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right, give me a couple minutes to go find him.
It's only 2:15.
Ooh, it's toasty. Jennifer said it wanted to talk to me.
Yes.
Just leave this over here.
I'll start the day over.
Okay.
Got the kids up, moving around,
Mhm.
Taylor.
Okay.
Okay. Line them up, went to the bathroom. Gabby went in, she went potty and everything. Michael went in here to go potty. I did step out of the room and pick up the poop. It was on the ground. Threw it away. Came back in. His head was wet because he was missing in the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
Got off there, and I was talking to him about that. I said, you're not supposed to be playing in the toilet or anything. He went to stand up to pull up his pull-up. He was bent over and head down. And I was squeezed on his head, not hard or anything. Held his hand, popped him on the butt a couple times.
You squeeze on his head like you put his head between your legs?
Put his head between my legs and just to hold him still because he was going to squirm. Popped him on his butt a couple times and said, okay.
Did he cry, yell, scream, anything?
He cried. And I said, okay, you're done. You're not supposed to drink out of the toilet. So he put up his pajamas and everything, went out, sat down, and he talked to his grandma. And I said, it was in the toilet. And she said, okay, we're gonna discuss this later, but let's get brunch, lunch around. Okay, since it was so late in the morning. And he sat down, because Gabby was sitting down. And I still had to go wake up Tristan, Bo.
Okay.
And get Alex out of the playpen.
Okay.
I mean, out of the crib.
And his crib's in the living room?
No. His playpen is in the living room.
Oh, but the crib in the bedroom.
The crib in the bedroom is actually...
Because that was the first night they slept there.
Alex, yes. Okay. So, went and grabbed him out of the crib. Woke Bo up. Alex back down, changed his diaper and everything. Sat him down, went and got his little high chair, brought that out so he could sit down to have his lunch. Bo went to the bathroom, came out, sat down at the table, started, he had his morning pills, started eating, and then Grandma whispered to him, so we're going to go in the kitchen, I'm going to tell you a secret, and, if you keep quiet, then everything will be good. If not, you just won't get it. So the secret was so that it's eat your lunch, cause no problems, go outside, and play on PlayStation. He did that. Then Gabby got up to eat because we're separating them to eat because they mock each other and won't eat together or just stare at each other. So Gabby got up and she ate hers and everything. So she got to go out. Then, was finally Michael's turn. Because while all during this time, I was breaking off pieces of food between Alex. Michael got up. He started eating his peanut butter. The first half sandwich went down pretty good. Second half didn't go down so well. He ate half to maybe like 3/4 of it, and then he kept chewing it in his mouth, and it kind of looked like, a cow that had cud that he just kept it in his cheeks and everything.
So he was playing with it more than eating it.
He was playing with it more than eating it. So I was like, okay, spit it out. And he didn't get it all out. So I was like, open your mouth and, get all that out. And he bit me. So I'm like,
So you licked him in the nose?
Licked him in the nose. I was like, you don't bite nobody. I'm just, trying to be nice, trying to help you out. And so I was like, fine, you don't want to eat this? Fine, now, whatever. And then he got a very small sip of water since, I know he needed something to flush him out, flush it down and everything. And he sat down. And he sat down in timeout on Grandma's rug, so with the knees crossed and hands head down. I was like, you sit there, let me get everybody else situated, and then we'll come back and we'll talk. Maybe you can, maybe explain what you're doing, try to finish eating your lunch, talk to Grandma, why you've been bad, explain to her why you've been bad, whatever. So by this point in time, the kids are outside and everything, and then Doug comes out of the back bedroom, and everything appears to be going fine, but Michael's still screaming and hollering and having a fit. So, upsets Grandma. She pops him on the side of the face and the back of the head a few times and everything. And then, that's still going on. I look out to make sure that the kids, wait a minute. No, that's too early. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's too early. Because the kids had come back in. Because they had been outside for a little while. They had come back in because she didn't want them outside to get overheated. Because we did try laying him down for a long time. So I don't want
Michael?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, on the rug beside her because I don't want to miss anything.
Sure.
So they were outside playing for a little while, and it was just Alex and Michael in, and Michael was still trying to be quiet, still laying there, still fussing about wanting to go outside or watching TV, because, Grandma cut the TV off and everything, and then Alex is like in that in-between stage of, am I going to sleep or am I just going to be up talking to you all day? So I went out to tell Doug that the kids need to come in because it was kind of hot, and then I caught Gabby messing with the flower on one of the benches, which she knows she's not supposed to touch though, so she came in and, she got sent time out and to face the hallway. And while all this was going on, Michael's getting louder and louder and more obnoxious and saying, Grandma, I hate you, and all this other good stuff. So, Grandma gets upset and popping and slapping him a little bit, And Doug is standing beside Bo and with his hand like this, with his head turned so, Bo can't see it. And then, she's like, okay, take him before, I totally lose it and everything else. So I took him back to the room. Get back to the room. He lays in the toddler bed. And I spread the blanket out on the floor. And then I told him to get up. And I lay him down on the blanket and I wrap him up. And then he goes into the crib. At this point in time, it's just him in the blanket. And I make sure his head is turned so he can, not face down so he can breathe. And there's just the one pillow that originally started in there, which was the rolled pillow.
Okay.
So he's fine. He's talking to me and everything. I said, all you gotta do is, give me 5-10 minutes, quiet, it'll be fine. Walk out of the room. I'm out of the room for maybe 10-15 minutes. He's still screaming and hollering the whole time. I believe Grandma was next. I got up, went back and talked to him. She tried to talk to him and everything. And, he was still being, he calmed down while he was in the room. As soon as you leave the room, he started being obnoxious and everything.
Which is common. Is that what he does? When he hears y'all leave the room, he gets...
Yeah,
he wants you guys to be close to him.
Yeah. He gets agitated again and be like, okay, whatever. So, she walked out of the room. Then, I believe, Dad went back there and talked to him. Talked to him for a minute, and,
You believe, or you're sure?
I'm pretty sure that Dad went back there. I'm not sure if it was me. I'm not sure of the order, whether it was me or Dad, but I know Dad went back there and talked to him.
He's wrapped up? Totally wrapped up? Head and everything?
He's wrapped up. He's wrapped up.
Okay.
So, Dad went back there and talked to him and everything, and, he's talking to us clearly, the whole 9 yards, rolling around and everything. So, like I said, Dad went back there and talked to him, and I don't know if at this point in time was when she laid down to take her nap, because the nap occurred. I got a phone call from my daughter so I could wish my grandson a happy birthday, because I know I did go back, and I am getting to that, but I don't know.
Do you remember her on the phone? And then she said something about I think she talked to Sam just before her nap.
I know Sam called, and
if that helps you, the time frame.
Sam said her break was at 3:30, so she said like maybe 3:40, 3:45 she called.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. So if it was that time, it was Doug that had went in next.
Okay.
And then tried to calm him down, and then he came back out and sat around for a minute, wanted to take Bo into the backyard, and she said no, because we're not taking him into the backyard, because if you're not here, then they'll think they can go in the backyard when they're by themselves, and try not to let them in towards the backyard, because we ain't got locks.
You got the water and
yeah, we ain't got locks on those back gates, so we don't want them to go back there to think they can go down there by the water and stuff. So Doug went outside.
Okay, what do you go outside and get?
To fish.
Okay.
Then I must have received the phone call about that time, so I could wish my grandson a happy birthday.
Your grandson,
Dre.
Dre, how old's Dre?
6. He turned 6.
Okay. So his mom and dad called from their phone to you?
Yeah,
so
my daughter called from her phone to the house phone, so I could wish Dre a happy birthday. And because, I was talking to him and everything, and Gail was like, well, you better go on outside because it's going to get the kids riled up and everything, stuff like that. So I stepped outside on the porch and, sang him happy birthday, talked to him for a few minutes and came back in. And then I went to the back room. Now, somewhere in this time, I believe she said, but I'm not sure because it's not clear in my memory. She could have told me to unwrap them, but it's not clear in my memory at this point in time, so it might have occurred at that point in time. I can't see it, I can't remember it, so I'm not trying to omit anything, but I can't say yes to it because I'm not confident I can say yes to it. Went back and everything, and his blankets had loosened up a little bit, and I said, Michael, are you good? And he's like, no, Elaine, I want out, and blah 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 blah. I was like, so just relax and quit yelling and cussing and fussing, and then get out. Then I was back there for a little while. No, it had to be before that. Because there was a time when I was back there for a little while that, she had said that I needed to go back there and sit with him and everything, and, sit back there with him for a while. So I sat back there with him for a while. It's before the extra pillows got in there. I'm not quite sure the time frame. I believe it was after the phone call I received from my grandson. So it could have been right after. I'm not quite sure when. I went back, talked to him a little bit, and then, he was still fussing and everything. So I was like, okay, maybe we can just do 5 minutes. I'll sit back here. I got on the bed, and I had my book in my hand, and I was just gonna sit there and read. And I was like, I read I read two pages in 5 minutes. I get through 2 pages. You're quiet. Ciao. And I was back there reading or something, and then I don't know why he happened to come back in, but Doug came in and said that, she wasn't, she didn't mean that she had to sit back here this whole time.
Meaning Gale?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't have to sit back there this whole time with him. So, and he walked out. I got up, and he was, a little quieter, but not a lot quieter. And he was kind of rolling real hard from side to side. So the one pillow was there, and I grabbed the other pillow.
Was it rolling like frantic, like he's struggling, or he's just wanting to get out? He's just upset, wants to get...
Just upset, like he wants to get out, not like he's frantic. So, I had the rolled pillow on the back side, and the leopard pillow on the front side, and I pushed him back away so that when he rolls, that he had room. So, because he was rolling, like throwing himself, rolling it, not like I said, he not like he was frantic. And then grabbed the other white pillow and tucked it down at the bottom because I didn't, because his feet was kicking.
Okay.
So I didn't want him to get his feet caught. Because this wrapping is something that I've done before. They've always been able to get out. Never had any type of problem. And the reason I put the pillows on the side was because the night before, it wasn't him, although it was Alex. Slide forward, get your legs caught. He can't get out.
When he was wrapped?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, when he was just laying in bed sleeping because he just had his blanket. Because
there's no bumper pads on that. So.
There's no bumper pads. So I didn't want him to, if he was trying to get out and everything and it was just about out, like get his arm caught or anything like that. So I put those around. And then I walked back out of the room and, she was down for a nap and everything, and I was watching the kids, and then, a kid would say they have to go to the bathroom. I get up, walk back with them and everything, and then listen and don't really hear anything, but, I hear him breathing, not like he's can't breathe or anything, just like he's snoring and sleeping. So I don't think anything of it because, you've heard that door open, so door's open,
it's creaky.
It's creaky, so if he was asleep, it would get more agitated. Wasn't trying to get him more agitated, and with her sleep and the other three being up, I was kind of divided my time. I sat back there with the three that was up, and then walk back every few minutes to listen at the door to make sure I can still hear everything. Everything appeared to be okay. Then, between 5:30 and 6:30, whatever time that was, I went back and, unwrapped him and everything. And, yeah, he was hot and sweaty. That's not unusual. In that situation, because
when they're wrapped up, they sweat a lot.
When they're wrapped up, they sweat a lot. But Michael sweats a lot anyway.
Okay.
So, I undid his pajamas and everything because I was gonna change out his pajamas, the whole 9 yards, and shook him a little bit, and his eyes fluttered and looked at me, and I was like, "Okay, Mikey, just get up, Mikey, get up," and pulled the blanket off the bed because the blanket was kind of damp, so I was like, okay, so can't use this tonight, throw it over here in the corner, so when all said and done, I get your pajamas and blanket and, go do laundry, go finish doing laundry and stuff. And then I realized that, he's not really responding, rubbing on his arms and everything, and like, come on, Mikey, come on, Mikey, come on, Mikey. And, then I realized that, I couldn't hear his heartbeat and stuff, and then, walked out of the room, because I had him on the bed at this point, walked out of the room and said, Gale, I need you, come here, and everything, and, started rubbing on his chest again, and then she came in and she started CPR, and then, I ran and grabbed the phone, come back, and then, they told us to put him on the floor, we put it on the floor, and then, he aspirated the peanut butter, and then the EMT and paramedics and everybody showed up.
I appreciate you being honest and telling us what's going on. Okay.
And I'm sorry. I'm just, I've wrapped him up before.
Remember we talked earlier, it's kind of like the mom that goes to answer the phone when the kid's in the bathtub. You can do it 100 times and it's no big deal, and then at one time, heaven forbid, it goes terribly wrong.
Yeah, but see,
doesn't mean you're a bad person.
The other thing you don't know is...
What's that, Squid?
I had a different, years back, when my daughter was a baby. I had another traumatic experience. No, she did not die, but she was burned from the knees.
She was like put in hot water, or
she was put in hot water.
Mm-hmm.
It was ultimately proven that I didn't do it. Yes, I took full responsibility for it. I'll tell you now. I told them then I'm gonna take full responsibility for it because I was the only adult in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I have no issues with that. I guess it's just a bad memory of everything.
Mm-hmm.
All of it coming back, the questions, how you would ask the questions, and everything. And then, it really hit me today when you asked me about the polygraph.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it's not like it was back then because we're talking 92.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a chance to, yes, she knew some of the story,
Mm-hmm.
but all she said was, I know a little bit because I've talked to a couple people, but I don't know everything, so just talk. Yeah, and I guess that's it because I haven't had a chance to talk to somebody who hasn't been involved or was involved, or just I can ramble and get it all out and it not be confused and not be jumbled up. Because, all of us need closure.
Mm-hmm.
You guys need the truth. You want the truth. I have no problem accepting my responsibility in it. I just needed time to get it out. And I'm sorry I lied to you.
Apologize. You're absolutely doing the right thing. I want to give you that avenue, and that's all I've ever wanted from the first second I sat down in the driveway and met with you guys, just to find out the truth. You mind if we go over a couple things?
Sure.
I didn't want to interrupt you when you were telling me. Are you okay? Do you need a moment, or are you all right?
Just this.
We started off talking about the beginning. How long has this the tying up and wrapping up the kids been going on? I know I read a DCF report, something about putting kids in the cage and cat cage and stuff. Was that an alternative before the wrapping started?
Well, that big cage that was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you actually seen Molly, the big cat.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, that's the nice one in the house.
I saw that one.
Okay. We leave the cage open because her blanket's on top now, but it used to be inside. And then we throw another blanket down in there because, leave her door open, and then one of the kids would happen to crawl in there. That's why we ended up throwing an extra blanket in there. One of the kids might crawl in there to sleep with her because, she's very protective of the kids and everything. So that would end up being no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Tristan would say to Raquel or somebody when she came to talk that the kids were in the cage or the kids slept in the cage, but we're not gonna stop the kids from hanging out with the cat because if the cat would become unfriendly. And
so the kids aren't locked up in the cage.
No.
Keep them locked up. They're just, they're hanging out with the cat, kind of camping out.
Yeah, they're hanging out with the cat, kind of camping out. And if they pull the door does swing both ways, but if you pull it in the wrong way and the latch happens to come down, they can't get out. They technically can, but can't.
They can't figure out the latch, probably.
Yeah, they can't figure out to just move it up to get it out. So he might think they're locked in that way, but they're technically not because the cat will come up, move it up, and walk on out.
When's the first time the whole wrapping thing? Who came up with that idea? How did it? I mean, specifically, I know sometime we were talking in generalities, like, well, we kind of discussed it. We all discussed it. Who was actually kind of brought it up and thought that was something you could use to calm the children down?
it was discussed between me and Gale.
Okay.
And she said, well, you know, it's something we might be able to try to, because we were having the issues before. We had the doors by her bed, and those other ones before we had put the latches on them and everything.
Was that what the closet door thing before?
Yeah.
To keep the kids in a certain area?
To keep the kids in there because, you know, we all be in that vicinity at night and everything, but, you know, after a while we'll fall asleep, you know, like, you know, normal, and the kids would get up at about 3:30 and go in the kitchen, open the fridge, grab some milk, grab this, grab whatever. And, you know, you hear a noise, you wake up, and, you know, one of them's running back. Well, Mikey's in the kitchen drinking milk, and, you know, Mikey's on the floor with the gallon, tilting it, doing that. So, you know, we started with the doors. We started doing that with the doors. Then, you know, that was fine there as far as the doors went. So that stopped with a lot of problems. Then, you know, Gale's table, before we started moving, we had put the box, that dresser, and a few other things in front of it so the kids couldn't get to it. You know, she had little pop cans. One, Gabby. It was mainly Gabby. She would get up in the middle of the night, go over to the table, grab Grandma's pop, and drink it all. So we started devising something we could hear, so that if she got up to go do it, that
what'd you devise?
We put the dresser drawer in front of it, and the trash can over it, and some paper, something that would make noise, that when we heard it.
So if she bothered it, it would fall or make a noise and alert you guys that she was up.
Right. So we,
And how did that work out? Was that working? Or?
Actually, it worked real good for a long time. And then, you know, she basically, you know, when you get caught, you get up in the morning, okay, instead of, okay, you can't have milk, you get water. You know, or you can't have juice, you get water. You were bad, you have to pay the repercussions. No, I'm not going to take. No, we're not going to. No, I'm not going to be to the point where you can't have nothing to drink. You just can't have the good stuff to drink.
Or teach them that when they do things that they're supposed to, they get rewarded.
Right.
Okay. And then how did it go from there to? Did it go anywhere else? I know we've talked about the medication a million times, but I know that was that part of it too as well to calm them down.
No, the medication started out as, you know, medication, and occasionally it would go to, okay, they're rambunctious, they're restless, let's give something a try, because we don't know, and it was a new situation for everybody.
Absolutely, because I mean, I know you've been around the kids, you come down quite a bit, but it's a huge situation to go from. It's different from grandma that the kids are visiting and mom and dad are over and maybe they're a couple hours to 24/7 nonstop, no breaks.
Right.
I can't even imagine. I mean, that's a lot of work.
Right. And
then you got Bo's problems, which adds to that.
Right.
And then you got a 2-year-old that's a little baby. That's a lot. That's a lot of work.
So yeah, it went from to some of the Benadryl to help calm down. So, sometimes it was very legit where we thought they had allergies, because you know you give them some, you know, when we did start out with the melatonin, and then Michael would say he's itchy, he's itchy, and it looked like he was breaking out with something, so that was an immediate stop. Okay. So when, you know, it looked like he was breaking out something, immediate stop. Then we gave him the Benadryl, because you know, if you break out with something, you know, that's what Benadryl is supposed to be about. So, and okay, then it's like, okay, so it kind of works. And, you know, as long as it's, you know, not too strong of a dosage, the whole 9 yards, and he's okay. And it's not like he would ever immediately fall asleep. That was never what that's never what any of them are about. Cause like, like Bo with his sleeping pills that are prescribed. He gets those before he eats dinner. He can eat dinner first, first serving, second serving, get his drink, go to the bathroom, come back, lay down in bed, and still be up for an hour.
So before he goes, time to get in their system.
It takes some time for them to settle down enough to let it take effect.
Other than what we talked about with Michael having the breakout, did any of the children ever have a bad reaction to either too much medication, a little bit too much?
No.
Any problems like that?
No.
So you're always very careful on how much you give them.
Right.
Okay.
Always.
And then where do we go now? Was there anything else in between that and then starting to wrap them up? Yes, ma'am.
No.
When did you guys start wrapping up? When's the first time that came into play and you decided we'd try it?
It's more than 3 months.
Okay. So it's October, so it'd be like August, July and August?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
How did that come about?
They got real restless one night, and we knew we weren't doing the melatonin anymore because we didn't know if it was just like a freak accident with Michael, or he actually was allergic to it, because we didn't know at that time, and the doctors were saying that he's too young to test right now to find out if he's allergic. So if one's maybe got something, they could all have it, because granted, they don't all have the same biological parents, but we got the common factor of mom.
Yeah.
So no, let's just not try it. And yes, mom doesn't have an issue with shellfish, but some kids, you never know with kids and how they react. So we just stopped doing that. And then she's like, well, why don't we try something else? Not
and
so
this
much.
Is a conversation with Gale.
Yeah. So why don't we try something else? Not so much to hurt them, or it's the discipline thing. It's just slow them down enough so they can, stop fidgeting enough so they can slow down enough so they can go ahead and lay down and go to sleep, because they didn't.
So kind of like we talked before, once if the kids would sit down and actually relax for a few minutes,
right,
they would kind of just get comfortable and then just kind of goes off anyway.
Right. So we'd start out, you have them tied up for a minute, and then as soon as they relax, unwrap.
And now, would you wrap up all the children, even Bo?
I've wrapped up Bo before, yes.
And how did he react to that? Because he's 7.
Oh.
He seems like very, very intelligent kid, very vocal.
Oh yes, he is very vocal. He got wrapped up a couple times, and we're like, you lay down, you gotta lay down and go to sleep, because you take all your medications the whole 9 yards, and we were trying to get them on a schedule between 8 and 8:30 to get them down, since both got to be up at 5:30, 5:45, and we start with Bo to get him down, and then the others weren't quite in school yet, but they were all going down at the same time, because if they're still up, Bo's still going to try to be up, so everybody was trying to go down. Would
you guys wrap up the kids every night and wrap up all the kids?
No.
Or just if Michael was acting up, we just wrap up Michael?
No,
or?
just on a real bad night, and it depends on how bad each individual kid was acting up, because there could be there was nights when they all were didn't want to listen, didn't want to do anything, didn't want to lay down.
Nights like that, did you wrap up all of them? Was there any night you remember you wrapped up all 4 of them, or?
I think there might have been 1, maybe 2 nights that happened, but it was never for long, because once you get them started and they lay down and relax, then you're okay, because bow I could tie up, get him started, and then, you know, if he's still a little while, his medication would kick in, and then, okay, I'm gonna wrap him, he's fine.
So once they calmed down and started chilling out and mellowed out,
Yeah.
you would untie them and let them loose?
Right.
And then,
But Gabriella, I didn't have to worry about. She'd be out in 10 minutes. Regardless of...
She's like a little escape artist. She
how
can
you
wiggle
tie her,
out.
yeah. How you tie her, whatever,
No matter how tight you tied her, she can get out.
She'd get out. So I was like... And it's like... We basically like gave up. Okay, fine, Gabby, you don't get this tomorrow. You don't get this. We started taking away things. You had to come up with something different for Gabby.
Now, when you wrap the children...
Okay. You lay... You know, how's the like this? You lay it out on the floor.
It's hard to wrap kind of with this, but...
You lay it out on the floor, and then, you know, you lay there. And you roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it. And, you know, kids right here. And then you bring this over, save the top by the head, so it's not so it's bending the neck or pulling on them or anything.
Make sure they're straight.
Make sure they're straight, and, you know, because this whole time they're still moving.
They're struggling.
They're still wiggling.
They don't want to cooperate. That's why they're getting wrapped up in the first place.
Right. They don't want to cooperate. So, and then you bring the other side over, make sure, you know, the legs aren't cocked, toes aren't, you know, nothing's caught, everything, and, you know, come together and, you know, tie it up.
And who would generally wrap children up? Would you? Did Gale? Because I know she said she had some problems with like arthritis in her hands.
She would, you know, she would say it to me.
She would like, ask you to do it?
She would ask me to do it, and, you know, I'd do it, because, you know, 9 times out of 10, I generally agree. You know, because depending on what's going on at that point in time, it's not so much that, it's not always so much so that we required the rest. It was because that they had dark circles.
So they're just exhausted.
Under their eyes, and they refused to go to sleep. And, you know, that was part of the Benadryl thing, because of the major dark circles, because we couldn't get them to go to sleep no matter what we did. But she did, you know, when Sam and Doug still had them with them at their house, they, you know, they had their own bedrooms and stuff, and, you know, we reversed the locks. So instead of having, you know, the lock on the inside, we put it on the outside, because they could open the door at any given point in time. All 3 of them could open the door. So we had to reverse the locks so to keep them in their rooms, because if you didn't keep them in their room, they'd be in the refrigerator or up watching TV, or who knows what's going on when the adults are asleep. So Gail didn't believe in, you know, locking them in the room. And I agreed with that, because I seen the results of what could happen if you locked them in the room.
What?
The window lock, the lock on the window, that got, you know, they
get mischievous in the rooms. They're bored and nothing to do.
That'll get busted off. They'll open the windows and they'll throw out all their toys or whatever, you know. Because we've gotten lucky that, you know, they threw out the toys. They didn't go anywhere themselves.
Between August and here in October, if you took your best guess, how many times do you think you wrapped up the kids total? I mean, that's like 90 days roughly. There's 4 kids. Bo, like I said, Bo's probably a little bit less.
Less?
Over 100 times?
No. Because we stopped using it. After, right before school started, which is...
The end of August?
Yeah.
August 20s, like
yeah.
26, 27.
Yeah, right before school started, we didn't really have to do it. It was it's a very rare occasional thing, only if they're beyond control.
So before school started, how many times would it be? Every day or a couple times a week?
Once or twice a week, maybe.
And then after school started, how often?
I think maybe this was the third or fourth time since school got started.
Is there any other way you restrained the kids or try to calm them down, like handcuffs,
No.
tied them up with rope, belt,
No.
anything to secure their hands or trying to calm them down, secure them?
No. The only other way we would, if throw the temper tantrum and, they're on the bed and, I'm over them. I'm not sitting on them, over them, got their, hands locked down, their feet down, and just, okay, calm down. Because they're screaming, hollering, spitting, and, like.
But you're not restraining your time, you're just holding them down until they calm down.
I'm just holding them down till they calm down, so they,
They don't hurt themselves.
No, they don't, so they don't hurt themselves or hurt anybody else. Because, we've had a couple biting incidents where, okay, calm down, and then, they're trying to take a chunk out of you and stuff. So, okay, lay down and, head so they can breathe and stuff. And then just calm down.
Has any of the children ever been injured or had any problems? You said sometimes they got sweaty and hot.
No. They just get sweaty and hot. And then, uncover them. And then, because, they're either almost always, they're either asleep or almost all the way out. And, just uncover them so they can breathe and stuff and just.
Did you ever have to use a combination of Rapam and the Benadryl or any other medication at all?
No.
Like at the same time?
No.
Okay. What other adults have seen the children being wrapped up? You know about it. I mean, physically seeing them wrapped up, just like you showed me, tied up with their heads in there.
Gale, Mom, Dad.
Did their brother Dale see it? His family?
Yes, he's Uncle DJ. Yeah, DJ did say it.
And they had no objections to Samantha, Doug. You had no objections to the kids being wrapped up at all? They never say anything, they never voice their opinions on it? Because they had did something different. They just used to lock the kids up in the room.
Right.
And that's something different than they would do.
Right. I think there might have been some objections in the beginning. It's, I wasn't always part of the conversation. So, but I think there were some objections in the beginning, and then it'd be like, okay, Elaine, come wrap this one up, whatever.
Did Doug and Samantha at different times ask you to wrap the children up as well? Or was it mainly Gale?
It was mainly Gale. Sometimes it was Gale through Samantha and Doug, because she'll say something.
But you weren't sure because you didn't hear Samantha or Doug. Gale would say, "Hey, Samantha wanted."
No, it would be Gale might say something to Sam, but I might be, if they're there for their visit or something like that. So just give them more sense of it's their visit with just grandma and stuff. I might be back on the computer or in a different room, or could be outside or something like that. And then I'd come in or come from the back room or the bathroom, wherever, and they'd be like, Elaine, can you wrap this one up so they can go ahead and try to lay down and lay down for the night. Okay.
Would you sometimes wrap them up on your own too? You would decide, hey, it's time. They're acting up. It's time to wrap them up and calm them down. Or, I mean, you guys are close in family because you and Gale are always together. You guys are always pretty much right there.
Yeah.
Gale said you rarely leave the house. I mean, sometimes they would take you to go bowling or do something, but you were pretty much you guys were watching the kids.
Yeah, very rarely that it would be, I mean, I guess there would have to be I would assume there would have to be a few incidents where I went ahead and made the decision on my own. Go ahead and, to wrap them up because, they could be real restless or something like that. Or, just flat out bad, had been bad all that day. Or, like I said, they were at the point where Alex, Michael, and Gabby were like dramatic black eyes, baggy eyes, like they had been in a fight. And it was all from lack of sleep because we couldn't figure out what to do with them to get them to sleep. So they had the real dark baggy eyes, which meant Gale and I had the real dark baggy eyes because, she tried to let me sleep a little bit and she stay up. And then, after Bo would get up in the morning.
It's almost like a mom with a newborn.
Right.
You guys are lucky to get 20 minutes sleeps here and there.
Yeah, so then she'd let me sleep until I'd have to get Bo up in the morning. And then once I got Bo up in the morning, I'd let her sleep. And, I'd take, give her a few hours, whatever, and, stay awake with, coffee. And went through a lot of coffee. And,
now, on that Friday, the day before Michael passed, and you gave the kids the Benadryl, were you going to wrap them and it didn't work? Is that why you gave them a little Benadryl that day?
No, just.
Because all four of them were acting up, and that's a lot of kids to wrap up by yourself, or?
No, just gave him, Gabby, and Alex a little Benadryl because things were kind of excitable around the house because Dale had come by to get the rest of his stuff. Because Mom said you need to come over and get the rest of your stuff because, done with all the issues we're having.
But Gale was asking you to do that for her because she left the house, right? As far as tell Dale, get your stuff, it's time for you to go.
No, I actually did end up having to be the one to tell him.
Oh, you didn't have to be the bad guy?
No, Doug had to be the bad guy.
Did he?
Yes. I just packed his stuff. Because I got all his stuff packed up, the whole 9 yards, and then, because there was some majority of the stuff was in the closet in the room that, the kids were in. So I got that stuff packed up and then, went around the house to various spots because we might have something here, might have something there, whatever, so he picks up all his odds and ends and, it's like, whether they sit, I believe they've, gonna basically like totally sever ties because, they had a major blow up. So.
But he did come by Saturday and ask for money.
Yeah, because, she...
Not such a blow, he wouldn't want to help.
Because...
Try to get money from his mom. Help him out.
Because, that was his money. She still had it.
Oh, in her purse.
In her purse, she was holding it because when she told him to leave, he didn't take it. So he figured that was his foothold back in the door.
Okay. When we were talking earlier, you said around 2:30 or so is about the time that you guys were going to put Michael down on the carpet near his bed. You guys did that, correct?
Yeah, about 2:30, or it might have started a little bit earlier, but I don't think so.
And now, when is that before you took Michael? That's you did it first, and then Michael was taken back to the room,
right?
Because Gale asked you, say, hey, he was cranky, he wasn't listening, he wouldn't lay down. So Gale was like, can you just take him back to the room? I need a break.
Right. Okay. Right. Yes. He started out there because we was, cause that's usually what we did, and we usually had no problem. Lay Michael on the rug, by your bed, cover him up. He's good. Because he's right by grandma, and you're too close to grandma. You don't want to get grandma mad. You don't want to get in trouble because you lose you don't want to lose your extra privileges. And they all knew that Saturday was one that that it's you let Elaine and grandma sleep in. and he's quiet in the morning and you don't give us no issues, either it's, and the downfall of it lately has been because the big TV and the other big TV, that real big screen TV in the living room, hasn't been working lately.
Okay.
So that hasn't been working. So if that had been working, that would have been one of the benefits of it. Go in there, cut on the TV, turn it on real low, and watch cartoons. What kid wouldn't love that big TV? So
that's what Saturday mornings are made for.
Right. So, and the option is you can't watch them in there with grandma because grandma don't like cartoons. The cartoons that are on these days. She likes the real, and I don't blame her. She likes the real cartoons. She like Garfield? Garfield? Yeah, Garfield, Looney Tunes, all that.
She likes that.
So, those type of cartoons. But, that wasn't happening because, he was acting up and everything. So, if, he'd have just laid there for a few minutes, all 9 yards, talked to her, had a conversation with her, asked to, tell me why you're doing this, why you did this, because he's very vocal about what he does and why he does it anyway. So, if he had just, ultimately relaxed and just laid here for a few minutes, just quietly laid there for a few minutes, I don't believe any of the rest would have happened, but...
So, he wasn't cooperating, so you decided to wrap him? Or did Gale tell you to go ahead and wrap him up? I can't deal with this anymore. What was the conversation?
What I remember...
Well, not much remember what happened.
No, what I'm saying, what I recall is her saying, get him, put him in a room, I can't deal with this anymore.
You're not specifically wrap him up, just get him out of here.
I don't believe it was anything specific about wrapping him up.
Okay.
She might have said it, because that's what I did. But brought him back to the room. He did get in the toilet bed. He was laying in the toilet bed for a minute. And
we talked about that because he laid in the car bed at first.
Yeah, he was actually...
Without being wrapped.
He was actually laying there for a minute, the whole 9 yards, and then I had blanket spread on the floor and everything, and then he started fussing, well, I don't want to be in here. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I want to do it. Get up. Let's go. All you had to do was shut up. You had to say anything. All you had to not say anything and stayed in the bed. So then I wrapped him up.
Like you told me, put him on the floor, you wrapped him up, rolled it, put it over and tied it tight. Now his head and everything's covered. He's inside like a little cocoon almost, correct? And then what'd you do with him when he's wrapped up? Because he's on the floor still.
He stayed on the floor for about 5 minutes.
And you were in there with him?
Yes, I was. I was in there with him.
Okay.
For the first 5 minutes or so, and I was like, "So we're gonna calm down, so we can just come out of the blanket." And Elaine, I hate you. I don't like grandma. I don't like anybody. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so so you just wanna go in the crib and just chill out? And he's like, whatever.
When you picked him up and put him in the crib, was there any pillows or anything in there at that time?
There was just one pillow.
Which pillow was that?
The rolled pillow.
The one that goes across the back, the round one?
Yeah.
Looks like a tube? Okay.
There was just a rolled pillow.
And how did you put him in there? With just the pillow?
I picked him up, I laid him down, and then, felt for his head. Figured out, where his nose and stuff was, and, turned his head.
So you don't want him face down right into the mattress?
No, I didn't want him face down right into the mattress, so I turned his head.
Okay. But you can't see his turn, but you feel his nose and you know.
Yeah.
What'd you do then?
And, I was like, Michael, just, give me about 5 minutes. Just calm down.
Are you angry at him? Or just frustrated? Tired?
No,
I tired.
I was tired. I was frustrated because he was yelling and I didn't know why.
You're trying to fix it and you can't seem to help him.
Right.
Okay.
So he wouldn't stop yelling and screaming, because he had just got it and he would just fine. He just got in there yelling, screaming, like, Elaine, I hate you. And, okay, fine, I'll leave. You know, maybe Grandma come back to you
Now,
and talk to
up
you.
to this point, has anyone else come in the room? Or
No.
And so
No, because
Doug hasn't come in or Gale hasn't come in yet?
No.
Okay.
I walk out.
Okay.
I go sit down. I believe I go sit down, or I might have went and checked on the kids. I don't remember the exact order.
But you left the room.
What I did at that point in time, yes, I did leave the room. And then the next person in there would have been Grandma.
Okay. And you saw Grandma go in?
I seen Grandma walk up the hallway
Okay.
to go in, because she said she was going in. She said it was her turn to go talk to him.
Okay. And do you know what she said when she got in there? Were you in there with her?
I have no idea. I was not in there.
How long was she in there?
2-3 minutes, maybe, something like that.
When she came out, did she say anything to you?
No.
Because when I talked to Gale, she was very specific about what she said. She said that she went in there and there was, just like you said, he was in the crib. He was tied up in the wrap with the foam, just the one little foam round thing. And she got really upset because it was tied up really tight. And she thought it was really maybe too tight. And she started yelling, either when she came out or she started yelling at you, like, kind of, excuse my language, like, what the f is this? You need to let him out. You know, I threw out my son. Don't think I won't throw you out. You know, and just got really upset and kind of, she felt bad about it because she kind of went off the handle on you, but she was tired and cranky and she wanted to take her nap. And she said some things. And then she said that
I don't remember.
she tried to untie it, but she couldn't because it was tight, so she had you to untie him. And then you untied him, and then you guys put him in the crib with just the blanket like pulled up to his chest, and he was unwrapped. Do you remember that?
I don't recall her saying that to me about that. She probably did.
You remember if she's your friend, she threatened to send you back to Michigan and kick you out that day, wouldn't you? If she was cussing at you and stuff, or did she cuss at you often?
Oh, she'd cuss at me often. She'd get a little bit upset. You know, she might cuss a little bit, and then, find out and talk about it later.
If she yelled at you about tying him up or wrapping him up, because she kind of asked you to, and that's what you guys do. So I would be kind of like, well, why are you mad at me? I'm doing exactly what we do all the time to calm him down.
She could have. I'm just not seeing it. Not recalling it.
Okay, well, we'll go to the next thing. So she comes out, and then what happens? He's still in there in the first time, just with the one little pillow tied up.
You tell me.
Who goes in? Is there anyone going next? Do you go back in, or?
No, Doug goes.
Okay. And how long do you actually see him walk in the room?
No, I don't actually see him walk in the room. I hear him, Michael, you need to calm down.
So you hear him actually talk to Michael. So
Yeah.
you know there's no doubt in your mind he was in the room.
Right.
And he saw Michael tied up.
Right.
Bound, like we talked about, with his head tied.
Right.
Everything. And what did he say to Michael?
Michael, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. Quit fussing and everything. You just need to calm down.
Okay.
Calm down, relax, you'll get untied.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Now, I don't know if this is when I received the phone call.
From your grandson, direct?
My grandson or not. If it was that time, or, if I went in the room first and then received the phone call, or I received the phone call and then went in the room. So I'm a little...
Because you guys went back a couple times, back and forth.
Yeah, I'm a little hazy about that one right
The whole point of this is that there's no doubt 100% in your mind that Gale knew that he was being wrapped up. Yes, correct?
Yes.
He knew that he was being wrapped up and actually went in there and saw him wrapped up. And then Doug also went in there, not only saw him wrapped up, but talked to him and told him, hey buddy, if you calm down, we'll let you out. Okay. when you went in and for the final time you went in and saw him, well, after that you put the pillows around. We went over that, didn't we? I said, you told me how you put the 2 pillows and then the pillow over his legs and he was face down. And you did the same thing with his head that time too, to make sure he wasn't face down on the mattress? Okay. Was that about the time like Gale was going to lay down for a nap? After you did the pillows and made sure he wasn't going to roll around?
I think it was. Or she could have already been. I think when I went to go back there, she was laying down for her nap.
Did any of the children see him wrapped up this time?
No.
Are they coming out of the room at all?
No.
Okay. Do you know if you said Michael was squirming a little bit, and you're worried about if his foot got loose, he could get caught in between the railings, correct? So that's why you kind of like what do we call it? With kids, you kind of call it like a wedging. You kind of wedge it in there so he doesn't roll and you turn it around.
Because like I said, it doesn't have the bump. It doesn't have the bumper to go around. So I kind of improvise.
Do you know if it was possible Michael would have hit his head or hit his eye? Because he had a bruise. He had a bruise on top of his head, and he had a bruise on his eye. That we saw.
No, because I put the one pillow on this side, and pillow down here, because he didn't appear to be and act like he was going to be close enough to bruise his head.
So when you told us the original story that he dragged the pillows up into the bed himself,
no,
that wasn't true. Okay. Once you came back in the room and found him, and it was time for him to wake up, and Gale woke you up and told you it's time to wake the kids. Tell me how do you untie him there in the bed? Do you take him out and then lay him on the bed and then untie him, or where do you untie him?
I untied it in the bed, and the pillows were still there, so pull up this side, roll them out. Pull up this side, roll them out.
So you're kind of like unrolling it as taking slack out of the blanket as he's unrolling?
Yeah.
Are you hearing anything? Is he making any noises, screaming, crying, anything like that at that point?
No, but he's done that before too.
So when he falls asleep and you kind of unwrap him, he does the same thing?
Yeah, he just, sleep.
Once you get to where you can actually see him, or when you're unrolling the blanket, do you see anything on it? Any vomit? There was some vomit and peanut butter, like a big spot of vomit and peanut butter on the blanket.
No,
I was curious because the scene doesn't match when we were talking about her first story.
I seen
how that got on there.
I seen it on the rug, but I didn't see any on the blanket.
I guess on the blanket too.
I guess I wasn't paying attention to it.
Okay, because there was some vomit and stuff, the peanut butter vomit on the blanket, and I was trying to figure out. I'm like, okay, if the blanket was here, did they do CPR on the blanket? Did they do anything? But no, it must have been when he was wrapped up. He must have vomited.
Yeah, so I didn't even notice that it was on the blanket.
It was more kind of somewhere in the middle, like when you pulled it up, you couldn't see it until you moved it.
Yeah, so
So you just pulled it and kind of let him unwrap?
Yeah, let him unwrap, because that's why, I had the pillow there, so when he rolls, he wouldn't roll into anything. And
then what do you do with the blanket? You just kind of throw it over the way?
Yeah.
You said it was kind of wet.
Yeah.
Is that common? Does the blanket get... Because that house is really cold.
Yeah.
That room's really freezing.
Yeah.
But is that common for the blanket to get covered in sweat? They sweat so much?
Yeah, they sweat a lot. So... especially, because, like, even... Alex, Gabby, and Michael, they sweat a lot. Even Bo, so...
But when they're wrapped, they sweat a lot. Yeah,
but even just in a blanket normally covered up, because, Bo's, when he sleeps, we tend to have him at the foot of the bed so that, I can tell if he's going to watch TV or whatever under the bed, under the blanket, and he's asleep. And, about an hour after that, I'm pulling up a blanket because I'm like, I can feel the sweat and see the sweat.
Now, Michael, you have him unwrap the blanket, you throw the blanket to the side, and you notice you said before his hair's kind of soaking wet, his PJs are soaking wet.
Yeah, so I thought he had got a little bit overheated and everything, and, ultimately I know for real that he got it, but, so.
You took him out and you put him on the bed.
Undo his PJs and everything.
And he still had his pull-ups on?
Yeah, he still had his pull-up on.
Okay.
And, I undo his PJs and everything and drop that down because I was like, okay, get him, woke up and everything. And, the blanket's wet, PJs wet. So, if all's good, find him another pair of PJs or a short outfit, whatever. And, I'm still doing laundry and everything. So, take that stuff back there to do laundry, and then, got to, realizing that, I can't get him revived and everything, and then I call Gale back, and, I, start little chest compressions and trying to wake him up, and then she comes in, and then, she's trying the chest compressions. And
is she freaking out now? Because she knows you guys are wrapping the kids up. She knows he's soaking wet in sweat. Did you tell her, I think he overheated? Oh my God, I don't know what we're going to do.
No,
Before you guys call 911, or
no.
You guys are kind of in rescue mode trying to help him?
We're just in rescue mode trying to help him. Okay.
No one talked about a plan. Now, where was Doug at when this was going on? Does he know that he's overheated and there's a medical emergency at that point?
No.
When did he find out?
When I ran back and I grabbed the phone, called 911, and I'm talking to the 911 operator and everything, and then we popped the phone on speaker, and she walks back down the hallway, grabs her phone, and tell Doug, you need to come get the kids.
Okay. Once we get there, can you talk to the deputies? No one mentioned any of the deputies or anything about kids being wrapped, correct?
No.
If you guys felt it was kind of legitimate practice to go ahead and wrap the kids up, it wasn't a big deal, it was just something you did, how come no one, it took to this point before anyone would tell us the truth about wrapping them up?
I don't know if I had no issue with it because they were always in the room with us, and we always was able to keep an eye on them. I had an issue with this one because I wasn't in the room with them the whole time, and the downfall is that's what I feel bad about, because I wasn't in the room with them when and then go back to unwrap them soon enough, and just wasn't in the room with them when.
So you thought if you were in the room, then you could have let them out earlier, and
yeah, if when I had went back the one time and I was sitting on the bed reading a book, if I'd have just stayed back there a little bit longer, he quieted down, just pulled him out of the blanket and been fine. If I had acknowledge, because I'm 95% positive she said unwrap him. It doesn't click. So if I had did that.
But even if she's telling the truth about that, you're positive that during one of those visits, Gale didn't take the blanket and just kind of have it pulled up on his chest.
I don't know.
He was wrapped. He was not unwrapped and then just had the blanket laying on top of him. Nice, because
No.
Remember, you told us at first that he just kind of laid the blanket over him, and you, even with the doll, you laid it out and showed how the blanket was laying.
No, when he was in the toddler bed.
Okay. The car bed.
Yeah.
But in the crib.
No.
Anytime he was in the crib, he was always wrapped up.
When he lived in the crib, he was wrapped up.
And that's how Gale saw him, and that's how Doug saw him, wrapped up.
That's how I wrapped. I wrapped him up. I was the first one to put him in there. So if he got untied and something else, I don't know. But I know when every time I seen him, he was wrapped.
So unless they unwrapped him and then wrapped him up themselves, he was wrapped up.
Right. And I don't foresee that happening.
No. Either. After that first evening, and you guys are that first evening we're doing all the we're doing the searches and the photos and all that stuff in the house, and you guys are sitting in the car. Any discussion on what happened? Anybody concerned about? We got to be careful. We don't want to tell the police about wrapping them up. We don't want to do this. I mean, everybody has to be really. Besides being very extremely upset, they have to be worried about getting in trouble.
No. All I remember is after we got back in the house was Sam discussing with her mom, are you sure that nothing else happened? You know, I know you got, you know, he didn't get wrapped too tight or anything like that, the whole 9 yards. And I'm like, you know, and she's like, no, because, you know, he wasn't wrapped extra tight. It's just the fact that, you know,
he just got a little guy just got a little hot.
The little guy got hot.
Okay. And so she's even mentioned the wrapping then, so she's well aware of the whole wrapping situation.
Yeah, she knows that he's been wrapped. I mean, did she actually physically see it? No, she was at
She was
work.
at work on that occasion, but she's seen it in the past.
I know she's seen Alex. I know for sure she's seen Alex.
But wrapped up the same way in a whole total cocoon, or just like swaddled like a baby? Well, he's a little old to be swaddled. That's like infant, isn't it?
Yeah, he can't be swaddled
Because a kid, he'll pop right out.
He'll pop right out. Yes, he's been wrapped.
2 weeks old, pop right out.
Yeah,
so.
he's wrapped up in the total cocoon. But you know, you can sit in there with Alex in 5 minutes. He'll have something out. Either his head, arm, something. But
after the reenactment with the medical examiner's investigator, did you guys discuss anything then about the case? Or any of your concerns? Did you know when you were doing the reenactment, some of the things that you were showing us weren't true?
Right.
Did you discuss anything with Gale or Doug or Sam? Anything about, you know, hey, you know, I'm pretending this happened. That's not what happened.
No.
What are we going to do? How are we going to approach this?
When I came out of the room, she said, "Well, I said he was laying like this, and then I said he was laying like this." That's as far as the reenactment. That was our discussion. Because I really didn't, you know, I didn't really talk to Sam or Doug about it, because you know they really. No, Sam wasn't there, and Doug was, but wasn't. You know, so.
Is this the only child death you've been associated with? Has there been any other children in your care? We told them about your daughter,
No.
and I understand those circumstances. No other children have been hurt or passed away or anything. What about? I know it's a hard subject for Gale, but her daughter, back in 1978, says it's Sid death. Did she give you any details that would make you think that it was anything other than that? Just an accident? When she talks about Catherine passing away.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And she gave me a little bit of details, but she about it being
No,
an
I
accident and everything.
I just know that, you know, they found her that morning. That's all I know. It's not something that we've ever discussed, because it's, you know, such a touchy subject, and you know, it happened on the 4th of July, so it's a rotten holiday to be around. So You know, and I've been around her on the 4th of July, and, you know, it's like we're treating it like any other day.
Have you told anyone else the full story about what happened? Any of your family members, friends, text, Facebook?
Nobody.
Anything at all?
Nobody.
What about Gale? Anything at all? Been talking to anyone? Telling anyone else what happened? Confiding in someone else?
To tell them it's everything that happened? No. I mean, yeah, she's talked to a few people, but not in that much detail to my knowledge. I mean, no, I wouldn't know about her text messages. The conversations that I've heard her have, you know, it's more of condolences. So,
is there anything else that I maybe misunderstood or took out of context when we were talking? I know we've gone over this several times. We've talked a whole bunch of times, and I don't want to get confused myself. Is there anything else that you think that I've taken out of context that you want to set the record straight and make sure I totally understand what happened?
You know, because I told you about, you know, how we got spanked. And, you know, the incident before he laid down, because, you know, she did kind of smack him around and everything.
Where did she smack him? She smack him in the face or anything like that?
She popped him on the... Yeah, but it didn't appear to be, you know, it's like, you know, sit down, you know, something like that. And we talked about that. You know, when I had admitted the first time that, yeah, Doug did go back to the room, so I told you that. I cleared that part of it up.
And it's my understanding that after Doug and Samantha got evicted from their place, they moved back in. They probably, guys, didn't really want to say anything because they were so close to getting kids back at the time. I mean, they were through in a few weeks. So, you know, they kind of fell on hard times. Hopefully they had the kids back and,
Yeah.
you know, would be the wiser kind of
Right.
right? Okay. So you're just protecting the family.
Right.
Does any of your family know what's going on? You said you had more family in Michigan. You got a whole bunch of brothers and sisters. And
I talked to my kids just to let them know that Mike passed. I told my son, my daughter, I talked to one of my sisters, and I talked to my aunt. Just to let them know that Mike passed. And, how I was the one to find him and everything. I didn't give them circumstances or how.
All right. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back, okay?
Later the same day, detectives put Elaine Trainor through another round of questioning.
You realize I'm not going to re-Mirandize you again. You realize that you were Mirandized by Jennifer Tooker, the polygraph examiner.
Yeah.
And do you have any questions about your rights?
No.
They still carry over?
Yeah.
Do you want an attorney? Or do you want to speak to me?
I'm going to talk to you.
Okay. Do you have any questions, though, about your rights or anything? And you understand if I can go over them again if you want?
No, I understand.
Okay. Yesterday we were talking about stuff, and I just wanted to touch base on a couple of extra things.
Okay.
How did I may have not caught it when we were talking, how did the whole rapping thing come up? Where did you learn that, or how did you guys come up with that idea? To wrap the kids up.
It was just something we tried.
Was it something we tried or you tried and thought would be a good idea? I mean, they condoned it because they allowed you to do it.
I was the one that ultimately wrapped them up.
Mm-hmm. Where did you come up with the idea, though? Did you ever do it with anyone else before?
No.
With your children, your grandchildren, anything like that?
No.
Because I thought one of the detectives told me that you said you may have done your grandchild, or you may have wrapped your grandchild, maybe not the same way or some similar fashion or something.
No.
Okay.
Excuse me.
When you wrap the kids up,
Mm-hmm.
are you upset with them when you're wrapping them up?
No.
Have you ever cussed at them or cursed at them and yell at them when you're wrapping them? Lose your temper?
No.
Okay. Have you, other than what you told me, have you ever hit the kids? Was where, I mean, you spank them on the bottom a little bit when you...
Mm-hmm. Spank them on the bottom, like if they bite or something like that, if you're like helping them eat or something like that, or they come by you and they're upset with you and you're sitting there talking to them, and somebody, one of them happens to bite, like pop them in the nose or something.
How many times do you think, we'll go through each shot, how many times do you think Bo's been wrapped up before and tied? Or wrapped up where his head's covered?
Probably twice.
Okay. And how long ago did that happen?
Probably be back in July.
Okay. And both of them were in July? Both times? Before he started school?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Alexander? How many times has he been wrapped?
3 or 4.
Okay. And is it the same thing? It's rolled up and it's tied?
It's rolled up. Not always.
Mm-hmm.
Not with Alex. Majority of the time it's just rolled up so he stays still. He won't thrash around because he has a tendency.
His arms are still at the side and he's rolled. But
his arms are still at the side, but his arms can move. They'll come up.
Okay.
He can still move his arms.
So with Alexander, it's not as tight?
No, it's not as tight.
Why wasn't it as tight with him as the other kids?
Because I couldn't get it. It depends on the type of blanket you use.
Mm-hmm.
And, whatever we were using to cover him up was what.
So whatever was at the time?
Whatever I was using to cover him up was what I was using at the time.
And so the thickness of the blanket makes a difference in being able to tie it?
Yeah.
So if you get the better corners and thinner corners, you can tie it better?
Yeah.
Compared to a big, thick comforter?
Yeah.
Okay. How would you decide, what point in time would you decide that, hey, you know what, I've had enough, it's time to wrap them up?
Which, or are you
asking? Just in general.
Just
in general, yeah.
When it would get to a point where, they're not totally not listening,
Mm-hmm.
not staying down, this was, when they weren't in the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
They were in the little room with us. And as far as Alex was concerned, he was in the playpen.
Mm-hmm.
We laid out, we get everybody laid down, semi-quiet, they're still fidgeting around, talking, messing with little things and stuff, okay, hush up, be quiet, lay down, be still.
Mm-hmm.
And, getting kind of late and everything. She's basic, the kids are almost down, Gale's almost down. I'm like the last one to go down, but, Alex keeps getting up and getting out of the playpen because he crawls out of the playpen. And he's
ready to go.
He's moving through the house.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have another way to secure him. So that I know that it's real late, I'm sleepy, I'm exhausted, everybody's sleepy and exhausted, that I, bind him up
Mm-hmm.
for a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
get him to wear himself out,
Mm-hmm.
and then right before I go down, unwrap his head and everything and pull his arms out a
So
little
at
bit.
first he's totally bundled, and then you unwrap his head.
You know how I showed you how
Yeah,
you
you wrap it,
how
and then you tie the
no,
ends.
but I wouldn't pull the ends on him.
Okay.
Wrap them up and then fold one end under, fold the other end under, and
So his body weights are kind of holding the end down.
yeah, so his body weight's kind of holding the end down, but he's rolling from side to side, so he's flipping it over and he's pulling, moving it around.
Is
So
he crying and screaming or anything like that?
he's crying because he wants out.
You ever think maybe that the kids are crying because they're scared? They're being wrapped up. They don't like it.
As far as being restrained, yeah.
So, about Michael. Let's talk about Michael. When the day passed. What was the point that you got to the point where you're like, I can't take it no more. We're going to wrap him up. What pushed it over that edge from just swatting him on the bottom and saying, go time out, sit down to, it's time to wrap you up?
He was more vocal, more verbal than he had been in a long time of saying, you know, because he wasn't getting his way, so, you know, Grandma, I don't like you, Elaine, I hate you, blah, blah this, blah, blah that, and, you know, you tend not to take it seriously, but at the time, you know, it's like, okay, you're like a little bit, you're getting way out of control. So when we went back to the room, he laid down in the bed, you know, he was laying down in the bed, and I spread the blanket out, and I was like, so are you going to calm down? No, I want out, I want to do this. I don't like you, Elaine, blah, 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 blah. I said, you need to calm down, or, you know, I'm going to wrap you up, and, you know, we'll handle it that way. Maybe you can calm down and de-stress. Because it wasn't so much that I was stressed out to that point. It's just that I knew I wasn't going to be in the room with him. And I didn't know how he was going to handle it. Because it had been since probably, May, since, you know, where I was able to just put him in a room, chill out, calm down. I know there wasn't nothing in that room for him to get into, but yes, he can climb up and down on the bed. Yes, he can climb in and out of the playpen. And there was not playpen, but the crib. There's a rug there by the crib. There's nothing there by that bed. Bed's kind of bouncy, as little kids tend to do. And it's close to the window. You know, I thought I was like erring on the side of caution, and I guess I'm.
So we were talking about Alex a little while ago. You wrapped him up a couple times.
Yes, I've wrapped him up a couple times. He's been he gets wrapped up for maybe 10 minutes or so. He calms down. He gets unwrapped. And that's it.
Okay. What about Michael? How many times has Michael been wrapped up?
Like 4 or 5 times.
Okay. And he does the same thing. He squirms. Do you have to hold him down and get to start rolling them? Are they resistant? They don't want to be rolled up?
No, they'll lay down.
Do they cry once they're rolled up?
They'll start crying and basically say, well, like with Alex, he'll start crying, you know, a little bit, but you know they'll you know, you say come here, they lay down, roll them up, and you know, once he realized he can't move the way he wants to move, that's when he starts hollering and screaming.
Okay. Did Michael ever hollered, "Let me out! Don't wrap me up. I don't want to be wrapped"?
Elaine, I don't want to be restrained.
You would say restrained
or held down.
Held down. Okay. Do you think he was scared? Scared of being wrapped up like that?
No, I think he just wanted, didn't want to be confined.
What about Gabby? Have you wrapped Gabby up before?
Yes.
How many times have you wrapped Gabby up?
About 4 or 5 times.
The same thing? Do you wrap them all up at the same time, or is it different times depending on which kid is acting up?
Depending on which kid's acting up.
Okay.
Gabby can get out.
Has Sam been present when you did the wrap and tie the kids up? And actually witnessed you tying them up or wrapping them up?
Sam's been there. I don't know if she was actually in the room when I actually did it.
And she came up after you did it and seen them tied up?
Yes.
Has she ever? What did she say to you about it? Has she ever talked to you about it? Has she not to do it?
I think she might have said something about ropes.
Has Gale ever asked you to totally stop doing it? Don't do this ever again? Is it we're not going to tolerate this? As far as the wrapping goes?
No, because we basically moved on to try different things because, they calmed down. It'd be, it'd become a threat that, like you're gonna try this, or you're gonna try this, or you're gonna try that.
You mean the wrapping became a threat?
Yeah.
So when it got to a point where the kids were acting up, you were like, if you don't stop them, I'll wrap you up.
If you don't stop, you're gonna get restrained.
Okay. Did you ever restrain him any other way? Tie him up? And with anything else? Belt, rope, clothes?
No.
T-shirt, anything?
No.
Handcuffs, nothing?
No.
Tape, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever cover anything on their mouth? Besides being wrapped up in a thing?
No.
Okay. Is there any kind of, we're going to have, the child protection team is going to interview all the kids tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to probably disclose a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Is there going to be any allegations of sexual abuse or anything from anybody in the house? Doug,
No.
anybody else, Dale, whoever is at the house coming in and doing anything with any of the kids?
No.
Any other kind of abuse with the kids? No one's like burning them or doing anything extreme like that to the children?
No.
Some of the family was concerned. They were talking. Obviously, they were very fond of you. You're part of the family.
Mm-hmm.
About that, they think that when you first come to Florida, you're sweet, loving, like you usually are.
Mm-hmm.
But the longer you're here, especially around the kids,
Mm-hmm.
probably get a little sleep deprived, not getting the rest you need.
Okay.
They're annoying you a little bit, and you start getting frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that coming on? Did you feel that recently?
No, a little bit, but not that much. And I withdraw a little bit, and I was like, I'll pick up a book a lot more, and then if there's somebody else in the house just besides Gale, I'll be like, okay, I'm go outside.
Mm-hmm.
Go outside and do some lawn care, maybe go fishing.
Mm-hmm.
When we've been bowling a couple times and stuff like that, but I'll just go or go sit on the computer, do something on the computer, but I mainly just I'll pick up a book.
Mm-hmm. When Michael was restrained and he was kind of screaming and just started quieting down a little bit, did you put any pressure on him, hold him down, cover him up with a pillow anymore?
Mm-mm.
Anything like that? Did you hear him? Doug mentioned that he was having trouble breathing. He was, when he was crying, he was doing the hyperventilating thing. He was so upset. You remember hearing that?
No,
When Doug was in the room. Do you remember did you see any vomit? Do you know if he vomited or anything in the blanket?
I didn't see him.
In the green blanket?
No, I didn't see him.
Was that the blanket you mostly used? Or is there a particular blanket or just a pen?
No, there wasn't a particular blanket.
Okay.
Just whichever one had got washed and that particular kid was, whatever particular kid was using it. We were going more towards the little blankets that you had seen.
Mm-hmm.
But, that just happened to be the blanket that we were using for Michael at that point in time.
Do you think it's a bit extreme punishment to have him wrapped up for 4 hours?
Yes.
What do you think about the situation that we're in now?
Sucks. It sucks beyond belief. But, being handcuffed and back here talking to you, everything, yeah, it's justified. I mean, I don't like it, but, that's part of life that I don't like, and anybody with sense wouldn't want to be in this situation. But I get it. I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
I wish to God I had done something different.
If you could have, what would you have done different?
Not wrapped them and just sat in the room with them and let them yell and scream at me. And then when it got, then if it got to the point where it was getting on my nerves, just walk out. But, should would have put his don't help at this point in time, so I deal with whatever I gotta deal with.
I don't know if I told you, during the autopsy, Mike had a bruise on top of his head. If someone hit him, or earlier that morning, Sam said she heard a thump, or she heard something going on when Michael was in the room and heard him start crying. Did anyone hit Michael or strike him with anything? Cause a bruise on his head?
No, it could. I'm not sure what he got into.
Mm-hmm.
We were all in the room, middle of the night, and then I heard some bumping and thrashing around.
Mm-hmm.
And no, he wasn't wrapped up that night. Bob was in the bed with me.
Mm-hmm.
Alex was in his crib.
Mm-hmm.
Gabby was on the toddler bed.
Mm-hmm.
Made the rug and made a nice pallet for Michael on the floor. Because, we were still short of bed. And, everybody was asleep at one point in time. And then, I hear thrashing. I had heard thrashing around and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I look up, don't really see anything. Get up, flip on the light, and Michael's coming from under the bed.
Mm-hmm.
So, that could have been it. I don't know.
What time was that about?
Oh, Jesus.
Was that early when everybody was sleeping?
Yeah, everybody was sleeping.
Sam said she heard a real loud thump around just before she left for work, and then she heard Michael cry. And she thought you were in the room with the kids.
About thump. But she heard Michael cry just before she left for work. I had already came out and started drinking my coffee and stuff. Because I seen Sam right before she left, because she had got up and everything, and she went in the kitchen and she washed her hair and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I might have went back to the bathroom, but I didn't go back in there. I didn't go back in the room for a while, because when I left the room, they were all asleep.
Did you ever hit Michael, other than what you told me about smack him on the bottom?
Mm-mm.
Punched him, hit him with anything, nothing like that?
No, sir.
Did you see him when he was wrapped up? Was he squirming enough where he could have hit his head on the crib? Up at that end? His head was kind of close to the railing on that end.
Could have squirmed enough for that.
Okay. Is there any other type of punishment other than we discussed that you gave to the children?
No, sir.
You didn't hit him with anything?
No, sir.
No shoes?
No.
You didn't hit him with Gale shoes, anything like that?
Well, on the butt.
Okay. So you swat him on the
Yeah,
butt?
I'm swat him on the bottom, but no place else, because, it's, you tap them on the butt and nothing happens, and, they're still fully clothed, everything, and settle down, stop.
Mm-hmm. Did Doug ever talk to you about the rapping? Did you ever have any conversations with Doug about it?
No,
Did he ever tell you he didn't like it and he wanted you to stop?
no,
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about you and him have a conversation maybe a couple months prior about Benadryl?
no,
About giving Michael and Gabby Benadryl?
No.
The night they kicked you, he told me about some conversation you guys had where the children all complained they were sick. Well, first Bo said his tummy hurt, and then the other children said their tummy hurt, and then Alex said his tummy hurt, and he ended up feeding Alex, and he said he saw you give the kids Benadryl, and he thought, well, maybe because their tummy hurt, and he told them later at the table when you're smoking a cigarette that you did it because they just wore you out. Bo kicked you or something early in the morning, you couldn't really sleep because they were up and down, and you're just so tired you just gave them the Benadryl to help them sleep and keep them quiet.
no, I don't remember.
You don't recall that?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. And have you ever seen Gale give the kids any other than prescribed pills from the doctor, give them any kind of medication?
No.
So Alan's claims that she's crushing up oxys and Vicodin and stuff and giving it to the kids is just crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to ask.
Yeah.
It's brought up.
Yeah. No, the Bo gets his sleep medicine, and when if they're if the kids didn't need medicine, they weren't getting medicine, but they thought, okay, Bo gets something.
Mm-hmm.
Grandma, we want sleep medicine,
Mm-hmm.
so we get cookie or something like that, something that somewhat looks similar, but like a macadamia nut or Tic Tac or something like that. It's like, okay, here's your sleep medicine, because one gets something, they all. So.
Absolutely, the kids. Yeah. Is there anything else that we didn't discuss? Is there anything you want to ask me? Any questions you have? Any concerns? Whatever. It's an open forum. Whatever you need. Whatever you're thinking. If there's something I didn't ask you think's important to know.
No, I've told you everything I know. And I guess as far as any other questions I would have, I guess I'm not going to find out until, formal charges and everything else.
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna get you guys down there in a little while and book you into the jail, and then you'll have press appearance tomorrow, and then the state will file formal charges down the road. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Miss Elaine, I have kind of unusual request. I know you did the reenactment before, but would you mind showing me how you do the rap?
Okay.
I brought a little thing in. Kind of fold it into a square. Okay.
It's usually so it's totally flat. Okay.
Okay. So you put them face down?
Face down, head on the side,
Mm-hmm.
and then you hold them.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of awkward pancake, but
Yeah, the shape's a little off.
this, it wouldn't end up being like that bad though.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
So you make sure the neck, like you're telling me before, make sure the neck's not twisted.
all right,
Make sure the legs aren't bent.
all right. We come over and, you know. They're not, the dial's not centered, so.
Okay.
And then
And how tight would you tie it?
I come through once, and then again, and then I pull up, so it's not tight.
Okay, so you make the knot tight, but then you put a little slack in,
Yeah,
in this part here, so there's
I make the knot tight, and then I pull up, so there's no slack. So there's slack.
around with their face and stuff, so they have
No,
like a bigger pocket.
no, their face is here.
Okay.
This is, you know, like across their arms.
Okay.
So when
So their arms
when it comes down,
Mhm.
one comes this way, one comes this
Your
way.
arms?
Yeah.
Okay, so the arms are behind them.
Sometimes
Mhm.
the arms are behind them. I try to keep them at their side.
Okay.
But they start out behind them, but as I'm rolling, they're moving them.
Mm-hmm.
They're moving them on the side. So when I tie them up and then I lift it up, so the knot is not totally on them. There's a little slack, and then it starts.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else? Is that good? Okay. All right, sir. I appreciate it. All right, we'll be with you in a second, okay? Okay.
At trial, Gale Watkins was convicted of aggravated manslaughter. She was sentenced to 25 years in prison and 5 years of probation upon release. Doug Garrigus pleaded guilty to aggravated manslaughter and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Donella Elaine Trainor pleaded guilty to aggravated manslaughter of a child. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison.